what I believe to be one of the most important days in any city, but Destin's history is good about having strategic planning sessions, and it gives staff the knowledge they need to move forward with the projects that are on the books, and give staff the opportunity to know how to move forward with the projects on the books, and gives council an opportunity to change those priorities or add new items to the list. So it's very important to the city. It's also very important to the budgeting process, because this is actually the kickoff meeting for fiscal year 2024's budget season. So this is very helpful to myself and Crystal as we start to move forward in the budgeting process, which is now underway officially since we've opened this meeting. So that being said, new ideas that are going to come forward today, if there are some, this will give staff time to have some plans in place by the time we hit our first budget meeting somewhere in the early May period for consideration by council if they really want to include that in the next fiscal year's budget. So I think we're all here. We're good? All right, without further ado, it's my privilege to introduce Buzz Eddy, who's helped us before on our strategic planning. He was the longtime city manager for Gulf Breeze. He works closely with the state and national county and city organizations. He's also mentored me for 5 years, and I appreciate the mentoring that he's done on that. So without further ado, I'll introduce Buzz Eddy. Buzz?
Morning. And I can't get that kind of applause anywhere, but okay. On behalf of the 14,000 residents and citizens that visit Destin, I want to thank you for being a public official. Thank you for taking on this unenviable task of being an elected official in any town USA, but especially in a city like Destin with the challenges that you face. Destin is a paradise viewed around the world as a place where people want to visit, where thousands live like millions would like to. Isn't that the way the old saying goes? So on behalf of those residents and on behalf of Lance and Webb and the staff and the 120 people that work for the city of Destin, I want to thank you for all the work you do. In a representative government like you have, it's important that you have city council members that are engaged with the community and listen to the community and bring forward issues that you would like to see accomplished for the city of Destin. This is the time to do that. The Sunshine Law limits whether a council member can meet with another council member and talk over ideas. This is the time when you have to do that. You can't do it at Publix or on a street corner. You have to talk in a venue like this that's being recorded and has been advertised and so forth. So thank you for coming together. Thank you for being volunteers. If you've been to League of Cities conferences, you know that there are only a few cities around the state where folks are volunteers that work for cities and do the kind of work that you do. You give up from your daily family life and from your daily jobs to come and do the good work of municipal government. And it's a rewarding profession. I've been in it for 35 years, and frankly, I was talking to the mayor this morning about our evolution in careers, and I wouldn't have done it any other way. This is the place where you give back to the people. Every time garbage gets picked up, every time they turn on their faucet, every time they drive down a safe street, it's due to the efforts of you and the staff and the people that work for local government. So planning and visioning, as Lance talked about, is you want this to result. Every city should have a vision 2035 and core values that are stated and viewed everywhere. They're on the dais, they're on bus stops. You know, it's an exaggeration, but something like that. Everywhere you go, you can pick this up and see what the vision for 2035 is and what the core values are for the city of Destin. And for a city of 14,000 with the challenges that you have, that will define success. If you do like we often did in Gulf Breeze, where you sort of stumble around and you're going in different directions, only to encounter success, and then you pat yourself on the back and say, hey, we did it. Well, if you have a plan like this going forward, as you know where your destination is, you're much more likely to succeed than without it. So, I mean, the citizens that understand that you're doing this should be very thankful, and this is the way to do it. Today we're going to talk about the projects, mainly there's about 11 projects on that list that staff is starting to prepare. They did in 2023, and they're going to do so in 2024. They're going to build a budget around accomplishing those 11 things and the rest of the objectives that go with those 11 goals. So if any of those 11 need to be moved off the list, let's talk about that. If any of the 11 need to be moved up the list, let's talk about that. If any of the 11 need to be adjusted, this is the time to do it. They are prioritized. Number 1 is the first one you want to accomplish, and number 11 is in line 11. So if one needs to be moved up or moved down, today's the day to do it. There's a lot of things that you might think upon hearing about a discussion. One of the two things that the staff wanted me to touch on are code enforcement and the city center. And you might immediately talk like, well, discussing either one of those issues is like having to go to the dentist. I don't want to do either one. I don't want to talk about it. But if we flesh out those ideas and talk about those ideas and conceptualize those ideas, develop a common understanding from one side of the dais to the other, maybe some of the resistance or some of the acceptance will start to grow. I think those are the things that I really wanted to talk about in my opening comments. There are also critical players from outside, the Sheriff's Department, Destin water users, the fire department. They're also going to talk about their goals and their projects and what they're doing for the city of Destin. So moving on, I guess we're going to now talk about what's been accomplished this year and where we are going into next year. Thank you very much.
Can you go back to those core values and go over those real quick? Buzz did mention these, and I just wanted to real quickly go over the 6 core values that were adopted by council as the way we operate. If council ever chose to revise these, that's council's will. I mean, but this is where they're at right now: transparency, professionalism, teamwork, stewardship, integrity, and respect. So that's where we're at. Thanks. Brief reminder of the current vision, and hopefully it won't change for a while. As Mr. Destin told me 2 or 3 years ago, he goes, I'd be concerned if our vision changed very often. So, and that's a true statement. It's hard to get to the vision if you keep changing it, get to the ultimate goal. So Destin's family-oriented beach and fishing community where people want to live, work, and play, and where visitors are welcome to respectfully enjoy our community and its resources. Council 3 years ago, I believe it was, staff asked if council would prioritize our customers for us just in case there was conflict and we needed to know which group to serve first because of limited resources. They did that for us, and it came out as our year-round residents are our #1 priority, our Destin-based businesses are #2, and finally our visitors coming to town. Strategic goals, these are prioritized. I like to call these the pillars because everything else we do should fall under one of these 6 pillars. And council last year, I believe it was, prioritized these. And #1 is financially sound city, providing service excellence. #2, enhanced quality of life and safety for our families. And number 3, economic development revitalization. And number 4, effective, efficient, and aesthetically pleasing infrastructure. Number 5, improved mobility and connectivity. And last but not least, number 6, a green and sustainable environment. So our accomplishments over the last year, starting with financially sound city. That's the first pillar that we just talked about. And the graph is hard for me to see because I'm old and I can't see that good anymore. But I can tell you what it says. It says we have kept our millage rate very low. We're still one of the very lowest millage rates in the state of Florida. And our bank account is well and is doing well. So again, we got finance staff has worked with CRA members and consultants to raise over $30 million in commitments for our undergrounding coming up, potentially later this year as a start date or early next year. We got partnerships with the Board of County Commissioners and the Tourist Development Council, our state representative Maney's office, DEP, FDOT. They've all helped us with another $24 million in grants. New human resources and finance staff has undergone training on the Munis system, which just got overhauled. It was long overdue. We're happy to see that come through because it was very clunky, and this is guaranteed to make some improvements on the clunkiness of it. We got alignment of the accounting codes with the Uniform Accounting Code system. Thank you, Crystal. So we've got Crystal and her crew again achieved the Distinguished Budget Award, which is not an easy thing to do. We appreciate the efforts there. A legal team prevailed in a multi-million-dollar lawsuit against the fleet. We've got a new HR manager hired, and she's doing a wonderful job, by the way, and has got her staff on board now, so she's fully staffed and can move forward. And we have expanded the finance department because of all these grants and things that we're dealing with now. Crystal needed more folks to help keep this boat going in the right direction, so we're moving forward. I appreciate council's support on that too. Still on financially sound, we've got organizational compensation study was completed and implemented. We did the frontline folks last spring, and we did the senior leaders just after New Year's. So created resident parking pass system and issued over 1,200 passes to residents, which was very well received by them. Launched the Recreation Civic Rec program, replaced an older program that wasn't quite as good. So Lisa's crew is happier with that. It's more friendly to the users that are out there using it. And we completed the National Citizen Survey. We got the IMLS grant, and that helped provide the RFID at our library, a new system over there to help maintain the inventory and protect the assets that we have over there. And Wynn and Jeff did a great job getting that taken care of. The clerk's department, big deal to me, reduced the codification time from about 45 days down to 14 days, and that means from the time that you guys as council approved it, Ray and his crew got it up to Munis and live in a 14-day time period instead of a 45-day time period. So we were operating off of the correct sheet of music when we looked things up. That's very important. We got the migration of Compass and Munis systems, and I'll let you fire questions at Mr. Warren if you want to know more about that. But it's a big deal, especially the Compass. There's absolutely some hiccups in that system. We recognize that, but this is supposed to fix a great deal of them. I won't say it will fix all of them, but it'll fix a great deal of them and streamline that process. We had over 85,000 parking transactions over fiscal 22. You guys are gonna have to help me on this because of my eyesight. Oh, this is Lewis's. Lewis, you can see it better than me. We take the lead on this. Unless you want me to come out here. No, you forgot your glasses. I think one of the most important things is seeing this. We it might take 2 weeks to get those issued. We've got it down now to an average of 3 days.
Yeah, see there is a significant improvement in the timelines for various permits that the department handles. Much of this is simply due to the fact that we've automated the system. We're still working on the personnel issues and then the actual processes themselves. This is just to show you, just by digitizing, we have increased the number of permits that we can process. Obviously, that leads to more revenue for the city. So this is just a snapshot comparison for you to see the difference between last year when the systems got going and the previous years before.
Thank you, Lewis, and sorry for putting you on the spot. The council did direct Lewis and I, and we're beginning the work on coming up with some new categories of how to get some of the basic permits issued even quicker. So we got code compliance cases. 2021 was just under 1,500. 2022 went up to almost 3,500 cases logged in the system. They also issued 893 SDR permits, 145 long-term permits, and 871 citations for parking. Still in enhanced quality of life, this is the second pillar. Okaloosa County Sheriff's Department launched the Aqua Alert system. This was started right here in this room at the request of a young lady who lost her husband out there and came up with the idea, and our council championed this idea, got it moving forward, and the council worked with the sheriff's office. Sheriff adopted it, thank goodness, and is using it currently, and I've been told that there's a very good chance this will go nationwide sometime in the very near future, so appreciate all that. The Sports Center continues to be booked for tournaments, and the leagues are still running at capacity. New library programs, Wynn and her crew have come up with new game nights and family outdoor events. Bottom line is increased 36% of usage by adults, 5% for teens. That doesn't seem like a big number, but anytime you can get the teen number to move up is a good number. It's there, the most challenging group. And then 20.5% for the little guys. Airport Road curve safety improvements were finally completed, and it seems to be working very well. I've heard of very, very few accidents at that area since they made the improvements. We had issued the 723 Henderson Beach resident passes. That's something that council has always endorsed as long as I've been here. And that was to ensure that our residents had a place at the beach to go set up their chairs and enjoy the resources that are here in Destin. We provided the David system to code compliance. That's a system that allows them to run information checks on license plates and things, so they know who they're dealing with and who to ask to fix things if they need to. And then we have had the opening of the high school back in 2021, and we continue to partner with them as far as their sports programs go, because I believe almost all, except for their swimming program, are being hosted at one of our facilities. Still under Pillar 2, extended the city of Destin's beachfront parks by over 450 linear feet. That's still a huge deal to me. If you haven't had a chance to drive out in Crystal Beach in the last couple of days, they have finished the demo out there at the Tarpon property, and there's a brand new view corridor that's been retained or brought back to the public, so the public gets to see that beautiful Gulf of Mexico out there again. We got the Noriega Point project coming up, upcoming construction of amenities and boardwalks. So we have been assured again that DEP will start that project at Labor Day. So I will hold my breath and see. I hope they will. Clement Taylor Park renovations, we are internally updating the plans. Ryan's working with our contractor to get those plans updated. And hopefully the Treasury will release those funds very soon. Royal Melvin is at 95%. We anticipate them calling for a final inspection hopefully this week. And then Joe's Bayou Complex and park renovations, that's underway and in the planning stages. Council requested staff to work with strategic partners to implement a text-based beach flag safety notification program. That was implemented. I don't remember, Webb, do you remember the number to call if you want to sign up for it? I don't either. But we can get that to all of you, and what that does is it'll send you a text every single day as to what the status of the flags are, and it unified us with the island, Okaloosa Island, so we all know what's going on. It's been a big help, safety-wise, for both residents and visitors. And we got beach safety enhanced through the installation of deck boards with engraved messaging at the beach accesses. That's been completed. And the city continues to provide crossing guards for the Destin Elementary School. And Mr. Warren wanted to make sure we included that item. I don't know, did you want to comment on that?
Yes, and if you can sign up today by texting BEACH to 44144, and you can get in the system. It does go during the season, so the season is not kicked in yet. That will kick in during March.
Thank you. Just a few stats for all of you. This is from the Sheriff's Office. Looks like our violent crimes are down. Our traffic crashes are up. Looks like our violations are steady. Traffic violations are steady. But the total calls for service are down. Good. The fire district had reported 462,000 plus public contacts, 126,000 preventative acts, and 214 rescues last year. And they'll be around to discuss that later. And then community development activity, specifically for the economic development pillar, got reviewed over 5,600 permit applications, issued over 3,000 permits, completed almost 8,000 inspections, provided 1,180 lien searches, issued 1,746 business tax receipts, and 73 development orders or projects were reviewed. Could you go back one? Thank you. I found the bar graph amazing to me, that 2021 over 2022, the valuation of the permits issued, and that's the total gross value of each of the projects that these guys were taking care of, raised upwards of $172 million for this past year. It's a lot coming into our economy. Economic development continued. We got land development codes being rewritten along with the comprehensive plan update. Great big deal to me, and I've talked about it for 4 years, and Lewis is doing a great job. It'll be the first time those two documents align, and we're very happy about that. And both the CRA master plans are being updated, and a workshop was held just last night on that very issue. So effective, efficient, and aesthetically pleasing infrastructure. A fantastic project that's underway. We briefly talked about it earlier, undergrounding of the utilities. Like we said earlier, this could potentially begin late this year, early next year. We got FDOT Highway 98 landscape project from Marlar Bridge to the airport road. That's nearly complete, and we've got contracted out facility assessment programs and received deliverables from the Matrix organization. So Michael has his baseline now, and we know how to budget money to keep things where they need to be moving forward. Land development codes and the design manual also being updated. We got Lisa and her crew took care of, and with Michael's help, the repairs to Joe's Bayou docks and the boat ramp, repairs to the harbor boardwalk, replaced basically the entire boardwalk area, the surface decks, with new wear deck material. Hopefully it will last better than the last materials that we used. And we restriped multiple roads throughout the town, performed assessments of all the roadway sidewalks and street lighting, and and the striping needs for the future. Crosstown Connector and Associated Parks project continues to move forward. I believe we should have another property coming for council approvals to purchase within the next month. Linear Park and 98 Palms Extension. We got beach acquisition project, as we talked about earlier. We'll continue to look for opportunities there. Zerby Street and Cyber paid parking lot redesign. Michael's working on that now with our engineering crew, and the county pedestrian pathway project. Hopefully will link the island to the city of Destin when it's completed. Improved mobility and connectivity. Other community development projects in progress or under review. We have the mobility plan to replace the multimodal transportation plan. Stallman Avenue Highway 98 intersection is a hot topic, and we will be getting hopefully results from the PD&E that FDOT is completing, along with what we asked our engineering companies to bring us as potential solutions to that. So hopefully we can get that to be a much safer intersection. South Mattie Kelly M. Boulevard, that is moving forward. 1st and 4th Street and the ADA transition plan are all moving forward. Green and sustainable environment, hopefully at some point in the future, this will be moved up on the priority list. It's ranked last right now, but I think it's pretty important, especially for our area, since we are pretty much base our entire economy on sustaining our natural environment and our natural wonders that we live around. So, but anyway, we implemented a new solid waste contract for FY22, which is, compared to our neighbors, a fantastic deal for the residents of Destin. We expanded partnerships of the Leave No Trace initiative, and Okaloosa County has adopted it now too. TDD and the Okaloosa County Artificial Reef Program is out there helping to bring tourists into Destin. Joe's Bayou is often used by those folks to launch the vessels that they will take out and sink at the reef. And then finally, Joe's Bayou, in cooperation with FDEP, that is the combination of 4 parcels that originally were the boat launch, the Mattie Kelly Pier, and then the nature walk area. After the city purchased the cement plant, that completed the puzzle. Now we can combine all 4 of those properties into one and call it the Joe's Bayou Recreation Area, and those plans are coming forward right now. Green and sustainable steel, working with the FP&L on proposals for city electric vehicle charging stations. Just had a meeting with them yesterday. Partnered with Destin water users on installation of subsurface reclaimed water and disposal system at Morgan Sports Center, and with new sprinklers and sod being installed afterwards. Appreciate their help and support. They did that for us over at the elementary school too. Established the Water Quality Fund, and Michael has battled with and so far is winning with the harbor pump, and had that whole thing almost rebuilt. Everything except the casing is new. So he's done a great job keeping that thing operating so that it keeps the health of our harbor where it needs to be. So this is a review of the council objectives on the strategic plan as we go now. Let's just move forward with them. Wow, you guys think I have really good vision, don't you? But these are just the 3 priorities that council adopted that we use in our strategic planning. So each of the objectives will either be a critical priority, an important priority, or a desirable priority, and there's the criteria of how you get that designation for each one. So fiscal 22, critical, the 1.1, if you see in the what looks to be reddish, smaller down below there, that's the corresponding same item in the fiscal 23, the current strategic plan. So these are on both fiscal 22 and fiscal 23 strategic plans. So the compensation study was number 1, and we did get that completed. As we said earlier, the staff was taken care of over the last year and brought up to as close to we could get them up to speed with where the survey said they needed to be. And along with that, council approved the one-time longevity award for our long-term employees. Council also approved a 5% merit and up to a 2% COLA for fiscal '22 and a 2% COLA and up to a 4% merit for fiscal '23. We enhanced recruiting tools, continue to do that. Jamie's doing a good job. She's updating, getting ready to do a full update on the employee manual and bring that back to council, and additional retention strategies are being developed and implemented as we speak. Since 2004, the city's worked on the Crosstown Connector, so that's as long as I've been around. And we continue to move it forward. Jeff has acquired some additional money for acquisitions of the remaining properties we need. Right now, there's 5. As I said earlier, we've got 1 coming forward very shortly. The FDOT has given us till the end of the year to use the funding available to us to make those purchases. I don't know if it'll cover all of them, but it'll cover most of them. We already spoke about this, but we completed some of the acquisitions out there on the beach that we wanted, returning the view corridor to the public, both residents and visitors. And I couldn't be happier about this thing. I think this is a great thing. Our kids will thank us for it at some point down the road. That we've returned those view corridors and a place for them to enjoy the Gulf of Mexico. City of Destin is working with consultants FPL to finalize the designs for phase 1 of the undergrounding, and I won't go much more into it because we talked about it, but I hope for those of you who haven't had the opportunity to see the renderings of what it's going to look like, just phase 1 alone is going to make a huge change and dramatic appearance to the city of Destin, especially when you come across the Destin Bridge. Can't wait for this project to get underway. Plus, it's going to help us in the event that we get hit by a storm, because it's going to protect our electrical supply a lot better than it's being protected right now. March 6th, the council voted to table this project currently under the bridge pathway, and because we were waiting to see the results of what happened in the DOT study in that corridor for Stallman Avenue. So they may come back to light. That's up to council. One way or another, we're looking for ways to get people safely across Highway 98 down in the Harbor District. We had original FY22 objective was to research viability of multi-use convention, sports, and community center, and this defined vision was located as a request for this objective. Was $50,000 was allocated. So, sorry I'm mumbling on this one, but we've got this one out on the streets for an RFQ, and that should be coming back within the next 30 days, and that will come back to the council at some point if they wish to choose a firm to use on this project. We have reserved time this afternoon to go into an in-depth conversation about what the city center is going to look like, and we need the council's input and the community's input to know what to tell these firms once we get them on board. Staff has distributed to council a draft annexation policy, and we're looking at some of the low-hanging fruit to get those enclaves brought into the city as soon as we can. And staff is requesting future transit infrastructure located at some of the paid parking lots be funded in part from paid parking funds. We've had some conversations with the county about getting this up and running. It's been something we've been wanting to do for years and years, and looks like maybe we can make some progress on it within the next 2 years. And we've got to perform the phase 1 feasibility study to determine the available options in the future as funding allows. We've got $75,000 budgeted for next year, not for this year, but next year for feasibility. All right, improved parking, explore options. We got parking fund established. and we've got a remarkable amount of revenue coming in from that parking fund. We've got improvements, addition spots to be added to the Zerby Street and Cybert parking areas, and additional parking to be provided at the shores of Crystal Beach and the Tarpon Beach Park. Beach renourishment, beaches are being monitored by the TDC and the Board of County Commissioners are monitoring and are in communication with us on that. And our citizen survey results, I'm not going to go over that, but we did complete that, and we'll try to be on our regular schedule of every 3 years with that citizen survey. I'm having a hard time seeing that, so. Enhanced streetscapes along the Harbor Boulevard and Airport Road. Got in trouble. Any questions moving forward? These are just some stats as to where we fell. Do you want to help me explain this one?
So if you look at the vertical axis there, as it relates, this is the 2022 survey, and as projects were ranked by our citizens on the actual quality versus the importance of it, you notice how they ended up ranking in the 4 quadrants. I think something important to see is that there is nothing in the far right bottom part of it, because that would mean that they were disappointed in the quality, and it's of really high importance. So although we have opportunities for improvement, surely across the board in some of those areas, there's nothing in that bottom right corner, which is a good thing for our residents.
Thanks, Webb. Natural environment.
Hey, Lance, is that the 2017 national survey that you were showing, or 2022? So the slide before, is that accurate for 22, or?
There was
It said 17, I just wanted to confirm.
Yeah, there was one slide that showed from a trending perspective, the before that was just the 17 results. And then we roll into the 22 after that.
That's 17.
That is
but
17.
We have the 22 ones,
22.
they're just not. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Overall quality and natural environment, if you look at that, it's 67 to 70% of the residents of Destin feel that is of major importance, which is good, because we live in between a beautiful bay and the Gulf of Mexico. So, any questions on this one, overall quality? We'll just keep moving through, because this is review. All right, Webb, this is all you, buddy.
Thank you, Lance. So as part of the 2022 survey, we did receive, the citizens did have an opportunity to pick their top 2 priorities. And this is how this is actually our strategic plan listed out, and that is how they ranked those priorities. Their first one was to offer livable wages to attract and maintain a high caliber staff. The second was public beach acquisition. The third was to complete the crosstown connector. The fourth was transit trolley system, and then improve parking, and then beach renourishment, underground utilities, and then also we had the city center on there, and then annexation and city marina came in near the end.
I found it very interesting that the top 2 align with our current top 2, so. Any questions on that?
Can you remind us how many responses came back for that survey that we're showing, and versus how many were sent out? So we can have an idea of the importance of that compared to our city's population.
I believe there was about 2,800 sent out. I know that close to 500, over 4 for sure, responses came back. And my understanding is that is within the norm for these type of surveys.
Can you remind me how they sent them, who they sent them to, how they chose the 2,800?
It was random. I do know that they eliminated some of the properties that weren't owner occupied.
And I guess an assumption I'm making, and I just kind of wanted to get everyone's thoughts on it, was if I'm getting this survey in the mail and it's saying livable wages, high-quality staff, I'm assuming you're asking me if I need that, not necessarily this is a city. Like, I know where we're coming from with we wanted to upgrade the city's caliber and retention, but I think a lot of these people are thinking kind of back to the attainable housing or workforce housing. I think they're thinking as if we were asking it. So I don't know, is everyone kind of assuming that that's how people would, I guess, anticipate that question?
Well, along those lines, my observation is we gave them a list to pick from rather than telling us what they wanted, which would have given us a much different result, I would think. There was no section in the survey where we just asked them, what do you think the priorities should be without giving them a list to pick from, was there?
There was. It was one of the questions that we added at the end, an open-ended question.
Do we have a list of what it is they came up with by themselves? Yes. All right.
Jim, press your mic.
I'm sorry. Kevin, if you go to page 4 of the survey, that'll tell you how they picked the households, and I will hand you the sheet here in just a second, because I already had it pulled out.
Be happy to email that. That was actually, the full survey was in the last council packet. I'll go ahead and email that attachment just so it's at the top of everybody's inbox.
Is that what you're asking?
Sorry about that, Ray. I caught myself before you had to yell at me. But this is a part of the session that I enjoy a great deal because we invite our partners to come through and give us their input of what they got going on in the future, what we can partner on in the next years or 5 years, 10 years. So we have representatives from several of our key partners here, and I don't know if there's any particular order we want to go. We can just start with Monica from Destin Water Users.
Yes, we all need water.
Everybody needs water. You
That's
can't live
it.
without
The
water.
rainmaker.
Good morning. My name is Monica Wallace. I'm the operations manager for Destin Water Users, for those of you who don't know me. Just thought I'd bring you a few statistics to get started with. I'm reading off my notes because, we have a lot of statistics and I can't remember all these numbers. But so we provide water, wastewater, and reclaimed water to a service area that's greater than the city of Destin's boundary. We go to the north side of 98 to Danny Orful Way, and on the south side of 98 to the county line, approximately. Just to give you a visual area. We started drinking water in 1963, wastewater in 1972, and then brought on reclaimed water in 1985. So we've continually expanded our service area and the services to our customers. This past year, we pumped 1.7 billion gallons of water to the area, which averages about 4.67 million gallons per day. We do that through some coastal wells we have here in the city area, as well as an inland well field we share that's just north of Freeport, if you've not been up there or seen that area. Wastewater statistics, we have a 6 million gallon wastewater treatment plant located off of Airport Road on Industrial Park Lane. That's been there since the early 70s. It's designed with 5 trains, and the reason we have it built that way is because we have such a diurnal curve of flow throughout the year. So we're able to take process components on and off. If you've not been there to tour the facility, we're happy to do that. But we averaged about 3.4 million gallons of wastewater treated last year. And like I mentioned, it ranged anywhere from 2.5 million in the winter up to over 5 million in the summer. So we have definitely a variable transit community here. For reclaimed water, we send the drinking water out, we bring the wastewater back and treat it, and we process that wastewater and send out reclaimed water for beneficial reuse irrigation water. Here, this past year, we did just under 2.6 million gallons to our customers. Like I said, our primary disposal is irrigation, but you did talk about earlier the partnership we had with Destin Elementary. We added reclaimed water out there. We're working at the Morgan Sports Complex right now. The Holiday Isle area, Kelly Plantation area, Indian Bayou Golf Course. Those are a couple of our large areas where we do have reclaimed water and some pocketed small areas in between. So I think we're probably most proud of recently our water tower on the west side of town. I think everybody kind of likes seeing it from Crab Island. We've upgraded things at our wastewater treatment plant, our headworks. We did a disinfection conversion project last year where we got rid of chlorine gas, which is a potential safety hazard, and went to sodium hypochlorite, which is a safer bleach alternative. We've constantly upgrading water mains and lift station parts. And you kind of touched on it earlier, Lance, but as we're doing some of these remodels and upgrades, we're constantly providing our used concrete to the county for artificial reefs. So you'll probably see our name mentioned several times on some of their deployments. Currently, we do have the Morgans going on. We're working on some new force mains, actually Mattie Kelly Boulevard South right now and in Kelly Plantation. We're going to be drilling a new well later this year next to our tower off Calhoun. And we've been working on some hardening of our facilities. I'm not sure if you've been able to see it, but we have some new facilities going in. After Hurricane Michael hit our neighbors to the east, we kind of had some truth moments and decided that we needed some hardened facilities to make sure our staff was safe and make sure we had the parts to get the water system back up. Let's see. What else do we have? This year, we're actually embarking on our 5-year master plan. So every 5 years, we do a master plan of our entire system. We look at community growth, what we project for the few years. I actually just met with the Community Development Department last week or two to discuss some of the thoughts and projections for that. That impacts what we need to be looking at in the next few years. You notice some of our numbers, like wastewater average flow is 3.4, but we have a 6 million gallon plant. We're always constantly trying to balance that and make sure we're not exceeding our capacities. So we have to monitor that with DEP and report back to them how we're doing, and we'll be doing that next year as we do our permit upgrades. So future projects, we're monitoring obviously the Crosstown Connector, the underground utility project, which we are waiting to see what's going to be happening with that. We plan to bring drinking water and reclaimed water to the Crosstown Connector. We are probably going to end up having to build a tower on the east side of town for storage for drinking water, similar to what we did on the west side, because as our demand grows, we actually have to take more water from the well field, and we need a place to store it. So as we bring the water down from the well field for our operations, we'll probably be installing a new elevated storage tank in the future. One thing I did want to mention, kind of as a community partner, sitting over here talking to my friends at the Sheriff's Department, behind Destin Water Users' main office, if you're not aware, on Main Street, we do house the beach trash collection from the county, and we also have leased them some property to build the new communications tower that will be going in for better safety across the entire county. So those projects are joint projects that are coming down the pipeline. I think most of you are aware we purchased the property next to the Destin Airport. We plan to use that for reclaimed water disposal. We are currently in some investigative phases of the property. It'll take another couple months, and then we can start looking at what the uses can be there to meet our needs. As far as the city is concerned, we've constantly participated in the development review process for new developments. We participate in the TRC. We're always looking at flow demands, impacts of the water and sewer system, whether or not reclaimed water is available for them to connect to, what their usages are going to be. We also have a grease trap program for restaurants. So I think we're doing great partnership with the city. I think the one thing it could be some better interaction would be for building remodels that are not always new developments. We kind of find some few of those after the fact. But other than that, we've had a great partnership with the city, and I'm here to answer any questions you guys might have.
I had a question, Monica.
Yeah.
You touched on Morgan's. What exactly is going on over there?
So we put in a subsurface drip irrigation system below the playing surface. So 1 to 2 feet below that is a whole bunch of sock pipe, for lack of a better way to say it, where we can dispose of reclaimed water when customers are not taking reclaimed water. We constantly have a flow of reclaimed water we have to get rid of, and we need a place to send that. So we try to irrigate the surface, the sod, which has already been done for years there, but we added the subsurface on the city's portion of the Morgan Sports Complex.
Do you know when that's going to be complete?
They should be laying sod maybe as early as Friday, if not next week, and then we need to get the sod time to set before playing surface, so we'll work with Parks and Rec on when to open that, but 30 days, I think, is that what we did at the elementary school?
So is that similar to what's in the outfields on like the big fields?
Yes.
Stuff that- Okay.
Yes, it's identical, we just didn't have it on the smaller fields.
Got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
How clean is our drinking water?
Super clean. Well, just to give you a perspective, we get our drinking water from the Floridan aquifer. It's typically between 500 and 700 feet below land surface in our service area. We bring it up, and the only thing we have to do with it is dose it with some chlorine before it goes through the pipes to your home. If you were to go to other parts of other parts of Florida, there are some surface water plants. They do use more chemicals in their water treatment. I always find it funny when tourists come here and they're buying bottled water, like, the water tastes awful here, and I'm like, this is like the cleanest drinking water you'll ever have, because we meet all the requirements of DEP just coming out of the ground without even putting the chlorine in.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any
So do
other
we think that the visitors think our water tastes bad because it is so clean and it doesn't have all those chemicals?
I just think it's what they're used to growing up with, like around the Atlanta area. A lot of those people drink surface water. Bay County area is surface water. So just depending on where they're coming from, if they might get it out of a river and treat it similar to surface water. So depending on just where they're coming from and the water they're used to drinking at home, we have pristine water here, so we protect it. Northwest Florida has a great resource of drinking water.
I asked because I went on a tour and it's really impressive, their facility. So that was one of my biggest things. I was
Yeah.
always afraid to drink out of the tap, and I got rid of my zero water now, and I just
Yeah, you shouldn't
drink
need
right
any-
out of the tap.
You shouldn't need any filters. One thing I'll mention, the Water Management District does a 10-year study, and they recently just came out with the results, I think it was the end of last year, that they are not going to put any restrictions on the Floridan aquifer in our area, the Panhandle, for the Northwest District, which was good to hear, because if they thought there was something negative going on with the aquifer, too much usage or things like that, they would start implementing restrictions. But based on their projections, we're good for at least another 10 years. So, any other questions?
Thank you,
All right.
Monica.
Yeah, thanks for being here.
Thanks, no problem.
We were supposed to have Joe D'Agostino was supposed to be here, so I think we're actually running a little bit ahead of schedule. He'll probably show, so if we could just reserve some time, maybe during public comment for him, and we'll just keep moving forward. Okaloosa County Sheriff's Office, we have Captain Jason Fulgham here. Captain?
Good morning. Most of y'all are familiar faces to me, but for anyone who doesn't know me, my name is Jason Fulgham. I'm the captain of the Okaloosa County Sheriff's Office. The Sheriff's Office breaks the Okaloosa County down into 3 districts. Destin falls into District 3, and I am the commander for that district. So what that means to the city with the contract for law enforcement with the Sheriff's Office, y'all can basically think of me like your chief of police. Goals for the city of Destin, coming from the Sheriff's Office, is partnership, crime reduction, and safety for both us and the citizens. As far as partnerships go, I can tell y'all right now, the Okaloosa County Sheriff's Office has got a better partnership with the city of Destin than most city law enforcement agencies I've seen have with their city. And that's a testament to your city staff. There is no one on your city staff that I have ever reached out to that hasn't immediately assisted me and I hope that the whole staff feels that way about me as well. I want to see that grow, and I want to see that continue. As far as crime reduction, we're fortunate here in the city that we do not have a lot of violent crime. What we do have is a lot of property crime. And of those, what leads the way is theft, followed closely by burglaries. And our strategic approach to dealing with that is one of intelligence-led policing. What intelligence-led policing is you take and pull crime stats from the area. You cluster those together on a map showing where your hot spots are. And then you look for areas that you can address that as law enforcement. I'm a big hunter, so I akin that to deer hunting. When you hunt deer, you look for the place where deer bed down, and you look for the place where they feed. And you find a choke point to those two places, and that's where you hunt. It's very similar to hunting criminals, okay? The computer system with stats tells us where they're feeding. And we take the information of where they're feeding, and we look for choke points around there where we have opportunities to make citizen contacts. An example of that would be if we're having a lot of burglaries up on Indian Trail. To get to Indian Trail, we all know you have to go up and down Main Street. What do we have right there on Main Street? We got a choke point in the curvy area of Main Street where people quite frequently violate traffic laws. So if the computer system shows us that we're having issues in that area, we're going to step up our enforcement at the times that we're having those type of issues in that choke point, conducting traffic stops and looking for signs that these people have been committing burglaries or thefts up in that area. We've had a challenge in that aspect in the past in that our current computer system does not generate those statistics very well. Those of you who have contacted me for types of statistics in the past know that it's challenging for us to pull them. The Sheriff's Office is currently purchasing or currently researching to purchase a new computer CAD system that's going to enable us to get that data more easily, and it's going to overlay that data for us much better. Another issue we have with thefts is the retail thefts that we have in the area. We're getting hit hard and have been getting hit hard in the past by the organized crime groups. Our CRD, Destin CRD, Shane Benninger, Community Resource Deputy, he devised a plan this year to where we pulled guys off of shift during the holiday shopping season, and Shane trained them. He's got a background in loss prevention and retail theft. He trained them on what more specific to look for with these organized groups, and we networked out with all of the retailers in Destin so that they could have a more smooth approach to reporting these things to us, and there is actually a computer system out there where they can communicate back and forth with each other. We got access to that so we could pick up more data on these people faster. So we could pick up on these people faster, and we're able to make quite a dent with the organized thefts. I believe we had 15 arrests here local, and another 15 or 14 that's going to be statewide, Shane?
Got 7 going statewide.
7.
Monthly case value is $12,000.
So that was a very successful program that we're going to continue with. Another issue that y'all all know that we face here is with traffic. What we've done in the past, and we're going to do again this year, is in partnership with the city, we have gotten together and put together a grant proposal to the Department of Transportation for them to give us federal funding to pay officers overtime to come out on their days off and strictly work on traffic enforcement inside the city of Destin. We've done that several times in the past over probably the past 5 or 6 years, either focusing on traffic issues or DUI, and those programs have been very successful. I feel like this one will be just as successful. As far as safety for us and our citizens, Monica touched on it. One of the biggest issues we have right now in the city is communications. There are places in the city where my deputies are unable to reach our dispatch. And you can imagine what an issue that causes. We have a citizen that's having a heart attack that we've come up on, and we can't hit our repeating tower in order to get fire and EMS to come help us save that person. Or, we have a situation where we're in danger from someone that's trying to cause harm to one of my deputies, and they can't reach out to their fellow deputies to come assist them. There are numerous places throughout the city that we've had that problem, and we've had that problem for several years. Fortunately, we got a solution now, and that's the radio tower that we're working with Destin water users to put over there behind their facility. That should solve that issue, and we're looking my guys are very much looking forward to that being put in place. Does anyone have any questions?
Sir, I have one.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned theft seems to be one of the biggest problems in this area, and we're transient, obviously. And I have a friend that owns that Ace Hardware in Miramar Beach. I realize that's not Destin, but when they were robbed, somebody took a trailer, stole a bunch of equipment, and obviously the only way to leave is 98 in and out. Have you guys worked or thought about working a co-op with possibly DOT on putting cameras on some of the stoplights, not to catch speeders, but in order for us to retrieve information, because it's obvious when you see a truck loaded down with a trailer full of stuff that pulled off a certain street, it would be easier to track that, possibly view it.
We have stood up a real-time crime center that does just that. It's in its infancy stages. We're in the process of getting access to cameras around throughout the community. We've currently got cameras in all the schools now. We're working with the city. They're going to give us access to a lot of the city cameras. We've got a lot of city cameras in the Emerald Grand, or I'm sorry, not city cameras, but a lot of cameras that we've partnered with in the Emerald Grand to do that type of thing. Unfortunately, right now, DOT is being resistant to us. They're not willing to give us access to their cameras on the stoplights. We are working with them, trying to work out a solution to that, and we do have a number of cameras up and down Highway 98 that are not associated with DOT that we are able to track vehicles with. It's called the flock system, and we've made numerous arrests in just the type of scenario that you've given by using those. Also, that flock camera system, we partnered with other people in the community where we can watch the cameras in Walton County. We can watch the cameras in Niceville, in Crestview, because obviously, crime is mobile, and they're not just committing crimes in our area.
I got a question.
Yes.
We always hear a lot of concerns and complaints about speeding, safety issues in that manner. Airport Road, and back roads, and neighborhood roads. I know I've seen, and I don't know how it works, but in Walton County, they utilize, I don't want to say the incorrect term, but like an auxiliary, kind of like a Coast Guard auxiliary. I see deputies in Walton County that are not, I don't know what, the posse, did you say? Yes, posse. They're not sure their level of a deputy or what, but I don't know what that is, but are there options in Okaloosa similar to that, something different, where we added to our staffing or our contract, we didn't have a normal deputy that would get called away to respond to crimes and burglaries and assist, but would solely focus on one or two things? Does that make sense?
Yeah, if I understand what you're asking for someone to do traffic enforcement who's not necessarily a sworn deputy that's dealing with the law enforcement aspect of the other crimes that are occurring.
Yeah, and I don't know if they're not sworn deputies
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah,
maybe you
that's-
can't speak to that, and that's okay,
Yeah.
but.
That we have a posse. I'm not sure how it relates to what Walton County's posse is, but you have a couple problems with using a posse.
Can
One-
you explain what a posse is?
Yeah, that's where I was headed.
Thank you.
What a posse is a volunteer who has had training, but they're not a sworn law enforcement officer. So they do not have any law enforcement powers unless they are being directly supervised by a law enforcement officer. So we can supplement our force with them by putting one in a car with us. That way, we, instead of sending 2 officers to a call in separate vehicles, we can go and they can provide backup and assistance for us. What they can't do is they can't function on their own in a law enforcement scenario, and they can't write speeding tickets and stuff of that nature. They can, there are classes that people can go through, and even your code enforcement can go through and get to where you can issue things like parking citations and stuff of that nature. But unless you are a sworn bonded law enforcement officer, you cannot enforce traffic into the area like speed and moving violations.
So does that mean that a posse member cannot on their own be in an Okaloosa County Sheriff's Office vehicle and park on Airport Road by themselves to educate and slow down people?
They can sit in a car there and not take any action other than just being a presence. The other issue that you have with the posse is, I started out my career as a posse member. It was a great way to get your foot in the door, get some experience, and start working. Back then, to be a posse member, all you had to do was take about I think it was like a 250-hour course, and you could come in. Unfortunately, and at that time, what you had was you had a lot of retired folks who were interested in serving their community that would do it by joining the posse, and you had a lot of folks that were in the position that I was in who was trying to get their foot in the door in law enforcement so they would join the posse. Several years ago, the state of Florida made it to where the posse members have to have the same training that I have to be a sworn law enforcement officer. That's a tremendous amount of time and money invested that's coming out of their pockets to do it. You couple that with the fact that we are like every other business in the world or in the United States right now, where we are struggling to find employees, struggling to find qualified employees. So people are now getting, when I started in law enforcement, you graduated from the law enforcement academy and you struggled to find a place to find a job. Now we're hiring people and putting them through the academy. So those two kind of things combined, I currently got 16 people on my posse. And out of those 16, I think all but maybe 3 of them have full-time jobs. So it's just not it's a good idea. We've done it in the past, and we would do it again if the numbers would rise back up to the level where we'd be able to.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And just for comparison's sake, how many people were in the posse back when you were trying to get your experience?
323.
If I might just give a little historical context, Kevin, when we first started our relationship with the Sheriff's Department, right after we incorporated, late 80s, early 90s, we hired deputies whose sole purpose and sole priority was traffic enforcement. We had a guy we used to call Radar Ray. And if, we still have an option to add to the contract and have deputies that are just simply going to prioritize traffic enforcement. It would be an added cost. And I can tell you, back in those days, Radar Ray was so efficient that a lot of people got mad at us. And so that's the other side of the coin. But I agree with you. We need to do better on that. And if we make it a priority and add it to the contract, I'm sure the sheriff would be happy to do it.
Yeah, the only issue we would have with that is just the actual manning. We would be glad to do it if we could find someone who's willing to come to work and do it. That's why that grant is a win-win situation, because it's not requiring us to hire any additional people, and it's not costing the city any additional money to get somebody who is solely focused on traffic enforcement for those hours.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned that you kind of find the pockets of where the crime is happening or the speeding is happening. So you're saying like on Main Street at that curve where the little Joe's Bayou meets where the lake is, do you find there's certain times of the day that it's beneficial to put a deputy at that parking spot there at Main Street Park and catch them as they come around from that end of Main Street headed north?
We've got many other areas in the city that have got a lot more issues with speeding than that particular one. So focusing on that one just for a speed issue wouldn't be efficient unless we had another issue like I was talking about going on up in the neighborhood. But yeah, we do, we quite frequently put deputies stationary in areas. Back when we were having all the issues on airport, we would focus on that as an issue. 98's always a problem. One of the other big problems on 98 is at some point in time, it gets so congested with traffic that it's more of a danger to us and the public for us to work traffic on Highway 98 than it is the benefit from slowing people down. But yeah, we do. There are areas in the city, such as airport, where we do put people stationary working traffic.
I have a question.
Yes.
I've noticed in other tourist areas that the police force in that area would take some of their older cars and just kind of randomly place them around the city, and they'd be empty.
Yeah.
And I noticed that a lot of people, especially tourists, see a car sitting there and just slow down automatically.
Yeah.
Has that been thought about in this area?
We've done that. We've done it where we take and we'll put a car there empty, and then we'll let it sit there for a little while, and then people get used to it being there. They speed back up, and then we'll put a deputy in a car in the same location so that they get to where they're not sure whether we're there or not. But yes, we've done that frequently in the past.
All right, thank you very much, Jason.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, I believe Mel Ponder had a previous engagement, so we'll just keep moving through to the Destin Chamber. I see both Jason Belcher and Shane Moody here, so I'm not sure which one.
Not Jason, just Shane.
Yeah, if you want to stay within the time limit, you do not want Jason to talk. He needs to save his voice anyway. We got a board meeting at 3:30 today, so I thank y'all for putting this on top of that. I got a day full of this stuff. But thanks again for letting me be here. The first thing I want to do is thank you for your partnership. I look around the room, and some people in here I've known for a very long time, either since I've started or since they came on board. And every time, especially with Destin Forward is concerned, if I need meeting space, if I need a place to hold a class for a day, I send one email and 6 people email me back and say, you can have our facility, you can have our facility. And that's very important because it allows the chamber to show off what the city has. And I also want to thank everybody in this room that participated in Destin Forward last week. They were blown away by all the things that you do. And everybody was so cordial and so smart and so just down to earth talking to them. Most of the counselors came. I know a couple of you were out of town and couldn't be here. But it's really good for them to get to see that, and that speaks volumes about the partnership that we have with the city. Mayor Wagner has done a fantastic job of continuing the open dialogue that Mayor Jarvis started when he got elected, and I don't know how many of you were around or remember when Mayor Jarvis got elected. The chamber and the business community were the bad guys in town. Everything was our fault. Nothing positive being said about us. And Mayor Jarvis worked really, really hard to open those conversations and kind of help me change that perception. And for that, I will be always grateful. It also seems that for the first time in a long time at one of these meetings, when I stand up and speak, there seems to be an awful lot of positive things happening in this community because of things that you're doing as a council and as a city staff. It's one thing that happened at Destin Forward, and Jason was here for most of the day. Brianna, who works on our chamber staff, was here almost all day. And we counted, we think, 8 department heads that came in, and every single one of them said, I have the best job at the city of Destin. I have the vision. That's an internal culture that creates, and I'm a huge culture guy. Those of you who've known for a long time, I talk about the culture inside of the organization. I work really hard on that. Monica's on our board. She knows how hard I work on the internal culture because external means nothing if you're not good on the inside. Those people making positive comments about their jobs, it's the first time I've ever heard them do that. There's a really good culture with really good people inside the organization right now, so keep that in mind as you think about it. But not just positive things, big things. I mean, Royal Melvin Heritage Park, it looks like we might get that open this year, right? After 20 years, it's finally going to happen. I mean, that'll be the biggest thing since we opened the Harbor Boardwalk 15 years ago. I remember you guys asking me to MC that event down on the harbor, and I was like, yeah, I'll be glad to MC this. This is awesome that we're finally at this point. So there's big things happening. The beach acquisitions, so much positive buzz in the community, much more positive buzz than the negative buzz that you're hearing. The positive buzz is incredible, and it's what we have to do to help take care of our residents and our tourists who are coming in. We can't take care of the residents unless the tourists are coming in. Crosstown Connector, I'm going to leave it there. Parking garages. You know, we do have a parking issue in the harbor. We have a traffic issue in the harbor, and the traffic issue is because they don't have anywhere to pull off of Highway 98. We still suggest that you look at a parking garage at Marler and a parking garage down behind McGuire's. And parking garages are the only piece of public infrastructure that pay for themselves, and pay for themselves rapidly. I've seen it in many, many cities. There are cities that you would, Charleston, South Carolina, all the parking garages they have downtown now that you don't even know are parking garages because they've got them decorated. They look like part of the architecture downtown, and they pay for themselves. I had lunch with Webb and Tamara a couple of weeks ago when we were talking about parking and parking fees, and I was amazed at how inexpensive it is to park. It should be a minimum of $15 just to pull into the Marler parking lot. The tourists are going to pay to park. I think you're going to see more businesses, from what I've heard, along the harbor charge for parking this year so that they're getting the people that want to come and do business with them, which I think is very, very smart. Which leads us to another thing that we've been talking about a lot is workforce housing. I call it workforce housing, not affordable housing, because affordable is what anybody's willing to pay for something, right? Affordable car to me is not an affordable car, or an affordable car to Mr. Bagby is not an affordable car to me, right? So you can tell the people I've known a long time, but so it's what somebody's willing to pay. Parking garages lend themselves to creating workforce housing. 3-story garage with 3 stories of apartments, public-private partnership. We can take care of some of that issue. You know, I looked a while ago, most of you know I visit the FloridaScorecard.org a lot. There's 446,000 jobs in the state of Florida and only 228,000 people looking for work. So if those 228,000 people find jobs, there's still 220,000 jobs open. We're the 3rd fastest growing state in the country. We're the best state in the country, but we're the 3rd fastest growing in the country. So how do we solve that? And I say that to let you know that workforce housing, you know, unemployment rate in Okaloosa County is 1.9%. In the state, it's 2.5%. We're at full employment. And I say that to tell you that I have chamber friends all over the state, and every time we're together, a bunch of us will be together in Tallahassee next week for a couple of days. We complain about workforce housing and the unemployment rate. We don't know what to do. We're at a puzzled place right now. We're not the only community facing this. I also think workforce housing, watch what the legislature is going to do with it. I think there are going to be some creative, incentive-based ideas to come out that will help you and help us find solutions to workforce housing. Our board's had some conversations. We don't know what it looks like yet. And I've had several conversations with some of the staff here and maybe a counselor or two. But is there an opportunity for us to partner and come up with some kind of economic development initiative? You know, we're never going to have a BMW come in here and offer 2,500 jobs at $90,000 a year. And we don't want that in Destin. But isn't there an opportunity for some light manufacturing, some high-tech manufacturing to come in here that pays that kind of money? the people that can afford to live here, that you want to live here? Is there something we can do together to create that? I mean, I don't remember the last direct hit that the city of Destin got from the EDC. And there's got to be something we can do together. Again, we're not sure what it looks like, but it's just something that we've talked about. Short-term rentals, I know there's a lot of angst and consternation right now about short-term rentals, but there's not a person sitting in this room who hasn't made money off of or because of short-term rentals. So it is the goose that's laid the golden egg. It feeds the fishing industry. The fishing industry feeds short-term rentals. So, yeah, I've always said, if you buy a house by an airport, you're going to hear planes. If you buy a house by an interstate, you're going to hear trucks. And if you buy a house on the south side of 98 in the tourist community, you got to deal with tourists. It's just a fact of life. So my kids have been saying, they're 17 and 14 now, but since they've been saying since 5 years old, Daddy, it's not traffic, it's cash registers ringing. And I said, you're exactly right. So that's our philosophy. And finally, I want to talk about the city center. I don't think y'all would be surprised if I walked away and didn't talk about the city center. I think we're at a point where the possible future landowner of the old-time pottery, I think it's imperative that we get some meetings with them and start finding out. I think you guys talked about it at the council meeting the other night. Have some discussions. Are they even interested in partnering with us somehow and letting us create this? That would be the biggest thing to happen to this city in my 20 years here. And we've got to start having the discussions. In economic development right now, the big phrases are transformational and generational. Creating a city center would be transformational and generational. It would feed this community for multiple generations to come. And so we highly encourage, we want to be a part of that. I'm just having a talk with Mayor Jarvis in the back about this, and I know he's got a couple of calls scheduled. Unfortunately, I've got things already going on and can't make the calls. But the chamber wants to be part of that. We want to be part of discussions with Lewis and his guys about land development code and comprehensive plans and things that we can do. So as you all as a city move forward with that, please keep us in mind. I've had conversations with everybody in this room. We were here for Destin Forward last Thursday. There were people who weren't even speaking that came in the room just to say hello to me and see how things were going. That means a lot to me as the chamber guy, that I have that kind of relationship with people that work for the city, because it's not always that way. With that, I'll close, and if there's any questions or anything anybody wants to ask, I'll be glad to try to answer it. Or I'll call Jason up later.
I got one for you, Shane. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you for the chamber. I think what you just said a minute ago about the airports and things like that is funny. There is some truth, but I also think it's important to remember that the people that buy the houses south of 98, it's not like they're moving into a neighborhood that says this is a short-term rental neighborhood only, and if you move in here. So I think it's also important for our city and our staff to remember that the number one priority is the citizen of Destin's residents. And that even if they are moving to the south of 98, it's our duty and our responsibility to make sure we are supporting them through our LDC and all of the things that we have.
Absolutely.
To support them. But it's funny what you said.
Yeah,
I
right.
just wanted to make sure that,
No, I completely understand
that.
that.
In our sites as well.
Yeah, and in no way am I saying ignore the residents who live south of 98.
Right.
It's the same thing as our position. I've caught some flack from this from some people in town, but have been able to explain it to them, and they kind of grasp it. But our position of no short-term rentals north of 98 next to historically long-term residential neighborhoods, that's a quality of life issue. And if you're going to take care of the business community, which is our number one priority, you got to take care of the residents, because if they get ticked off and move away, you got nobody spending money in the local businesses. So I completely agree with that.
For the EDC, that's kind of interesting. Do we know how much we work with the TDC or EDC right now, like monetarily, what we give them? Yeah. I mean, where's everyone's thoughts with that? Yeah. I mean, regardless of what the number is, I mean, I think whether it's now or later today, if this is strategic planning, I mean, is it worth our while? I mean, 15, we fought over less and had longer discussions for less money up at the dais. So do we need to be a part of the EDC?
You are, I think.
Yeah, we are now.
Yeah. And I'll leave that up to you. And I'm not encouraging either or.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, is there something that we can do? I have a lot of economic development in my background because of the chambers where I got my training. A lot of people look at me and go, you hadn't had any training, have you? But, you know, I've worked in economic development a lot, so it's been a while. But, you know, is there something we can do? Is there a way to create something to help draw the kind of business that would fit here? You know, and we said in 2010, when the oil spill happened, and I watched businesses that had been open for 30 years close because they just couldn't make it, you know, and we've kind of screamed from the rooftops, we've got to do something to diversify the economy. Tourism and military, if either something happens to either one of those, what do we do? There's nothing left. So we have to look at it that way, in our opinion, yeah. Yeah, well, that's what I said a minute ago. I don't remember the last time we had a direct hit, yeah, from the EDC. So from a project from the EDC. So, yeah.
Oh, yeah, my only comment is, unfortunately, the EDC or the business, diversified business coming into Destin and the affordable housing, they're all directly connected to the price of property. You can't spend millions of dollars on property in Destin and put affordable housing on it, nor can you put a small manufacturing plant. But in the long run, the EDC, and we've cut back tremendously on what we used to give them, if they create economic development in parts of the county near us, those people come to Destin, they recreate, they eat at restaurants, they go on fishing boats. So in the past, while we've been trimming back what we gave them we always understood that their activities do benefit us. And I would love to have a solution to the affordable housing and to bring in industry. We find some property in Destin that could be affordable for those uses, and that'll be our solution. Maybe we will get some grants and some money from the federal or state people, but that's the really only solution to it. You can't pay $3 million for a small piece of property in Destin and put affordable housing on it.
Yeah, but we understand that. We understand
Yeah.
that's an issue. Yep.
To give a little historic background, we went down that road on the workforce housing, and that's why the fishing fleet initially had this god-awful plan where they were going to put these high-priced condos up on this multi-story building, and then in the center, the donut hole, they were going to put affordable housing because we as a council had incentivized people to do under, with Mr. Marler as the lead, workforce housing. Yeah. That was actually what it did. That's what
who
we
takes
ended
care of our
up
money.
doing. Yeah. Hey, I'll give you $5 in a minute. But the price of land prohibits, and we looked at all, and remember, this was before we had 8,000 apartments or whatever we have out there now behind Walmart and beside Walmart, because that was the solution. And that is not what I would consider affordable housing, despite what people say, okay? But it is lower cost housing, and it's about as close to affordable as we're going to get. And on the EDA, you know, our focus historically was office job, you know, let's create some office space where they're CPA or law or something where they're paying people a really good wage. But a manufacturing site, other than the old oil change place, that, you know, we just didn't have any land to do that.
Well, thank you all very much.
Thanks, Shane.
All right, thank you, Shane. Up next, we have Joe DiAgostino from the Destin Fire Control District. Joe, the microphone is all yours.
Is one push good? Yeah, it'll stay there. Good morning, everybody. For those of you that don't know who I am, Joseph D'Agostino, Beach Safety Division Chief for Destin Fire Control District. Yesterday was my 18th year anniversary working for the fire department. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. That's where these came from. They used to be brown, and now they're glowing white. June 8th, 2003, it's 20 years ago this June. As a community, we cannot forget what happened on that day. We lost 8 people on a single day, 20 that year from rip current. So we've come a long way in those 20 years. The lifeguard services have been in place for 19. Like I said earlier, I've been here for 18. And currently what we do is we expand and contract like a giant accordion. Starting in the second week of March, we'll have about 9 folks out on roving patrols. The city will have 2 public beach trails covered with lifeguard chairs. It'll be at June Whitedecker, as well as, I always call it by the street names, and I do apologize. Hutchinson, which is the shores at Crystal Beach, is the name of the park. I apologize. My brain works on a map, not on the park names. And then it expands a little bit further into summer. This summer, we're working on having 24 lifeguard chairs and towers, as well as those roving patrols. And now for the first time, or last year was the first time, I apologize, in our history that it's contiguous, we're going to cover from Noriega Point all the way to the Walton County line. There will be no gaps in coverage. That includes Henderson Beach State Park. Last year, we were able to get 3 lifeguard chairs put in the state park. That took a tremendous amount of cooperation with the state, the county, the city. It's one of the first times that I'm aware that the state has actually put lifeguards in a park. The 3 years prior to that, we were averaging about 3 drownings a summer. Last year, 0. So that's the effectiveness of what it is that we can do. So if you folks have any questions, I know I've seen a lot of familiar faces here, folks that have been with us for quite some time. But if you folks have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
What can we do any more further to continue to support or do more for you?
It's a great question, and yeah, it's a great question, and I hate to be the guy that sounds self-serving, but unfortunately, I kind of am in that arena. Every other public entity, city, county, sheriff's office, everyone has a matrix, a way that they can collect funds, right? Ad valorem tax. You build something, it's taxed, and that's collected. The only mechanism I have is to ask for more. So if we can support that, we're very frugal. If you look at what we cover and how we do it, buoys that wash up from storms, we save those and we swim to those. We recycle rope, we do everything we possibly can to be as frugal as possible. So, I think what we're working with the county right now seems to be on par. We're going to try and extend our services through the winter so that we will have a presence on the beach November, December, January, and right now. It won't be much of a presence, but it'll at least be somebody not responding from a fire truck. It'll be people that are on the beach, on vehicles that can get there a little bit faster. We're all aware that we just had someone pass in the harbor this past weekend. If you look at it statistically right now, we're having more drownings in Destin in the off-season than we are during the summer. So the lifeguard service, help from the sheriff's office as well, it's all making a huge difference. So just some support if the county is to pay for the whole thing. The TDC, just some support for that, a push for that would be tremendous, because it feels like I come to these things quite often and everyone says the county should pay for it, the county should pay for it. Maybe we can all get together and maybe see that happen, or figure out a way to at least divide who feels what they want to have skin in the game and how much that dollar amount is.
Awesome. Thank you, Joe.
You're welcome, Lance. Thank you, everybody.
One question.
Sure.
We budget some money that goes toward the lifeguards every year. Do you remember what that is, or perhaps Crystal does?
$100,000.
It's
$100,000.
$100,000, and it hasn't changed a whole lot. And the ultimate responsibility for safety on the beach falls on the city of Destin. It's within the municipal limits. The fact that the fire district is doing it is a tremendous bonus for us. But in my opinion, we need to help them a little bit more. You know, we haven't changed that $100,000 in a number of years, and hopefully we'll consider that at the budget hearings.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I just want to echo what Mr. Destin had said. I think you have maybe one of the most important jobs and departments in this whole town. And I've known you for years and just have a lot of respect and appreciate everything you do. I think you guys do a great job. So just want to say thanks, but I would support that as well.
Thank you.
I will also echo that I support that we try and get you guys more money, because without you, we certainly would have a whole lot more accidents and a lot more deaths. So thank you, and thank you for being on the job for 18 years. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
bet.
Thank you. 7 more to go, 7 more to go.
No, I agree.
My knees.
Yeah, no, I agree, but it's got to be, like Joe said, a partnership. The TDC, which fully funds the lifeguards in Walton County, okay, has to be a part. The county has to be a part. We have to be a part. And the Fire Control District, which has the largest single tax base in the county, other than the county, has to have a part too. Because they get not only taxes from our citizens, but from Kelly.
And I'm never opposed to sit down and have those conversations, ever. Yeah, I just want to see it work. I really do. That's why I've been here for 18 years. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Joe.
Thanks, Joe.
All right, up next, we have a longtime member of the Charter Boat Association. We have Captain Gary Jarvis here. Some of you may know him. And he's going to give us a brief update on the Charter Boat Association.
Good to see everybody again. Coming up here is Captain Gary Jarvis, my real title. Lot going on in the fishing fleet right now. Everybody's on dry dock, painting, scrubbing, cleaning, fiberglassing, getting ready for the season, which is about to kick off here just in a matter of days for some. There's some early spring breaks in the late February period, and then March basically will kick off real good. There's a couple of things that the charter fleet is initiating in the management process of our fisheries. One is we've got sector separation, which means that the charter industry, even though they participate in the recreational side of the fisheries, has always been kind of like the redheaded buck-tooth stepchild. It's been considered by some as being a commercial entity, which it is. They run businesses and they make profit. But on the other sense, they're taking recreational anglers fishing for fun. And so in 2014, we got sector separation. We got our own allocation of fish and red snappers. And our season went from 9 days to last year was 82. And needless to say, I don't have to tell you what 82 days means to these individual charter operators. It basically makes their whole season, and everything on the shoulder seasons and the other fisheries they participate in just enhances their overall economic success. We are working on sector separation in some of the other key fisheries that are important to the Destin charter fleet: amberjack, red and gag groupers, and triggerfish. All that the fleet's trying to do is get their historical participation levels ensured by getting allocation of fish. And even in snapper, we got way less than we asked for, but it turned out to be way more than we needed when it comes to opportunities for our fishing fleet to have their own fishery. So that's going to be a challenge, more so than it was when I introduced that in 2008. And the Secretary of Commerce signed it in 2014, because there's some strong lobbies that they don't want us to get anything extra. So it's going to take some challenges. I always told the guys in the fleet, you don't have to be at every meeting, but when we ring the bell, it's time to suit up your armor and prepare to get involved in the process. Speaking of the process, I've put my name in the hat for the Gulf Council to represent Destin in the charter for hire and recreational industry, because now I have a company where I take private boat recreational anglers fishing. So that's how I make my living. So I wear those two different hats in the recreational fishery. I hope to get on the governor's appointee list, sending out letters. I've had Lance actually sent a letter to support my recommendation to the governor to be on the list. And then when it gets to Commerce Secretary of Commerce's level, that's a whole nother ball of wax. And I've got a lot of support at the DC level. So hopefully the main thing is I get on the list. And then not only will I, be part of the federal management process, but of course I'm a Destin charter boat captain. And I also have a business that takes Destin private anglers fishing. So we'll have good representation for the Panhandle of Florida. Another thing that's facing the fleet, and I heard a little bit of talk about it, was parking on the harbor for our customers. It's become a challenge. Most of the property owners now are going to paid parking. A few of them are actually going to raise the paid parking. And it's just because there's more demand for parking than there's parking. So to talk about what Shane did, one of the things that this council's going to really have to work on long-term is we do need multi-story paid parking. It pays for itself over time. Y'all saw the budget on what just our street level gravel parking lots is starting to generate for the city, so it does work. I was in Pensacola. My son and I are opening a restaurant there in about 3 months, and it's paid parking everywhere. There's no free parking in Pensacola except very, very few areas. And people just, they want to participate in the shopping in that district down there, and paid parking is just part of the deal. It's a conscientious choice you got to make. I understand the parking, paid parking for the people in the harbor because their resources are limited, but having more parking in Destin is only going to be a win-win for our community. So that will be important to the charter fleet as we move forward, is ease of operation to keep people down there on that harbor. We still, the charter guys, they get a lot of advanced bookings, but we still book a lot of folks at the dock. They see the fish. And so the more activity we have down there on that harbor, the more important that is to the successful of the charter fleet. So there's been talk about a city marina. I've talked to charter fishermen in all 5 states, some that operate out of city operated marinas. And up to this point, the cities have been treating those charter operators pretty decent. None of them had any real negative things to say about a city-maintained marina, but the caveat in most of those were those city marinas were earmarked and proposed and intended to be for their charter fleets, to keep their heritage, their waterfronts good. So if we go down that route, and these guys are paying right now, most of the guys on the harbor right now are paying between $1,000 to $1,200 a month in dock rent. So if the city does go down that route, it's not going to be a huge burden on the city. In fact, at some point when that mortgage is paid off, it'll actually be a really good funding source for the city. So I'm not opposed at all in the thoughts of a city marina. I know it's down on the list, and maybe that's where it needs to stay because there's so many important things to accomplish in the next 2 or 3 years. But at some point, that might be another thing that would enhance the fleet. So without any questions, that's pretty much the update with Destin Charter Boat Association. Go ahead, Kevin.
Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. I made a bet. I just lost $5 because you didn't talk about hockey. So,
well, I don't know if you noticed my limp when I was walking up here, but I played Monday and Tuesday night, and Tuesday night I tweaked my knee.
Gosh, but I will ask from the association the thoughts on the harbor congestion. Harbor, there's a lot of things happening out there, a lot of potential things coming in the future with landowners that want to add docks, add length, add more slips for small boats, big boats, maybe fishing, maybe not fishing. I mean, do y'all have any thoughts on what's kind of going on? I mean,
we've had a conversation just recently about this. We had a Gulf Council meeting week before last in Biloxi, and Captain Jim Green, the president of Charter Boat Association, a couple of our members, we were there, and we talked about that very fact. The moratorium has largely been on livery vessels was largely driven by members of the Destin Charter Boat Association because of the congestion, the untrained operators causing havoc on just an operational standpoint, getting in and out of the harbor. Also, we were losing slips that were traditionally six passenger charter boats, or even multi-passenger charter boats. They were losing opportunity for new guys to get in because they can't find a place to dock their boat. So that was our push. It's my push. You know me, I've been trying to get it mandatory. Protect the guys that are operating livery vessel companies for years here, but that's enough. And I think the harbor capacity study showed one weekend there was like 75,000 or 7,500 in and outs in one day. The large majority of them were pontoon vessels. So that's an issue. Talking about expansion of docks, there is more demand for especially state licensed guides that want to run out of Destin Harbor a legitimate business. There's been issues with people docking it or launching from Joe's Bayou, which is against our ordinances, stuff like that. And those guys, there's like 60 or 65 state licensed guides right now running out of Choctawhatchee Bay or in our waterways. Those guys would like to pay rent and operate, pay insurance and get a business license and run out of Destin if there was a place to dock. So if somebody's going to build or expand their marina and build more slots, that could provide these guys an opportunity to pay that $1,000 a month and run out of the Charter Boat Association, and even the non-members of the Destin Charter Boat Association, the charter guys I know that are running state licensed guide operations, they would love the opportunity to be able to run out of our harbor and run a business. So, and a six-pack charter boat under our ordinance is 1.5 parking spots. You put 4 12-passenger pontoon boats in that same slip, need I say more? So that's where they stand on that. We would encourage more opportunity to dock in the harbor. There's a demand for charter operators to do it. My concern is there's this new phenomena going on where to overcome the moratorium on livery vessels, you got these little motor-operated bars or the six-pack livery vessel type operation. So that's something that, of course, this is a visioning session. That's something that y'all may want to talk about is what is our goal? Some of that is going to come out of the harbor capacity study, but I'm just speaking from a charter boat operator standpoint. We're the luckiest fishing village in the world. I don't want to see that sign have to be changed to be the largest livery vessel or motorized bar village in the world. So that's my personal feeling about that. If we're going to do anything to increase dockage or anything on the harbor, I would surely think that our organization and our fleet and myself as a legacy charter fisherman would want to focus on keeping Destin's heritage intact and alive. There's a demand for those other type of businesses, but I don't think they bring a lot heritage-wise to our community.
Yeah, Captain Jarvis, thanks for being here. So I was curious, and I've got a little bit of information on it, but can you explain what the Gulf Council is and who makes up that board?
Okay, the Gulf Council is it's a regional management fisheries management process. There's 6 main councils throughout the United States. On our side of the world, you've got the New England, Mid-Atlantic, South Atlantic, and Gulf of Mexico management processes. They meet 6 times a year. It's a very transparent process. You can go, unlike, under Florida sunshine laws where you guys can't talk to each other, the council members on these marine management councils, they can communicate to each other, they can come up with plans, and the public has really good access. When I go over there for 3 or 4 days, I can meet with every single council member. We can go have lunch, we can talk in between breaks, and it's an effective way to try to manage, but at the same time you have agendas and stuff like that. It used to be every state had to have a commercial representative, a recreational representative, and somebody from the science community. That requirement was called the Lot Amendment. It ended about 5 years ago. And right now, the private boat recreational lobby, not private boat anglers, but their lobby, ASA and the CCA, has dominated the makeup of the council. That's why there's a big push for somebody like myself to get on there, because I have a much broader view and I don't have a set agenda. I want to protect these fisheries. And that's the main goal of these councils. They're supposed to maintain our healthy Gulf fisheries. Unfortunately, politics gets in the way, and there's some decisions that have been made here recently that I'm really concerned about the health of our fisheries. And as we all know in this community, if we don't have healthy fisheries, we got an economic problem immediately on the private boat sector, on the charter sector, and on the commercial sector, all the restaurants. I mean, it intertwines. We talked about, I was listening to the meeting when it first started, and Lance was talking about how the importance of a good ecology is to the common citizen. That's so much understated. We live, breathe, and survive on the health of healthy fisheries and the Gulf of Mexico. One of the things we talked about at this last council meeting that has been kind of neglected in the Gulf of Mexico management process is what's happening in our inland waterways and our bays. Water quality is becoming an issue that's starting to affect our golf a lot. So that's what this management body does, and it's really important. I know when I was mayor, and even prior to that, this council's had to weigh in, excuse me, as we've requested letters of support or resolutions and things like that, just to let this council, NOAA, National Marine Fisheries, understand that this city is concerned about some of these issues. Of course, I'll be hitting y'all up for some of that, even if I don't get on the council, because that's our bread and butter, not only as a fisherman and running a couple different businesses, but my sons in the restaurants and the consumers and guys like Dewey and myself. We rely on fresh Gulf seafood, so it's important.
And thank you for the explanation. I was curious a little bit myself, but I think that if you were, that organization or that council is it directly affects our economy, in a big way. So that's why I wanted to get an explanation, especially to have it on the public record for other people to hear and how we should support you.
Yeah, if anybody would like to send a letter to Governor DeSantis, you got till I think it's March 10th to get letters of support in. Private letters from private individuals, Gulf Council members. I got Mel Ponder, Jimmy Petronas has called in a good word and stuff like that. So that's very important. I've seen at the council level here just recently, and more cities and coastal communities are starting to weigh in on some of these management processes and some of the deals. So whether I get on the council or not, I'll probably be coming before this council in this next year and bring you up to speed on what's going on, and maybe even need a resolution or a recommendation to let the city council and the city of Destin put a stamp on this management process and remind these folks up there how important fisheries and the healthy economy and the ecology of our area is to our city. All right, thank you.
Yeah, just one thing to reinforce what Gary said, the world's luckiest fishing village. So you go back to the last meeting where we approved that dock, okay? It had all that excess capacity, even though it's only limited, I think, to 10 vessels and how many ever jet skis. We either have to stop that, or we have to, and stopping it is not just voting against it when it comes before, but changing the rules that say, no, you can't do that, okay? Or we are going to be the world's most populous livery vessel city or pontoon vessel city. And that's why I voted against it. It was too much capacity. You got enough room for probably 20 of those. And even though they're only permitted for 10, now we've just created who's going to go down and count that every day?
Well, I just want to say things like that issue of trying to protect our heritage, it is y'all's responsibility. That's why you set policy and you legislate. And it's no different than some of the discussion. I'll be back here after lunch talking about the city center. That's important to the community. That's important to the residents. But it also is important to the heritage of the city. You saw the priority items that was set when I was mayor and that you guys are fixing to kind of reset. These are the priorities of our community. And so fisheries, the fishing fleet, city center, all that is what makes us us. So, I appreciate those words, Jim, but that's just something that, we probably need to take a little more holistic view when we're addressing some of these issues. And I'd appreciate it if you did as a fisherman. Thank you.
Just so you know, Gary, I was not at the meeting. I was out of town at a conference, but I did have Ms. Kopp bring up the fact that we need to change it at the LDC meeting to prevent this from continuing, because until we change our ordinances and our rules in Destin, so that's basically what's coming up in the March meeting. That's one of the things I want to push forward is we need to make that change, and we need to change it soon, because this system is just going to continue to carry on if we don't put a limit on it, which will help us.
There was a large, and Dewey was a driving force as a citizen when we went through the new comp plan. That new comp plan was to address things to protect the heritage and the makeup of our community, and that is exactly the same thing. And so I'd highly encourage you guys to take a real serious look at it, and just make a decision. You'll hear from other people in the community. Not everybody's going to agree with me or the charter fleet on this, but at the very end, it comes to what do we want Destin to be? Thank you.
On the agenda, we have the departmental and division updates, but what I was going to ask the council's permission is two things, really. I've had a couple of requests that we take a brief break, a 10-minute break, and then if I missed this when reviewing the agenda originally, but right now, we don't have a spot for public comment before lunch, and I just thought maybe we could work in some of the public comment before lunch. So you want to do break first and then public comment, or public comment and then break? Public comment and then break? Awesome. So at this time, I would like to ask if anyone from the public would like to come up and talk. Awesome. Please come on up. You can come on up. Is there anyone else? Oh, there she comes. Okay, I see her. I was blocked by the screen. So what I would ask is if you just state your name, your address, and please speak into the microphone so Ray can get you on our recording for the public. Thank you. And thank you for participating.
Thank you. I'm Diane Eliason. I live at 418 Ridgewood Circle. Ridgewood Manor, we have an issue with parking. And we have one neighbor who has taken it upon herself to call code every time there's a little infraction in our neighborhood. We don't have enough room for families who have children that are driving. And it's caused a problem because sometimes you have this much of your car hanging over the sidewalk. They've gotten citations recently. I've lived there for 23 years and never had code come in and write us up. They are now threatening with tickets. And one family member did get a $100 ticket for being a few feet into the sidewalk. So we need to work on trying to resolve this situation with y'all. Because what's going to happen is people are going to be moving out of the neighborhood, and because there's nowhere to park, and they'll probably move out of Destin if it's something that y'all are enforcing citywide. I don't have an answer, but we'd like to open up a discussion with whoever the proper person is.
Ma'am, I appreciate you coming today. We have a topic to discuss code compliance and the code department, I believe, actually on this agenda.
Right.
Because some of the things that you are speaking of are very, very important. And there's multiple sides to that item that you're talking about. You know, there's also the people that have the issues with blocking of sidewalks that create safety problems and concerns for their children riding their bikes on the sidewalk and things like that.
Not supposed to ride a bike on a sidewalk.
Walking on a sidewalk then when you're walking your dog down the street. So there's an item I think we are going to really dive deep into some of this. Correct me if I'm wrong, so I thank you for coming and presenting it, and I'm going to probably talk a lot more about it during that item.
And that would be the code?
That would be 8C, I believe, but I didn't set this agenda. I'm just assuming.
And unfortunately, as this is a public comments department section, we can't really engage with you and tell you our thoughts on this until we get to that section. So I concur with what Mr. Schmidt said. Thank you for coming. We did get your emails, and if we can just handle that when we get to that department, thank you.
Well, you're welcome.
I've got one comment to make. My name is Tim Knipp. I live on 416 Ridgewood Circle. Can you hear me? Yep. Hello, council. My name is Tim Knipp. I live at 416 Ridgewood Circle. I'd like this caveat add on to what Diane said about this issue. I'd like to give an analogy, food for thought, before the meeting, that you could address this issue about the code section. I was a former police officer. There is spirit and intent of the law. And I'll give an analogy, and then that's all I got to say. Speed limit, 35 miles an hour. If you go over 36 miles an hour, I can give you a ticket. Is that really the spirit and intent of the law? We giving out 150 tickets for citizens going over 1 mile an hour over the speed limit? That's exactly what's happening in our neighborhood with this code enforcement violations. It's petty. We need to stick to bigger things. Code enforcement has better things to do than drive down our neighborhood 3 or 4 times a day, giving tickets to selective enforcement, specifically one neighbor that lives in our neighborhood, which the culprit does not like and hates, and just wait for him to do something wrong so she can call code enforcement and write out a ticket. So that's the gist of it. I understand what you're saying about safety, but again, spirit and intent of the law. Does a police officer give out a speeding ticket for you going over 1 mile an hour? I highly doubt it. They got better things to do. So that's all I got to say. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, and, oh, go ahead.
Just tagging on, and I know that code enforcement is coming up, but I live at 428 Ridgewood Circle. Our street is very, very quiet. Yesterday I had the day off because I had a dishwasher installed, and I saw 2 Federal Express trucks, 1 tractor supply truck, and the postman. And before this happened, it was no big deal to walk on the sidewalk and then go around the cars, no big deal at all. When I did have a kid in a stroller, it was no big deal for me to go around a car. So for very, very brief, very, very occasional, and very, very few people that are going to traverse from the sidewalk through the driveway, that's going to affect every single person in the neighborhood on a quiet street with teeny tiny driveways. It just seems like something needs to be amended. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, councilmen, councilwomen, my name is Michael Janettis. I live at 403 Ridgewood Circle here in Destin, in the same beautiful, peaceful, quiet neighborhood as these other residents here. Been living there for 5 years, never had any complaints about parking in my own driveway. I would say this, that when the neighborhood was planned and built, it really wasn't thought out very well for anybody that has more than 2 vehicles in their home. My wife and I both work. We have 2 daughters and a son. 2 of them drive. And so parking in our own driveway, as of recent, we've been getting these yellow citations from the codes department. And I appreciate the codes department. They keep us in check and they keep things orderly. But there just doesn't seem to be an option with, what we should do to fix this situation, because my neighbor asked the one code person who was writing the ticket, well, where am I supposed to park? And the guy literally said, go find a parking lot somewhere and park your vehicle there. And he's like, well, I'm going to continue to park in my driveway. And this neighbor is a young man named Giovanni Galvin, lives across the street from me. His father died during COVID. 19-year-old kid, raising his, basically he immediately went to work picking up his father's tools to provide for his entire family. And it seems like they're targeting this young man because they keep coming back to his house specifically. And so he's doing the best to rearrange his vehicles. And I watched the way that his vehicle was parked backwards into his driveway. And his front bumper was sticking out probably, I don't know, 10, 12 inches into where the sidewalk would go through the driveway. And they gave him a $100 fine for parking in his own driveway. And for me, $100 isn't a lot, but for Giovanni, it's a lot of money. And so do we park in our yards and look like Sanford and Son, or do we what can be done about this where we're no longer harassed? Because we just feel like the entire neighborhood over the last week and a half has just been become very contentious. And so we'd love your help on this. If we need to do something like with the parking. And the funny thing is the culprit at 419 Ridgewood Circle, the one that's calling on everybody, I've never seen her in 5 years walk the neighborhood. She has 2 huge driveways. Her main driveway is not in city code compliant because she removed the actual sidewalk to replace it with all pavers in her driveway, so there's not an actual sidewalk going through her driveway. So the one that's causing all the problems, she's not even compliant. Thank you so much.
I got a question for maybe any one of you, since you're up here, if you don't mind, because we will be talking, again, like I said, later. Do any of you, the guys that have had these violations, have y'all had the violations on your property, like yours? Do you have space in your garage to park? No? What's in your garage?
I use it for storage.
Okay.
We moved from,
Back fund, yeah.
That's one thing that we'll have to be talking about later when we talk
Yeah.
about these types of things.
we have to use it for storage.
Right.
We moved from, a 3,200 square foot house to a 1,800 square foot house.
Okay.
So we have to use it for storage.
Right. I appreciate it, and like I said, I'm going to talk a lot later about it. I will say, Mr. Janettis, I don't know about that specific address, but from my own experience, and the city can talk about it maybe, you have to get something signed with the city if you remove your sidewalk and put bricks there. So I don't know if that specific one has done that, but there is a process if you choose to replace the sidewalk concrete with bricks. There's a release of waiver or something like that, I think, only because I almost did it myself. But I chose to keep the concrete.
It looks
That's all,
great.
Just
I mean,
to
it looks
mention
great,
that.
for sure. I'd just like to say, I mean, I spoke to Mr. Janettis last night about some of the stuff going on, and like one of the other gentlemen said, this, I mean, in a lot of ways, this is a petty situation. I think that I understand that we have to have a code, and we have to have code compliance. But I mean, I've lived within a, really close to this neighborhood my whole life, and I'm with you guys. It's never been an issue, I mean, there's speed bumps already going through the whole neighborhood. And it's a safe place. I feel for y'all, because if this was my house, I'd be pissed.
We are.
So I'm going to weigh in. Having lived on Ridgewood Circle at 428 Ridgewood Circle for 4.5 years, obviously before you were there.
Not me.
Well, y'all were there. Y'all moved in when we were living there. We got there in 99. And so,
2000.
yeah. And I know the Eliasons and Diane well. They were great neighbors. We are going to have a great conversation because I personally believe it should be focused. To your point, there are solutions. I live in a neighborhood governed by an HOA that you can't block the sidewalks during the day, but we allow on-street parking during the day. And then at 10 p.m. or after 5 p.m., you can pull in to your driveway, and after 10 p.m., you can block the sidewalk or whatever, because people shouldn't be roaming the sidewalks at 11 p.m. at night. So there probably is a solution. I'm not sure we need to codify that solution, other than to tell the code folks, here's your priorities, here's your discretion, let's use a little common sense, because right now, they're confused. And they're confused probably because of the multiple conversations we've had on that dais about enforce everything to the letter of the law. Nope, let's prioritize it. Nope, we'll talk about it at the visioning session. Nope, we'll do that. So hopefully we will come out in a good place today, so that we can all, live together peacefully, and with our teeny tiny backyards, except for Diane's. They have that huge backyard.
Teeny tiny.
But they-
I just want to add one more thing. I got my citation, it was there on a Sunday morning. I think he wrote it at like 9:30 in the morning. Okay? Saturday nights, people spend the night. You have company. This is winter. This isn't even pool party, cookout season. So what's going to happen then?
No, I got it. I got it. We're going to try to solve this. The garages, there's not a person in this town that doesn't use part of their garage for storage. Okay? I got that too. We're going to try to be smart about this. But y'all, if you have a solution, on-street parking during the day, block the sidewalk at night, whatever, bring a solution. And I understand, and I think everybody in this room understands, y'all are just the tip of the spear. If we go full beast on code enforcement, everybody that lives on Misty Way is going to be here. Everybody that lives in Ridgewood Manor is going to be here. Matthew Sweetser's going to be telling us he's tired of getting tickets, and he's one of the council members. I mean, there are parts of Destin where we'll have 100 people a night complaining because code enforcement's doing what we told them to do. So,
Well, excuse me, but I have a temporary solution. That is a temporary injunction against that resident 419 for, being a public nuisance. If we get a court order from the judge telling us to stop and desist, that's our solution. That's my solution.
So Kevin, you mentioned that you're going to be discussing this at length, 8C, correct? And approximately what time do you think that would be? And do we have the opportunity to be involved?
I cannot answer the time question. I believe we're going to be talking about it at length. And after lunch, and involvement is, again, I would hope to be involved, but.
Us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if it's going to be an open discussion at that point, but I'd love to have as much engagement as possible throughout this entire day, because we are here to represent folks like you and others, so the more the better. I don't have exact answers for you.
Okay. And lunch is usually 12 to 1?
I'm going to look over there to either Webb or Lance, who's in charge of this day, I believe.
And would it be a problem to move this item up to the first item after lunch? I mean, and it's not like we're just going to be talking about Ridgewood Manor. We're talking about all of code compliance.
I have emails from Harbor Breeze, which I think encompasses Misty Way.
Yep.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, I don't think we need to move it up. I mean, whether we do it an hour before or an hour after, it's going to be on the agenda, and I think it's a hot topic we're going to be discussing at length.
Threw this together in a day. This is round one.
Okay. All right, well,
This
I appreciate
this
that.
item can absolutely be right after lunch. It almost is. There's one item ahead of it, so we can just switch those two items. That's easy. And I wish I could tell you what time lunch is. As soon as we finish the departmental division briefings, lunch will happen, right there.
Probably, I would say about an hour,
It's
60, 90
okay.
minutes.
We just have people that want to be involved, and if I can let them know a better time, like Carlin, Jim Bagby.
I know, I haven't seen Carlin.
Okay. Thank
Hey,
you.
I'd like to add
Thank
one
you,
thing
everybody.
before you walk away. I mean, I understand your frustrations, I understand the points that are being made here, but I'll tell you from my perspective, I'd much rather sit here and listen to your frustration about the parking violation than to have a parent stand up here and tell me about their kid that was just killed because they had to walk into the street and got hit by a vehicle. So I understand your frustrations, but in the level of severity or the level of intensity, I think that it's not as big an issue as you're making it out to be. I understand what you're saying, but I'd much rather listen to this than the alternative, which is somebody that just lost a child.
True, but you're in a residential area and
Doesn't
hopefully
change anything. People drive, people look on their cell phones, accidents happen in residential areas every day.
this is true, but we're
So
hoping.
are you going to give us a solution then?
That's what we're trying to do after lunch. If you would pay attention, be patient, work with us, we're trying to work on it together. But all I'm hearing are no offers of solution from your end of the table either,
Oh,
except
we
potential
have-
injunction.
I gave you an offer solution. I said, a temporary injunction on 419.
That's not something we can do here.
All right, let's move along. All right, appreciate you guys. We're going to take
So,
care of this.
Thank you.
All right, I appreciate the public comment. Is there any other folks that want to address? Shane? There will be another opportunity after lunch for the public, just so we know.
Thanks. Shane Moody, President and CEO of the Destin Chamber again. Just want to touch one more time on the city center, a couple of things. I was asked by someone, if you had one positive and one no for the city center, what would it be? And the no would be as little multifamily residential in the city center as possible with no short-term rentals. And I know the possible future property owner wants foot traffic. And I know that if you design this, we design this in the right way, we can generate more foot traffic with my positive, which would be as many city facilities in there as you can get and still have some high-level office space and high-level restaurant kind of things, commercial. We can generate more foot traffic than you can generate with multifamily housing. So that would be my 1 and 2. And I talked about transformational and generational. Keep in mind that city where we're thinking about the city center being, that's the gateway to both CRAs, both the Harbor CRA and the Town Center CRA. So people coming from the east are that's the first thing they'll see, welcoming them to the harbor and to the Town Center. And that will be the beginning of redevelopment going west and redevelopment going north. And that's what this city needs, is that redevelopment. Thank you.
Thank you, Shane. Anyone else? Captain?
Captain Gary Jarvis, 804 Mars Street. One of the last things I was doing before I graciously stepped down from being the mayor of Destin was asking for y'all's permission to put together a group of folks to start working on the concept of the Destin City Center. And I'm still doing that. Now, not as mayor, but as just a citizen of this community. Been working with Shane, Stephen, Franco, and Greg Gantz. We've had various discussions. I gave you updates as the progress went on. I guess we got an RFP out to get a three-dimensional conceptual design done. Hopefully, I'm rooting for Spotsworth Rentals to be the ones because I've already seen their handiwork in real life in Atlanta. A tremendous group. But what I really want to let you guys know is kind of like where we're at on the citizen side. It's real apparent that what we're talking about and thinking about doing is going to be transformational, generational, like Shane said, but it's also going to be expensive. And so one of the key things is a city the size of Destin with a $50 million undergrounding project going on, the Crosstown Connector. We got a lot of stuff going on. The beach buyback initiative that we started while I was mayor. Those are all enhancing quality of life for our community. So we're going to have to be innovative on how we try to fund a project of this dimension, of a new city hall and a new community center and hopefully a 3,500 seat event, multi-use event center with ice. And to do that, so I've got a conference call tomorrow with Scott Remington, who's a attorney in Pensacola, but he's been one of the lead legal representatives for the Studer Group. That basically that group has changed the face and footprint of Pensacola. And so, you know, I'm not very smart on these kind of things, so the best thing to do is find people who are. So I sent him a copy of our master plan from 2014, by the way. I know there was a meeting last night. I couldn't attend because my grandson was wrestling in the district wrestling tournament. He was the champion, by the way, at 132 pounds. But so I'm going to get a debrief from Captain Jim Green on how that meeting went. I'm sure some of you guys were probably already there. But just if you'll read the first 3 pages of that master plan that's 8 years old, you'll see it fits exactly the intent in 1996 and again when they redid it in 2014. The intent is exactly what the Destin City Center will do. And it's not just the 8.5 acres that might be available for the city or maybe a P3 group to purchase to start that process. And that's what a lot of my conversation is going to be tomorrow, is because they put together he helped put together public-private financing and organization to help this dream and this idea and the vision and the priority that the city's already says is number 2 into reality. And so I hope at the next city meeting that I can come back and talk to you about what I have found out from him. And so we can start the process in earnest. So, you know, the great thing about not being mayor is now I can talk to y'all all the time. And that's what it takes to do something like this. It's hard to do it in a 2.5 or 3 hour meeting 2 times a month, and where all your discussion or ideas can only happen on the dais here behind me. It's going to take a lot more energy, a lot more passion, a lot more money than what you really have time for. So I'll kind of give you guys individual briefings and talk about it individually of what we're finding out and some of the things we're doing, and then I'll come in my 3 minutes I get to speak during the council meetings here and kind of keep you briefed. I think I've seen social media posts. I think Bobby's done a little visioning ideas just to hear back from the community. And I think there's a real passion out there, people that really want to make Destin into something more than it has been for the past 30 years. And the timing couldn't be better. That piece of property is one of a kind. And so hopefully I won't just totally get shot down by Mr. Remington saying, oh, there's no way to do it. But they went through a 15-year process to get where they are today, and they made it happen. And I think he so happens to sit on the Triumph panel, so that's probably not going to be a bad connection for our city to have, to reach out to him and find out what it takes to make something this monumental happen in our community. So thank you very much.
So I'm going to pile on, because I believe I gave Gary a copy of this. This is and the mayor.
I already read mine.
Okay. But I don't think I gave you a copy of this because you may have been gone when.
Oh, yeah, that was the 2023 version we gave out.
So when we engage in this conversation, I would say if you're going to do anything, read 4 documents, 5. I'm missing one of them here. I showed y'all this the other night at the council meeting. Those that were there, you know, the Sasaki plan, I know Shane hates that, and Destin Vision 2000. This is the guy that wrote this book helped Quint Studer do the transformation of Pensacola. He was the one that came down and did the planning, and I can get you a copy of this, or you can get a copy of it on Amazon. They gave us 5, 6 copies of this. I went over and met with the Studer group. So I would say, and this is what Quint wrote himself, how citizen-powered change is reshaping America, building a vibrant community. I think the city manager has a copy, Webb has a copy, mayor has a copy, I have a copy, there's a couple others, maybe, I don't remember. But I would read those 2 books so that we have a starting place to jump off our discussions, because right now, we're coming from about 20 different places, and, oh, well, I lived here, or I visited Charleston, or I visited, we need to have a single starting place, and then make it fit what we want to do here in Destin. So that would be my only recommendation on when we start getting into this city center discussion, whether it's going to be on the harbor, whether it's going to be on Main Street, wherever it's going to be, to do that. Thank you.
If you would, please turn in your Bibles to the Gospel of John, chapter 1. In the beginning, no, I won't do that. So I'm Jason Belcher. I'm the current chairman of the Destin Chamber. Just here for a second to reiterate all that Shane has said. The vision for the chamber is to be a good community member, not just for our membership, which is our first priority, but for the town in total. I'm extremely pleased that over the next, I believe, 7 chairmans for the chamber, the vast majority will be local citizens or longtime residents, including Monica at some point in the future, as the chairman of the chamber. It reflects our commitment not only to foster a strong economic community, but also a strong community. The visioning, or the Destin Forward group that met with the council members and the city department heads and others is just a good example of how we're trying to stay connected with the city and to be a good representative for all the things that this council has as a priority and as our town. The city center would be a phenomenal asset for us, and it extends beyond any glory for any one person or anything. It is something that could be transformational for a long period of time if done correctly. And a lot of us would like to see that come to pass for the citizens. It would be an economic boom for the city as well. But if it was done correctly, it could be great for the citizens, which is a top priority for all of us. I just want to make myself available to any of you anytime. I will not have answers for all of the issues that you may bring to our attention, but I can help you find them. And working with Shane and the rest of the chamber board, with business leaders and community leaders, I'd be glad to do that. I am emphasizing, and I'm hoping to be effective at this, at getting the board members for the chamber and other chamber members involved with city government. I'm going to challenge our board today to begin to visit the committees over the next year to set in attendance for meetings, if necessary, participate, but always to thank the committee members for their service, because like the council, you do it for the high pay that you get, but you also do it because you love your town. And I know from folks like Jim Wood and others who've been serving the city for years in these capacities, in various capacities, they do it because they love their town, even if you don't agree with them always. I think it was Aristotle who said that it's a sign of great intelligence or great reading to consider an idea without making it your own. Good dialogue in the city and fair and just exchange is how great ideas come about. So I'm going to challenge our board to be involved with civic government, to go beyond just having Shane represent us at the council meetings every other Monday, but for them to get more involved as well, and for the chamber to get more involved. So I just want to thank y'all for your service, and anything I can do to help, I'll be glad to do so. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you, Jason. If there's no other members of the public that want to speak, and it's all right with council, I say we take a 10-minute break, come back at 10 minutes after 11.
All right, let's get this going.
All right, appreciate everybody coming back together, and we'll just keep plugging forward. So it's always difficult when they start bringing food in, and we're still a little ways away from lunch, so, but we'll get through this as quickly as we can. So next up, we're going to go through the departmental and divisional updates with some priorities and updates on projects and updates on potential challenges in the future. So I'm pleading with my division and department heads to keep it as close to 3 minutes as we possibly can, and then we'll allow time for council questions at the end. And I'm up first. I'm keeping mine very brief as far as city manager and the future goes. Coming up in June or August of this year, will have been serving as your city manager for 5 years. It doesn't seem like a real long time, or it seems like an eternity. It depends on how you look at it, I guess. But one thing I completely understood when I was asked to fill that role at that point as interim was, if we're going to move forward strategically, which is kind of my big thing and the thing I really want to focus on, then it takes time. A lot of you have heard of Coral Springs, some of you have not. They are a city who has really got their act together, got organized. Their strategic plans are very much in depth, and they filter all the way down to the frontline people. We're in the process of trying to get there. We have a good strategic plan, and Buzz will verify this for you guys because I don't want you to take my word for it, but we are ahead of most. And so we do have a good strategic plan. But I think we have to take it further because we continue to grow. We continue to face new challenges. I mean, Crystal Beach is changing in front of our eyes. I mean, so we have to adapt to the changes that are happening and deal with them one way or another. And you as a council can do that in the plan. So what I've been doing, and not at the speed that I wanted to, not at the speed I used to get to do it outside of government, but is getting the right people in the right seats on the bus. And unfortunately, that takes more time than people think, and then you add turnover in there, and it gets even more difficult. So making my long story even longer, I'm pleased, very pleased to have Jamie and Crystal on board right now because they are going to help me get to the point where I can focus at that 30,000 foot level. And that's where I need to be so that I can block for the rest of the department heads and division managers so they can be at the 30,000 foot level and not down in the trenches doing that frontline work. I'm not taking anything away from the frontline workers or the best people on our staff. I was one of them for a long time. But if you can't get up at that 30,000 foot level and have an overview of the city, it all just becomes a cloud and you don't really get to see which way you're going. So we're getting very close. We're getting the right people in the right seats so that we can get back at that 30,000 foot level and implement what you guys want implemented. So that's my goal. It has been all along, but I'm going to keep pursuing that goal with the help of all the staff. It takes all the staff for me to achieve my goals. So that's all I had for me. Next up. I just mentioned her, and we have Crystal Strickland, our finance director, who's going through a complete overhaul, and I won't steal all of her thunder, but.
Yeah, thank you, Lance. So I'm going to also keep this pretty brief. Bottom line is, yes, the finance department is going through a major overhaul right now. The workload, I blame Jeffrey. You realize our budget, we were running at about 15 million a year for quite a number of years, right? When I came on with Jeffrey, we doubled that to over 30 million, and now this year again, we've doubled it again to where we're at over $75 million. These are mostly cost reimbursement grants, so every little invoice that I pay, I have to match it to a canceled check to submit for reimbursement. The workload is absolutely tremendous. On top of that, we've just started with brand-new auditors, so I'm educating them about everything in the city, and we've just gone through a major software conversion, a huge upgrade to resolve all kinds of issues that the city has been talking about. For example, with our code department not being able to upload their cases from out in the field. So all of that is related to the major software upgrades that we've undergone over the last 90 days. And also right now I'm training, I have one nice young man who just came in. He just graduated from college in December, so I'm training him up. And I have 2 part-time people that I'm hoping we will be able to get letters of offers out to them so they'll be able to quit their other jobs and come in full-time. But it's going to take, this year for me to educate them, teach them all of the processes, and then for us to work through on improving the processes with our new software. So I've felt very strongly that the HR and finance team, we've just been so understaffed for so many years. I don't feel that we've been able to give the proper support to all of our departments that they really need. But I feel like I see a light at the end of the tunnel, and we're getting there. We're getting a lot closer. And as you also know, these are my 2 babies. I write these books. It's a group effort. I go around and I work with everybody in the city to consolidate as best as we can and summarize the information from each of the departments. But all of this, it starts right here with you council members, and your vision for the city and how you prioritize the projects. And just keep in mind, as you prioritize these projects, a lot of these things, we get them rolling, and it's really hard to turn the Titanic, right? And if you want to actually accomplish some of these projects, you have to leave them on their priority list. We don't want to, we're so close to finishing that crosstown connector. Let's not drop that down the priority list. Let's bring it on home. Let's, run across that finish line. So as you go through everything today, just keep in mind, it's good to have a long-term vision. It's good for the whole city, for all of us to understand that longer-term vision. And then let's boil it down to a few priorities to concentrate on in this 5-year period. And with that, I believe, let's see, HR. Jamie, you're the lucky one. Come on up. And I can't tell you how grateful I am that we have Jamie here working with the city right now, helping us fill all of these positions, and how grateful I am to council for allowing us to implement that compensation study so that we're now able to bring in new talent. Like Lance said, he's been working so hard to get the right people in the right seats. One other thing, and I know Jamie's going to attest to this, I can't even tell you how many cities and counties I have worked with in Florida, and I'm going to tell you hands down, this group of directors that you have running this city it's by far the most outstanding group of directors that I've had the pleasure to work with. So come on in, Jamie.
Yes. Okay, yes. So since I joined Team Destin about, 4 months ago? 5 years? Feels the same. Recruitment and retention has been a top priority. Unfortunately for us, it's a top priority for everyone around us. As Mr. Moody had mentioned, unemployment rate's 1.9% for the county and 2.5% for the state. So that is really making us take a hard look at our recruitment plan and how we get people to come here. So, just kind of racking our brains as everybody is, what I'm realizing is a big part of our recruitment plan is our retention plan. People are very, very intentional about where they come to work because they're looking at several things like, am I being compensated for my skill set? But they're also thinking, how does working here make my life better? And that's a huge part of our retention plan. So I'm just going to kind of highlight some of our retention plan and some of the things that we're kind of working on to get good people in the positions to make everybody's job easier. So one of the big things that we're working on is investing more in human capital. We implemented the pay and class study, which got the compensation where it needs to be, but it's deeper than that. So we're working on some projects to invest in our employees. Time off is a huge deal for them. They want time with their families. They want to be able to come into work and feel like they can, if they have to take a time off to go to the doctor or whatever, they can do that. Professional development is also a huge thing that we're working towards with training and certifications, tuition reimbursement, succession planning. People need to know that, or they want to know, in 5 years, I'm working so hard, I'm doing all of these trainings, where is that going to get me? So that's something that's what we're working on. Another key is a wellness platform. That's something that we don't have here. So we're really trying to incorporate wellness into our culture here. And that's going to do a lot of things. That's going to reduce the amount of sick time people are taking off work. That's going to keep our insurance premiums lower, which puts money back in your pocket. We all appreciate that. And really, a healthy workforce is a productive one. So that's something that we're really trying to make a priority. And then this huge upgrade that we've been talking, I hope everyone realizes the impact that's going to have on the city as a whole, but also employees. We're going to have employee self-service, which is going to make them a steward of their own benefits, which is a huge deal. More accountability when it comes to timekeeping, which is a huge deal. And more importantly, just streamlining process for all of our employees and just kind of helping things go. And that really increases their level of confidence too in their employer, which speaks volumes. So kind of the other pillar with this is something that we really need to work on is policy. You know, we're going to do all these things to create a culture and invest in our people, and that is really important for the culture. Policy is what protects that culture. So it's very difficult right now for policy because that is changed through ordinance, which makes it just a little bit more difficult for us to revise policy, and that really needs to be something that can evolve with not only federal mandates, but also our culture as an organization. So those are the things that we're working on, getting people in the door and keeping them once they get here. Those are some major things. And we've made some really incredible hires. I think just in the last few months, we are just, like, the talent that we have here is just phenomenal. Any questions?
For the policy, what kind of just broad, I guess, example are you thinking as far as what we need to look into?
Our employee manual needs to be updated. We need to, I think we've just outgrown several of the policies that we have now, and we need to take a look at where our culture is, where we want to be, and have a policy that gets us there.
Would the policy, I guess, also contain like chain of communication internally and externally with the citizens? Or is that, would that
this
be
is
buried
more
somewhere
about
else?
like employee policy,
Okay.
so it's more geared towards how we run our organization and how we hold people accountable.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? HR people can talk about HR forever, so. No? Okay.
Thank you, Jamie. Up next, I'm going to turn it over to Louis so he can introduce his division managers. Or are you going to do the whole thing? Very nice. So I have to ask Louis before you start, since I put a 3-minute time limit on this, how many divisions are you claiming today? So I know how many minutes to give you.
I've got a whole village, so I should be given some allowance a little bit. Good morning, Mayor, council members, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen with us today. Please allow me to put some kind of context to my remarks this morning. I think it's always important when we talk about projects that we have a context behind them. The state of Florida right now is going through an unprecedented change. It is estimated that by 2030, over 26 million residents will be residing in the state. As you know, technology and innovation are impacting every industry in the state, and ours too. Our markets for goods, for services, ideas, and our competition for talent, customers, investment, and market share are becoming extremely competitive and global in nature. I believe the city of Destin can take advantage of these emerging trends. I think we have an opportunity to become the beneficiary of these changes and pretty much cement or anchor ourselves as a community for prosperity, vibrancy, and resilience. So there are a few projects that I want to highlight that kind of captures what I'm sharing here. First is our land development code rewrite. This is essentially the playbook that outlines all the rules, regulations, and requirements for development in our community. The importance of that is that it has to be as clear as possible so that folks that are coming to invest in our community have an ability to understand who we are and what it is that we require as far as issues for development. The second one is a mobility plan. That is a plan that is supposed to enhance connectivity within the community, our neighborhoods, and enhance people traveling back and forth for goods and services, centers of commerce. That plan is coming to you probably in the middle of this year, and in it you're going to find a litany of projects that we have identified as key to making sure that connectivity within the city works. We're going to ask of you to give us a priority of those projects, because we can't do all of them. The resources aren't that many. So we're going to ask of your wisdom to share with us and say, these ones here are the ones that we need to focus on. The last project I want to talk about, I know my division heads up here will probably not forgive me for not giving them an opportunity, because we have tons of projects up here. But it's the one that we started yesterday, the redevelopment of our CRAs, the updates of their master plans. Those two master plans have been outstanding from an update standpoint since 2003, that's the Harvard CRA, and then 2014 for the Town Center CRA. Folks, those plans are the instruments, are the vehicles for guiding development projects within those two areas. And if they are not up to date, you can imagine what it is that we're doing to ourselves. So it is timely that we're doing this, but more critically, as far as the town center is concerned, we've been talking about this project here since this morning, which is, can we have a town center in that area? I believe this is one in a generation opportunity that we have to get it right. And I think Councilmember Bagby showed how many times we've discussed this, how many plans have been put forth here. I think it's time that we look at those plans one more time and decide what it is that we need to do. We have that opportunity to do that, and I think if you would charge your Town Center CRA Redevelopment Committee with that opportunity to give you some ideas through collaboration with the public and bring forth recommendations of projects, including that, for you to consider finding and putting together a partnership. I think that would be terrific. The last thing I want to share with you is this, and Jamie touched on it. I've been director here for 4 years. I've never had a full complement of staff, and you can know what that means. The tons of projects that we have to accomplish with a shortage of staff, it's just not good enough for our community. We need to redouble our efforts as far as hiring and retention. I think it's key, and I'm so happy that Jamie is on top of it, and with Lance's support, I think we're gonna get there. Let me end with some good news. Despite the issues of staffing, I want to commend my departmental staff. I could not be so proud of them. You saw those numbers up there earlier, and I'm going to repeat them because this is monumental for a community this size and the kind of staff that we have. Last year, we looked at, for review, over 5,500 applications. We completed over 7,700 inspections. We're talking about life safety issues here. And we completed 73 development projects. Altogether, all these projects summed up comes up to evaluation in terms of value to the community of over $173 million. Folks, that's economic development for the city of Destin. I could not be more proud of my staff for the kind of work that they're churning out there. Yes, there are criticisms. Yes, there are some things we're not doing quite right, but that's life. What's important is to at least take a moment and appreciate the kind of work and effort that's being put forth in the product that it is showing up here. So I really appreciate your support as a council. I've often come back to you guys and asked for things, and you've been so generous and with your support. So I really appreciate that. I'll be remiss if I don't mention two people that always are at my beckoning because the department is such that we get into land use issues and legal issues and so forth. So Kim and Kyle, I know we almost have daily conversations and trying to guide me and make sure that I'm staying in my lane. You know, I always push the envelope here and saying, why can't we do this and so on. So appreciate your efforts and your support and your advice. And it's always a pleasure working with you folks. Thank you.
Thank you, Louis. So up next, Danny, you want to come up? And I'm gonna split this with Danny. I'll take the administrative part of the code compliance, and Danny take the operational part because he is doing a great job pinch hitting in there and helping with the day-to-day operations. But administratively, and you know, most people in the room know this, but we have a gentleman named Troy Williams who's going to join us as the director in early April. He's going to bring with him 28 plus years of experience in law enforcement and code compliance. When he gets here, I'm going to hand him three major priorities. Number one is something Louis and I talk about all the time, but I want him to work hand in hand with Louis to update and change the code where we need the code changed. It's an old code, and so it doesn't necessarily make sense for Destin in 2023 anymore. It made sense probably when it was written, but now it doesn't necessarily. Case in point, we're having some conversations earlier, and I couldn't agree more. There's got to be some solutions that don't jeopardize public safety, but can help the neighborhood operate better. And I think if our new guy works with Louis, we can make that happen in the codes. Secondly, I want him to focus heavy and hard on training of the staff. A number of the council members and I have talked about the need for additional training and making sure that our code officers have the training they need to know the codes inside and out, good enough to be out there enforcing them. So that's going to be very important. Kim Kopp and I have worked very hard on trying to set up some meetings for training. We've got a couple of them under our belt, but once Troy gets here, I want to make sure those become a routine, regular thing, and we just keep training our officers so they have the knowledge that they need to do this well and feel comfortable and confident doing it. And finally, later today, I'm going to depend on you guys to help us set the priorities for code so we know which things to take care of first when we have conflicts or lack of resources to take care of them all at the same time. With that, I'll turn it over to Danny for the daily operations and how things are going out there.
Thank you, Lance. Appreciate that. Good morning, Mayor, council members, and staff. I appreciate you guys having me. I'm very honored and blessed to be working with the city. This is my home, and I enjoy being here, and I am thankful for you guys allowing me to step foot here and be able to speak with you guys. So all you guys know that we just went through the update with the eGov, our Compass system. So we're having a big issue out in the field. The officers will be able to do our cases, download photos and files, be able to conduct our job effectively. Well, since they upgrade, so since we're in the cloud system now, everything that we're doing now is running very smoothly, and it's just going to keep getting better and better. So it's very efficient for the officers now to be able to conduct what they need to do. I had the guys go down to some of our dead points, like our Noriega Point, just to take about 5 or 6 pictures, do a case on it, and see how quick it will upload in the system, which was fantastic. It was just, everything was smooth. So looking forward for just the keep improvements that go on to it. I'm also looking forward to working, of course, with the council members and staff on what your guys' priorities are for us as a code department to be able to enforce, to also to educate, the citizens and the community of Destin. That's the main goal, is to be able to educate everybody. And I'm definitely most looking forward to working with our new director that's coming in, just for the guidance that I need as well, as part of operations of his experience to be able to, to assist and be able to make our department, our community much better than it is as now. So. That's pretty much really what I have to say. If anybody has any questions, please don't hesitate to ask.
Have we given any citations with the new enforcement yet? As far as just, we had a lot of citizens this morning. Has
Are you
anyone
talking about over in the Ridgewood Circle?
Has anyone gotten a fine yet?
Nope. I verified that through all my officers. I contacted them after when we had our brief recess. They were instructed by me when we initially got the complaint that came in about, parking that was on the street and how everything folded out. So everybody that was in violation was addressed by warnings to educate, to figure out how they can adjust their parking, to be able to use garages, if they have to clean out their garages, but, whatever they need to do. But everything that has been issued over there has been nothing but warnings.
Thank you for
There's
your
no fine
discretion.
citations or nothing, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, I have a quick question.
Yes, sir.
He stated, the gentleman earlier stated that there was a $100 fine issued.
Correct.
So was that incorrect? That
That
was
is
a false
correct.
statement?
So our parking citations are only $30. Only time that you will actually get a fine code citation if there is a violation that they have been warned before. And if it's the same violation that has occurred, then that's when the monetary fines go with the code citations. But all that's been issued over there is nothing but parking warnings. We actually gave a warning to the complainant too, because she had objects in the right of way. And so she removed them objects as well. So it was about educating the people over there for them to understand that you can't park in the city right away, you can't park on the road, you can't block the sidewalk where it makes it inaccessible. So just, they have to find certain means necessary to be able to improve their parking situation at their residence. But there is absolutely no fines issued at anywhere in Ridgewood.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, sir.
Thanks, Danny.
Thank you, sir.
All right, moving on. We have our Public Services Director, Michael Burgess, and that doesn't do him justice because he also serves as our emergency manager. He serves as our stormwater manager. I don't know however many other things Michael does, but he's got a bunch of stuff, so we're going to also give him more than 3 minutes if he needs it.
I think I'm going to spare us. I'll try to keep it to 3 minutes. How about that? Lance asked us to speak about our challenges and our priorities for the upcoming, gosh, not even just the next fiscal year, but just in the future. One thing, like Lewis, I'd like to mention is we've had some vacancies for an extended period. We've had one vacancy open for over 2 years. And even with the salary adjustment that was recently implemented, we still have not received any viable candidates for that position. And it's vital. I mean, these folks take care of our streets, they take care of our sidewalks, they trim trees, they do all kinds of work out in the field that, rarely goes noticed. It gets noticed when it's not done. So any support you all could provide in that arena would be much welcome. And the other vacancy that we have is for a facilities maintenance tech. Very vital position. We only had 2 of those to begin with. So the awesome twosome is down to the lonesome mesome. And it's not me, but it's another employee we have. So a 50% loss of manpower. Departmental priorities include pavement management. For the vast majority of FY22, we were unable to pave streets due to the volatile nature of asphalt, its availability, and its price. It's just completely unpredictable. That has settled down, And I'm going to steal Jeff's thunder today at 2 o'clock. Yes, I'm stealing your thunder. Today at 2 o'clock, we're opening our RFP for asphalt services. So we'll be looking forward to bringing you all some projects here in the very near future. Sidewalks renewal and replacement, as many of you are aware, we had an ADA assessment done of our entire pedestrian infrastructure. Deficiencies were identified, and our own staff, they identified deficiencies regularly, and we are working hard to remedy those as soon as possible. I'm going to be bringing you an item at the March 6th meeting that will facilitate that. Little teaser. Citywide safety improvements, the council's been gracious enough to support citywide safety improvements over the last 2 fiscal years at $100,000 per year, and I would just hope and pray that we continue in that effort. Lastly, well, not lastly, it's lastly in this section, and I'm probably going to go over my 3 minutes. Can't keep that promise now, but the implementation of asset management software. For years, we've been operating off of spreadsheets and notes and things like that. We're actually moving into the 21st century with the implementation or the purchase and implementation of some actual asset management software in conjunction with the recent matrix study for all of our facilities. We will be able to, with some level of certainty, not clairvoyance, but some level of certainty, project out into 2, 3, 5, 10 years what our renewal and replacement costs will be, in this year's dollars. We can always adjust those for inflation. For Public Works departmental budgetary needs as far as capital, we would love to explore the idea of a new building over at the facility next door. A new pickup truck. The council's been very gracious with us the past couple of years in renewing our fleet. We have a lot of new vehicles, a lot of new equipment that we can do good work with. And then, of course, I mentioned before the renewal and replacement items that were mentioned in the facilities assessment. For emergency management, 2 things really. We're going to be updating our disaster preparedness plan this spring, well in advance of the hurricane season. And then we will be, again, implementing that asset management software. And we would like, as far as a capital purchase for FY24, to consider 2 things. A generator for the library. Right now, they don't have a generator. So if we were to be struck by a natural disaster, and we had to use the library as a public meeting place for FEMA or FDEM or anyone, right now if the power was out there, the power's out until it comes back on. We would like to explore a generator there as well as the community center. It does not have a generator. And I do have recent quotes for both of those. The last one is a hardened facility. Monica mentioned earlier they're building some hardened facilities over at the DWU complex. And my hope would be that if we're going to be talking about a city center, at least a portion of that would be hardened for the inevitable. How about that? Don't want to come back to a pile of rubble. Stormwater and floodplain management, of course, our division priorities. Since I'm kind of, with Noel, we're kind of a 2-man gang on that one. But it's, of course, compliance with our stormwater and floodplain programs, both federally regulated. We recently hired a stormwater maintenance technician. Guess when his first day was? Yesterday. So he is green as they come, very enthusiastic, very nice young man. Hope he finds a lot of success with the organization. A couple of budgetary needs. City's never really invested in cleaning our storm sewer system. We started that about 2 years ago, and we look forward to continuing that. I'm going to steal a little bit more Jeff's thunder. Not too much, Jeff, I'm sorry. But Indian Bayou subdivision right back here, back in the 80s when it was developed, they decided to use corrugated metal pipe for the storm sewer. Corrugated metal pipe, 40 years later, is like a time bomb. So it will fail if it hasn't already. So we would like to embark on a very aggressive rehabilitation program for the Indian Bayou area, replacing a lot of that corrugated metal. Council approved the stormwater master plan a while back, and so we're looking at some projects that were recognized as part of that. And then lastly, I'm going to steal a little Noel's thunder. She didn't get to talk about this, but there's a software package available called Forerunner that allows us to, it's not automatically, but it actually is a model that you input elevation certificates that the city receives in, and it finds errors in them. It takes the human element out of it. The CRS program that the city's participated in for years requires that we have 90% perfection on all of our elevation certificates. And that's tough to do because one little error disqualifies the elevation certificate. If it has one tiny error, it's all wrong. This software, it's $25,000, would assist us in that process of making sure that we're 100% each time, every time. And that is all that I have. And if any of you have any questions, concerns, or snide remarks, I am here for all of those.
Just one snide remark.
Thank you.
No,
I love those. Those are my favorite, John.
How does the, and I realize that we're a ways out, I've got two things. How does the undergrounding of the utilities affect our need for generators at the community center and the library?
I think the need is more immediate than the undergrounding would be available. So, I mean, regardless of undergrounding, I mean, you know, it's kind of like to say the chain is only as strong as the weakest link. The undergrounding is going to be great. It'll keep telephone poles out of roads. But if there's any area that's vulnerable, you know, within that transmission system, we could still expect some level of exposure. And a generator is just absolutely a necessity in a coastal community because we may experience power outages of 5 hours or 5 weeks.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to say I was riding down, I don't ride down 98 between Main Street and the bridge very often. I usually take back roads, but the new medians, the landscaping, the oak trees, was driving down there last night and explaining to a friend of mine how one day all these power lines are going to go away and these oak trees are going to hammock over 98, and it just kind of daydreaming about it, and it looks great. So thanks.
Okay, that was an FDOT project. I had very little to do, but I will take all of the credit that you're willing to give my way. Little blurb here, looking into the crystal ball. The second part of that project from Airport Road out to the county line should be starting imminently.
I would have one kind of halfway solution to the generators, and I agree with you. They need to be available, but having had to make sure a generator is available to run my freezers for the last 20 years, a couple of the rental companies, United and some of the others, will actually put a generator on hold for you for so much a month, and it's considerably cheaper than buying one of the kind of generator you're talking about, or 100,000 or more, as you well know. So at a halfway measure before we get to the underground could be to put those things on standby, priority standby, like we have in the past.
We can definitely look into that. Thank you.
Yeah, no. So we're just going around. Kevin will be next.
Okay.
But three quick things. First, all I heard was Jeff is down to a minute now because you stole all of
That is correct.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. On the generators, I don't know if United has propane or gas. I believe they do. The first thing I did was when we built the town hall, or the office building in Rosemary, was put in a dual generator with propane and natural gas because the electric wasn't liable or reliable, I guess. And then the only other, I had one question. Is Indian Bayou, the HOA still exists, right? But I'm assuming at some point they turned over their roads and their underground to the city, and we accepted them because they met our standards. And I was just curious as to when that corrugated pipe met our standards. Because I know in our HOA, we replace our roads and our stormwater, because it won't meet the roads will. But
That is true in several Destin communities. Because of the age of Indian Bayou, I wouldn't dare to say some of that might have been permitted under the county.
I'm just asking if we accepted that, okay.
15 years
Oh.
Thank you, Michael. Up next, our Grants and Projects Manager, Jeff Kozad, and you have 1 minute. I'm just kidding, Jeff.
Good morning, everyone. This will be brief because I don't have any time left, so thank you. Now, Crystal mentioned earlier that I'm the cause of many of her budgetary challenges. I think is kind of how she put it. That's not true. It's everybody's fault. I'm just a small piece of that problem. Let's talk a little bit about undergrounding. We haven't talked a whole lot about that today. I want to give everybody an update as to where we're at with the process and what's coming next. Right now, FPL is completed a preliminary design, and what that tells us is where the equipment locations are going to be put. After that, the next step is to secure easements for those locations because that equipment will be on private property. So once those are secured, then they can go ahead and complete their design and deliver to us a binding cost estimate. We expect that to happen, hopefully the May timeframe is when we're expecting to have that by. Once we have that, then we can go ahead and begin the procurement for getting a contractor in place to do that work. And the potential is there, if everything stays on track, that we could have that procurement done over the summer and might be able to select a contractor and get work started maybe even as early as this fall. So that's just a little bit of an update as to where we're at with that process. We do have funding that we have requested from FDEM, which is FEMA funding. It's called the BRIC application. We turned that in. We haven't heard where that stands. Basically, that's an application to FEMA under FDEM's application, which is a statewide application. We first apply to FDEM. They decide whether our project will be included in their statewide application, and if so, then that goes to FEMA at the federal level for funding. So we're just waiting to hear on that. Hopefully we get that funded. If so, it will offset a lot of the cost with phase one. I think the allocation I requested was in excess of $10 million. So if that does not get funded, though, we should get at least a debriefing, begin to figure out what we need to do differently or areas we need to improve on, and maybe we can reapply and still get that funding down the road. One of the things to talk about up the undergrounding, though, one of the things we need to kind of discuss, or at least I'll bring it up, maybe discussions can be had down the road, are considerations we might make when this work is being done. One of those considerations might be to add additional capacity to what's there now. Right now, they'll be putting, all the overhead utilities underground. But at this opportunity like this, when that work's being done, if we decided to add conduit that the city would own, we could do that at a fraction of the price it would cost to do it otherwise. Now that money, could be spent, like I said, if, I'll just give some round numbers here. Let's say it's $25 a linear foot to put in 2-inch conduit. Well, we might be able to do that for $5 a linear foot. So if that was done, discussions might need to be had if we wanted to do that, and if we did, what would that conduit be used for down the road? What type of revenue generating arrangements could be made for that conduit to be used? So I just want to throw that out there, something to think about. I don't have the answers, but now is the time to kind of consider those things and start having those discussions, prior to the design being completed and the work being done. So something to think about. American Rescue Plan Act, I'll give you a brief update there. A lot of the software migrations that we talked about earlier, the upgrades there, Rescue Plan Act has been paying for a lot of that work to be done, and we're really happy that that's happening. We're glad we got the money. We originally had an award of about $1.5 million, and I think over $400,000 of that is being used for those software migrations. The other money represented there, we're going to use for stormwater. Now, Michael mentioned earlier that we're doing a bid opening today too. Hopefully, the results of that will be able to allow us to secure a continuing services contractor. And if that's the case, and we can bring council a recommendation as to someone to hire, if we get that firm approved, we should be able to move some of those other stormwater projects forward We've got over $1 million of that money, and we plan to use that for stormwater. So that's kind of been holding us up to this point, but if we can get this through, we'll be bringing those projects to council in the near future for your consideration. A couple other updates here. We've got appropriations request through Representative Maney's office right now, in excess of $2 million. Some of that's going to go for undergrounding. Some of that will go for an auxiliary harbor pump. So we're hopeful that those can stay in the budget. He's supportive of those, and we're going to try and keep them in the budget. And if so, that's going to, be very beneficial for us. And once again, it'll help offset that phase one undergrounding effort if we get that money. One of the action items I have here is this last fall we redid the purchasing policy, and some changes were made to that. And I'll be working with Crystal hopefully later this year to update our purchasing manual to fall in line with that purchasing policy. So that's one of the action items. The other thing I thought I'd mention is we do have some larger capital projects going forward, like the undergrounding, crosstown connector, and those type of things. We might need, it might be beneficial to have some external assistance securing larger grant funding to help those projects along. And it might be talked about in a little more detail this afternoon, but I would like to consider in next year's budget the opportunity to put in some money in there for maybe hiring a lobbyist to help us with some of those efforts. But I won't go into too much detail right now about that. I think that's about it I probably went over, I'm sorry. Now, if there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. Otherwise, we'll keep this going and get you to lunch.
I had a question, Jeff.
Yes.
What kind of grants and funding initiatives have we been pursuing that are not on any of these lists? Anything proactively pursuing to bring to the city?
Well, like the brick application I said that, relates to the undergrounding project. We've just done that one. We've got the appropriations requests that are related to the projects as well.
Anything not related to the project?
We're always looking for funding opportunities, but most of the funding opportunities we're looking for are related to the projects we have identified to the strategic plan.
Have we done any grant funding research on transit, marina, things like that?
As far as funding a marina?
Yeah, just, research and grants to help pay for a study or anything for that?
I've looked into a little bit of what some other cities have done with city-owned marinas. I haven't really found a lot as far as funding opportunities that would be related to that type of work. But there again, if we had a lobbyist, that might be something that a lobbyist could help us with and connect us with those funding sources or opportunities that we're not aware of.
Okay. Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah. Anybody else?
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it. Next up, we have the Information Technology Division. Yeah, well, I was going to get there. This gentleman, Webb Warren, who you all know, has spent the last year not only taking care of information technology, but at least parts of the years being the public information manager as well as the human resource manager. One person that I really want to get clear so he can get back up to the 30,000-foot level and out of the trenches is this guy right here. And this is Webb Warren, our deputy city manager.
Thank you, Lance. I am under IT right now, so I'm going to branch off into that and give a couple of quick updates, but I would like to follow up with exactly what Lance discussed. So quickly, IT, huge project going on right now. Council allowed us to initiate the project last year. The first available date for this upgrade was just this past week. So it is a huge migration. What we did with the original Munis and the original Compass project is we brought it up to their latest standards at that time. Since that time, they have brought that platform into the cloud, into what's called a SaaS system. That SaaS system is very much highly desirable by a lot of entities because it took 7-8 months to get it scheduled and actually implemented through Intergov. So we are now there. I want to first thank all the staff. Lewis, your staff has been amazing through the Intergov process. We're all so busy, it's not easy to dedicate the time that is necessary to implement a project like this. It takes weeks out of our staff's time to test, to train, to implement with everything else that they're doing. So that is a major accomplishment. We did a mini celebration during our employee meeting yesterday. We're going to do a bigger celebration because it is truly an accomplishment. Crystal, your staff has spent the last month taking their time away from their daily duties to train on the new system. Jamie, your staff, same thing. Absolutely wonderful cooperation on that. So what does that mean for the city? What it means is we're now in the cloud. That means that there is a more lightweight connection to the cloud system. We are now at the newest level that Munis and Intergov can help support us on. We were on an older level that they didn't have all the business consultants and things to help support that particular version. We heard Danny talk about out in the field. What does that mean? We're now on a lightweight connection, which is extremely important in Destin, because in the field in Destin, when you're during the summer and you're trying to connect to the internet, whether it's me just trying to text somebody or check the stock market, whatever, it is very difficult. Imagine that if you're using a heavy system to connect, and that's what we were doing. Now we're more of a lightweight system. We're looking forward to see how it tests in the real world during the summer, but certainly the real world application so far has been really good. What it also means is asset manager. That's what Michael's talking about. In this new version, we're going to be able to do that, but we're a limited staff here. We have a lot of modules you just heard me roll through. We've got to implement that. Also down an IT director. We've been actively recruiting that. I know that we've been in discussions this week. I sure can't wait to get that one filled, believe me. So it's going to take time to implement these modules, but it also takes the support. And it also takes the culture that we've been seeing growing within here. This new staff, Tamara, Jamie, Crystal, your staff, that culture, your staff, and the cooperation, Lewis, it has been amazing. And that's what it's going to take to build a good system and continue on with a good organization. So I'm excited about that. I'm excited about our IT staff. Will and James have been working well outside of what they normally do to implement this, so it's really good. Last of all, I'm going to leave it with this. IT is one section that I work with. I've been working with finance, HR, city clerk, as well as public information. We're building a culture of innovation, and that is really cool. But we're building a culture of innovation with a very small staff. But we have a very high caliber staff. We need to retain that, because me going down for the last year, and I'm not the only one, but from 50,000 feet down to ground level, back to 50,000 feet, it's not only exhausting, it's not efficient. And so getting back to where we're fully staffed will get us to where we need to be through innovation. And that takes a culture. And I appreciate the culture that we're building here, and appreciate council, and I appreciate the citizens, and happy to answer any questions. Awesome, thank you.
Thanks, Webb. Next up, we have our new Public Information Manager, Tamara Young. So Tamara, welcome, and
hit the button.
Me off. Did you turn me off? All right. Good afternoon. My name's Tamara Young, and they say that first impressions are formed within 7 to 15 seconds. And normally that fact makes me a bit sad. There's a superficiality to that we would judge each other that quickly. Well, I am hoping the opposite for my first 7 to 15 seconds that I had on the job, which was, my first day was February 1st. So within that first 15 seconds, we got to announce, I worked with Webb to put out a huge media blast. We got to announce the multi-million-dollar lawsuit win. And then I got to invite a couple hundred people to Tarpon Beach for the expansion and renovation. So it was pretty good stuff. So I hope I'm forever associated with that. I do think this year is going to be really focused on strategy. That focus on strategy is going to be critical because we have been operating in a very reactive capacity as opposed to a proactive capacity. So again, getting back up to here is going to be critical. I want to mention that we are starting with a huge environmental scan. We're going to look at 12 to 15 comparable cities and focus on what they're doing well with their websites, with their social media, and other aspects. So we're taking a look at what's going on and benchmarking the best and seeing what we can do to get there. I will also be spending some time on media policy. We never want to take away from individual voices, but it's really important as a city that we have the transparency that we show to our constituents. It's really important that we are making sure that the information that we're pushing out is accurate and that has clarity. So I'll probably be involving all of you in some of the verbiage associated with that and then seeing if we can push that forward. I will say that I do think the Public Information Department might be slightly understaffed since it's now me. I think I'm very good at my job. I don't know that I'm that good. So I will ask for a lot of help coming forward from you all. One of the pieces I just want to really quickly say that I'm going to be asking for help probably seems light and to some people silly or not important, but I want to quickly explain why it's very critical. And that's when it comes to social media. We'll have a number of communicative channels that we push forward, information to our key stakeholders. Social media is important, so it's okay if you don't like it. It's okay if you find it frustrating. We all have had those moments with it, but it is a profound way that many of our residents, many of our business owners, and many of our tourists get their information. So I will involve you all in creating some sometimes serious videos, sometimes some fun snippets, and I ask you to please remain open-minded when I encourage you to be participatory in those. We are doing some really great stuff with social media alone right now, so I wanted to give you one example of why it's important. A lot of the info that we put out has to be, let's say, dry, given what the subject matter is, but it's important, it's critical. But we'll flip that also with some neat storytelling associated with it. And here's why that's important. In the last 2.5 weeks, we reached 98.7% more accounts than we had the entire last year on Instagram. For Facebook, our engagement is up 93% in the last 2.5 weeks over the entire last year. That means the constituents want information from you all. They want to hear what we as a city are doing, so they're paying attention to us. So it's really important that we flip those, kind of fun, lighter stories, backgrounds of logos, that's one of the things I'm working on right now, with the great, great hard work and serious stuff that's going on. I am sure I'm over 3 minutes. Are there any questions? Thanks.
Thank you, Tamara. Appreciate it. And one of the threads that you've been hearing with several of the directors has got to do with personnel, and I just want to say again what I said before. With Jamie on board, she is forcing not just me, but all the senior leaders to look at how we staff up differently. The times are changing, and I'm sure what frustrates my staff the most is that I embrace change, and some of them they like it the way it is. But Jamie is forcing me to change even faster than I'm used to changing. So with Jamie and Tamara and Crystal and those guys on board, we're making a shift to come up into the time frame we need to be in. So I appreciate them doing that. So Lisa Firth, Parks and Recreation Director.
Yes. Hello, all. Lisa Firth here. First, I want to tell you all there's a couple things that we are working on right now, and that is a maintenance facility shed over at Morgan's, which will protect our, we have two little sheds over there right now, and this will be bigger where it will hold our equipment and protect our equipment. We're very excited. That'll be on the west side of Morgan's. And there's also restrooms and little pavilion that we are working on the west side by the soccer fields at Morgan's also, to have a restroom facility closer on that side of Morgan's. And that's all in place going forward. And restrooms at Buck Destin. So those are three exciting improvements that we are working on right now. We do have some challenges, and one of my challenge has been fixing the community center. I'm really excited. I have a contractor supposed to be meeting me next week, and said he's local, and says that he thinks he will take this on. And that will be the windows. We know they need to be replaced. We're going to replace them, the frames and the windows, with impact glass, and not replace the shutters. And then, of course, then we will have the stucco and the sheetrock inside that will all have to be worked out. But that will be an improvement for the community center for right now. And then as we'll be talking, I know everybody knows we have outgrown the community center as far as the one full-size gym. So that will be something we can look to the future. Morgan Sports Center, renovations for that. Really excited to have 3 fields resodded. Thank you very much, Destin water users. So there's the multi-use fields that we are looking at sodding for next year or in the future. Also replacing the lighting with LED. That is a must, and the fencing. So those would be 3 big improvements to Morgan Sports Center. We are full during the summer times. Our programs are full, but I think that would be something we really need to be doing. Playground replacement at Morgan's Children's Park. That is a must, and we are working towards that right now. Also, all of our extra facilities parks that we are gaining, how exciting. And I will be asking for 2 more maintenance just to help with the upkeep of that, the restrooms, the facilities that we are going to be adding to our responsibilities. I will be asking for reclassifying 2 of my full-time people for maybe some supervisory, where, I've got staff working till 10 o'clock at night, keeping other staff accountable, all the staff that works on all of our other properties, so I have somebody there that they can go to, and we keep them working hard. Let's see. One thing I do want you to know, I am working with the Destin firefighters. Ryan and I had a very good conversation with DEP and the ADA mats. I know we'll have more discussion, but I would really like to help the firefighters, the lifeguards, to get some information, if you, my dear, will help us, that we have 2 beach wheelchairs, and they are really the 100% what will make a person in a wheelchair be able to enjoy the beach, even more than a mat. So we have that in place. I really, really want to move that forward so we can get that going for citizens that need that kind of accessibility. And also, hopefully we can talk about with the Sheriff's Department in their contract. Right now, I don't know if you all know, but our staff is they're the crossing guards for the Destin Elementary. It is a very, very important job, very serious, and I would really like for us to look at putting that under the sheriff's contract. A sheriff on that corner does a whole lot more than myself in a vest and a stop sign, but we do have all of our employees taking care of that. And we are definitely lots of talk on our pickleball courts, so don't think we haven't stopped there. We are working towards that. I think that's it for me. Questions?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
If you don't mind.
Yes.
Some of the Morgan stuff you talked about, I think we've been talking about that past couple of years. I think we have budgeted items for, I think, all of the stuff that you're talking about right now, bathroom, the shed.
Yes.
Fencing, all of that. Is there anything in your thoughts, minds, plans, other items that we haven't talked about, such as bleachers, such as sun shading options for the baseball area?
Sunshades are in our future. We've been looking at that, trying to come up with the right concept, just to cover all of that for protection also. So that is something we are looking at with some different vendors right now.
So besides sun shading, I mean, are there other areas of funding needs for revitalizing Morgan's as a bigger,
I mean, if we do the
sense?
fencing, the batting cage, we would like to upgrade that. We've got some people that are maybe, looking at putting into that and helping us, be a sponsor with us. So that would be good to upgrade that. We did the walking trail, maybe some equipment around the walking trail. We've been talking about that. Yeah, there's lots of possibilities. The LED lighting is huge, and that's something that Jeff and I have looked at because, there's some maybe grants out there for that.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Lisa, appreciate it. Just a note, we're almost through. We've got 2 more departments to go through. Please hold your side conversations in respect for the person making or addressing the council. If you need to have those side conversations, I ask you please take them outside of this room. All right, moving on, library, we have Wynn.
Hi, everyone. It's lunchtime. I'm not going to stay but a minute. The library, come see us. Our new thing right now is we have a heron at the library. They just put it in. Thank you very much to Ryan over there. He's the hero and helped us with that, and we are delighted to have that. The other thing is, I guess, some of our biggest challenges. We're in a 20-year-old building. We're getting ready to celebrate the birthday, 20 years, on March 17th, which is St. Patrick's Day, and we will be having a tea at the library, and so please come over and help us celebrate our birthday. But the building is 20 years old, and it was designed with technology and things from 20 years ago. And in light of COVID, things are changing, and how we look at public places and how we look at our spaces and what we want is changing. So that is some of the challenges that I am working with wonderful people like Mr. Lewis and Mr. Jeff to come up with a new plan then to get the library up to the current standards that we need to be at today. And that's all I'm going to say. If y'all want to know what else is going on in the library, come see me, and I'll let y'all go to lunch.
I got something, if you don't mind, I apologize. We did kick off a lot of big upgrades and projects at the library, is that correct?
Yes,
painting and flooring and redesigning some rooms and stuff like that, is that correct? We're still doing that?
We did an RFID grant, which put new technology in the library. We just are finishing that one up. And we have some people have come and looked at repainting the interior of the library. The carpet, I think, is in the schedule. Help me out there. Where is Michael? He may be out already. To get replaced. And so we are doing those kinds of projects as well, getting
the
things
redesign
going.
of the rooms or the meeting room, kids' room?
We hope to do the redesign. That's kind of what we're working on to possibly get someone in to help us, because I don't know if you've seen that children's story time room. It's small and it's kind of an odd room. So, but we need to get some people that can give us some ideas of how to repurpose the space we have so we can make better use of it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Wynn. And to bring us home, our very own Ray Bailey. Ray.
I'm Ray Bailey, your beloved city clerk. Been here 23 years. I love being here. I love all of you. Okay. I stand between you and lunch, so I'm going to be very brief. I got my notes. I'm going to throw a lot of statistics at you. I'd like to talk about our usual challenges that we face daily and how we're coping with it. Number one is requests for records. It seems to be increasing in volume and complexity. We are constantly sifting through thousands and thousands of emails going back several years. Other contributing factor to the complexity, social media info, text messaging, social networking such as Facebook, because those are records if it deals with a city's business. And just some statistics here and some bragging. We received 521 records requests in 2022. That's a increase of about 20% from the previous year. In terms of measurable outcome, we set a standard of 3 days to respond to all the requests, whether it's small or large. Sometimes it takes us several minutes, sometimes several hours, and even several days at times. And this criterion that we set meets or exceeds those set by other municipalities, including our sister cities. And here's the bragging part. We responded to all these requests within 3 days of receipt, 97.2% of the time last year. So we are handling it. The other one, of course, is being more flexible, trying to be more flexible, because as you know, we provide administrative support to the city council and 9 other committees and boards. And my deputy and I mainly attend all those meetings, record them, transcribe the minutes, distribute the minutes. Now, we have another member of our team, that's our records specialist. We are training her to be able to do that when called upon. But she is a hourly worker, so we try to not use her a whole lot because you have to pay her overtime. In terms of measurable outcome again, we attended 108 meetings last year, totaling 272 hours, requiring production of 108 sets of minutes. The criterion we set for transcribing those minutes are 10 days following the meeting, and we have done that successfully 94% of the time last year. And in terms of accuracy, minutes approved by collegial body without challenges or corrections, 98% of the time. So we are capturing the information. I think while the city manager discussed with regards to codification of our ordinance, we had 22 amendments to the city's codes last year. And as the city manager said, it used to take over 30, 40 days for that to do. We worked with Municode, the company that services, and we were able to narrow it to an average of about 14 days. So we're doing well in that department. Our goals right now, well, successful execution of the civic clerk software, that's for your agenda. We have utilized this software to its fullest capability now, and we're ready to move forward. Maybe some added software is required, and that'll be phase 2. So we'll do that, and we'll work with IT with that. And the other one is committee members training. Following the election in November, you appointed a lot of new faces to the committee, and what we're trying to do now, and by the way, she's not here, but Ms. Sandy Trammell, a former council member, graciously volunteered to head that up, and so has Councilmember Bagby pledged to provide help in that department. And what we're trying to do now is we're creating the training plan, and the plan is to conduct a mass training probably in early March or April. Ms. Trammell is going on vacation, so she asked that we probably delay it until April. So we're going to invite, at the very least, all the chair and vice chair, as well as the liaison to all these committees, staff liaison to all the committees. Ideally, we would like to have as many members of the committees as possible. but we'll wait and see. So that'll be in April, March or April, so. I think that's it.
Thank you, Ray. So that brings us to our lunch break, and I was going to suggest that we make it a working lunch like we normally do, so we could take about 20 minutes or so to get our food and then come back and just resume. People can finish eating while we resume this.
All right, we're going to start this meeting back up. All right, let's take a seat, please. What's going on? Shane Moody, take a seat, please. I'll whistle next time. How about that? And then Buzz, there's a wireless mic if you were to yeah. All right, take it away.
So this is a part of the agenda. I know that from a housekeeping standpoint, Lance mentioned that several people had thought the lunch was going to be more of a lunch break, so they scheduled meetings out of the building. So we're a little bit less attendance than we had previously. But this is the part of the agenda when we're going to focus on three aspects of the strategic plan going forward, the council's strategy and vision. The first one being the livable wages issue. You heard each of the department directors, management staff this morning talk about how difficult it is to hire people and to keep the right people in their positions so they can get familiar with the institutional knowledge necessary to do the job and then continue to do the job in the future. So retention being very critical. The next one was to work with the stakeholders to pursue the Destin City Center. A number of the speakers that came up this morning, Captain Jarvis and the people from the chamber, had ticked off items that they would see in a city center. And then you're going to have an RFQ on the streets tomorrow to hire someone to come in and help crystallize that vision as to what the city center would be. And I would suggest that the more information you can give that person about the city center, including a list of potential projects, the better, the more bang you'll get for that $50,000 study. And so, speaking with the mayor during lunch, if there is something to be potentially included in the city center, that if they include that, I'll definitely vote for it. Well, we need to know what that is. Or if there's something that, if they include that in the city center, I am against it. I don't care what they do. I'm going to vote against it. We need to know what that is. And that will definitely help you get more mileage out of your study and out of the consultant that you hire for that via that RFQ process. And then the big item, judging by this morning's discussion, would be code compliance. This whole thing, watching it from the side and listening to the conversation, it's an untenable position. Complaint-driven code enforcement, we've talked about this week. We talked about proactive code enforcement this week. I don't know that that is an either-or proposition, but to try to bring together a neighborhood like Ridgeview Circle, is that the right way to, Ridgewood, is to say what sort of, I think the community policing analogy would be a good one. What sort of code enforcement are you looking for? We need to prioritize, or you need to prioritize certain codes to say we definitely want to enforce these. These are our priorities. These other ones would be more complaint driven. And then talking to Lewis earlier, there may be some adjustments that need to be made to the wording of a particular code, and that can be done through your LDC. But this is a place in the agenda where we want to talk about those three items, get your thoughts, and start to develop a list of priorities as they relate to livable wages and retention of high-quality, high-caliber staff. You saw how, in Jamie's comments, how that's really starting to take, to be crystallized, and then the city center, and then code compliance. So, Lance, you want to start with the livable wages side?
Absolutely. And we don't have to spend a ton of time on this if council doesn't want to, but staff and myself, we're thinking that this is such a major component of right now and the future that we should maybe consider elevating this to a pillar or join it with the first pillar, which is, help me out. Thank you.
Financially sound city providing service excellence.
So that's the discussion.
I think Jamie made the point this morning that there's more to retention and satisfied employees than merely the wages they make. Rewriting the employee manual and providing for some of the other benefits and some of the other aspects of a working environment and a culture that is very important to everyone, that if I have to pull out and go to a doctor's appointment and I have to check on something for my child, that, you know, it's not going to be dinged on my performance for that particular day. That's something that's understood and recognizable. That's a hallmark of a successful organization right now, is to provide that freedom of movement for the employees. So to write that into the personnel manual or to update the employee manual so that it includes things like that, I think is a laudable goal. Comments?
Yeah, I'll throw my first thought out there. I agree. I think it can be more than just an increase in a paycheck. I think something that would kind of be a full circle would be if there was a housing stipend to allow these people to live in Destin. Because I think being inside the city limits, being a part of not just the city culture, but the community culture would give them more of an opportunity to fall in love with not just our city from a business standpoint, but to really get to know the town, the city, and create their own meaningful relationships inside Destin. You know, all these neighborhoods around us are great as far as Blue Water and Fort Walton, but I think to attract and attain is more than just at work. And I think allowing them the opportunity to be inside Destin, to really see what makes this community so unique and fall in love with it from the inside would be a more emotional benefit that has a little bit of a financial draw to it.
So with regard to a housing stipend, I mean, is it something that you would identify certain positions, that it's critical that these people are in the city and so therefore a housing stipend is available, or it would be for most anyone?
Yeah, and I don't know exactly what that would look like financially, but I would assume at least medium to higher director. I don't know how many medium staff we have to director heads, but I mean, I would assume absolutely all the director heads should be, you know, inside the city limits, unless they do not choose to want to be inside the city limits. I don't know why they would, but then maybe some key management positions. But I think at least our leadership team should be all inside the city limits.
Is there any sort of code requirement that way? Lance, do you have to live in the city?
Right now, I'm the only position that is required to live in the city limits.
That's typical. Got to have the city manager in town so you can find him. Any other comments about retention and living wages, intrinsic and extrinsic benefits, the employee manual, any kind of discussion
Yeah,
there?
I'll go ahead, because, and I tie this to the professionalism core value, you know, because it is, having been certified as a SPHR, it is this. It's not just that money component. It's not just the, you know, it's the time off. It's the benefits, particularly the benefits in this day and age, because that's what draws a lot of people to stay with an organization. But the one thing that I would ask us to do, and I would ask the council to do, we're talking about our wins this year, or our successes, okay? Well, our mayor graduated from EMO 1 and 2, right, in the past year. And we ought to look to our training plan, which is a major component of staff positions. So how are we trained? They ought to be able to go and get certified. We ought to have requirements, whether they're financial, their certifications, whether they're information, whether they're HR. There are a lot of HR certifications, to where we enable, and Parks and Rec, to get certified, to get training. And we ought to lead as a council. Everybody on this council, probably except Mr. Destin, who wrote all the rules, that we're all trying to learn, should be certified, or should go be graduates of at least EMO 1, or maybe EMO 1 and 2. And so that we need to be a professional. We say it's a core value of professionalism. Okay, how do we address it? How do we address it with the attorneys? How do we address it with the library? How do we address being professional? What does that mean? And so I would say that's part of the component. We put money in the budget so they can go to these conferences, so they can bring back these ideas, so that they can go, oh, this is the best practice in my field. And then they make us better. That's how you get to be, and I'm glad of all the references from good to great, getting the right people on the bus in the right seat and everything, and getting the flywheel moving. But that's how you do it, is that training component. And that is something that we have not done real well sometimes. There were times in our history where we did them better than we're doing it now.
So one of the points that came to my mind while you were speaking about that is that Lance's reference to wanting to get up to the 30,000 foot level and getting out of the trenches. To be able to go to a conference and go to those meetings and to interact with other people in your similar field, you always come back with 5 or 6 nuggets that just make the expenditure of the funds to go to a conference seem minor, because you come back with these great ideas and you share those ideas and you wonder, gee, why didn't I do this every year? So, and that, you alluded to the point that since I live almost 50 miles away from here, you can say, if this is a bad idea, that dummy, why did he ever bring this up? So you can blame it on me. But your reference to EMO and to League of Cities conferences, let me just throw out that I would strongly encourage elected officials to go to those kinds of things, because just as with staff, you interact with other council members and other mayors who are dealing with the same things you are. And you pick up 2 or 3 things, and you can come back and share those with Lance and say, the city of Tavares in Lake County is doing this with regard to code enforcement. It's not a gotcha game, but it's a best practices, identification of best practices. It's identifying things that can be done to solve the problem differently. So if you like that idea, it's Lance's idea. If you don't like it, it's some consultant that you hired. What else? What other points?
I'll throw some stuff out, I guess. I'm not sure, are we specifically talking right now about making this priority a higher priority and making it a pillar? Are we talking about ideas? What are we trying to achieve right now?
Yeah, we're talking about ideas, things that will help make that goal, that strategic, what do we call it? A strategy and vision a reality.
Right, so I think it's a complex situation, right? We've heard from directors and multiple staff members and other people talk about the culture is amazing, it's the best place to work. We've heard that it's not all about paychecks, it's not about the money, but then we've also heard that I've never had a full staff in 5 years. So there's this, it's a complex situation of we have all of these things that are the best, but then we also don't have a full staff. It's not just about a paycheck. We've given more money, but that's not the main reason why we're not hiring. I don't know what the reason is, you know? So if it's not about the paycheck, I mean, money is important, because the things that we've heard about, you know, like IT department is, it's hard to compete with private sector IT departments. That's a money thing. Okay, so if we can't do it in the money, then what can we do? So it's the benefits, I guess. I don't necessarily agree with Mr. Bagby that benefits is a main priority for people anymore. Maybe a certain age and generation, that's true, but not for the younger generation necessarily, in my opinion. So then it's the other benefits. It's the vacation, it's the workload, it's the work week, it's the work from home style. There's all these other creative things. Tamara's talking about setting benchmarks with social media strategies and websites with other cities. Maybe we should set benchmarks with these types of offerings for our employees with other cities as well to determine how can we do this, because we're giving more money. I'm fine with giving them even more money. I'm fine with increasing the budget and finding more money for staff and wages and things like that, and moving it from somewhere else to make money a priority. But I'm also thinking that we need to have creative ways internally to, if it's not just about money, then what is it? It's not culture, because we've heard our culture is amazing. We've heard that it's the best place to work, but it's not the greatest place to work if we can't staff our departments for 5 years. So,
Well, I think,
you know, there's a missing piece.
I think it's everything you
Right,
said.
so it's kind of all that, right?
It's money, it's benefits, it's culture, and it's all the aspects of
Right.
those three
I
things.
mean, we don't need to put ping pong tables in the break room or anything like Amazon or Apple, but, you know, maybe we could, you
Maybe
know?
bring
but,
your
I mean,
dog
sure,
to
we need to
work.
put pinball machines and have stuff. I mean, you know, I don't know, but this is a very important priority, and if it needs to be, you know, I don't think we need to change the importance of it, because it's critical.
Yeah.
It needs to stay one of our top items that we worry
And
about.
I think
because we need to staff them.
that summary comment would be right in line with what Lance has been saying, is that you just need to maintain it as a
Right.
top priority.
100%.
And keep your open mind when Jamie brings items to you and Crystal talks about how it would be funded, so that you are enhancing the culture, enhancing the extrinsic and intrinsic benefits. You know, speaking from the older generation, I agree with you 100%. The younger generation looks at things differently than my generation does. My daughter and my son-in-law were able to move their Seattle-based jobs to Gulf Breeze and work remotely. So those kinds of things they're just way out of line from what somebody like me can understand. She tells me what she does for a living, and I just, okay. But those kinds of things can be done in a remote setting, and those are very appealing to younger folks today, because they can manage their own schedule, they can manage their own workload. You don't have to have the scientific management that I grew up with somebody following you along and finding out how many chits you made this morning. That's less and less important with today's workload. So it's everything you said, and I think what Lance and Webb and the staff are driving at with this discussion is to underscore the importance of those things. So when the budget is adjusted next year and when new staff is going to be hired, that you understand that this is a pillar, this is a critical part of your vision. All right?
Absolutely.
All right.
Thank you.
Any other comments about this particular?
Just a real quick comment. I think the city's experiencing the same problem that all of us in business are. You know, we've got about the same amount of employees that the city has in our businesses, and you can't hire people, and it's not the money. It's a combination of things. And one of the things that I've heard today that somewhat concerns me is the 30,000 level. If everybody is at the 30,000 foot level, it gets awful lonely down at ground level. And if I've learned anything in 50 years of helping manage or solely managing businesses is that you lead by willing by being willing to do any job that you ask somebody to do. And that's the key to it. I understand what they're saying, that they need to have the time to do their jobs. But an effective leader is willing to do any job he asks somebody to do and is willing to help them do it. And that's something we don't want to lose sight of. A whole lot of people at 30,000 feet, you got a whole lot of the other people saying, you know, why am I breaking my neck doing this? Those guys don't do it. They don't even know how to do it. So we need to keep that in mind.
Yeah, I think one of my heroes growing up was Bob Graham, that always liked to get out and work a day or spend a few days working to really learn about when he got up to the 30,000 foot level, he could solve problems because he had been at that ground level working area. So, you know, it's not a either or type of thing. But in order to guide the aircraft carrier, you need to know what's up ahead from the 30,000 foot level. So it's both. But you're absolutely right. So I guess there's consensus that this should be a critical strategic. Mayor, it looks like.
What would be the difference between the objectives? I'm assuming objective would be a end goal, we did it, we're done, check mark, where the prioritized strategic goals, that 1 through, 6 on the top, seem to be a everlasting, more of a vision versus the objectives seem to be more like a mission or like there was an accomplishment. So, I mean, it sounds like this needs to be a kind of a perpetuity of always trying to be creative and retaining. Is that something we bring up and kind of combine with number 1 with financially sound city, providing service excellence, and add a tagline in there that really makes this about service excellence from within that goes outwards to the community? I don't know. I just feel like 1 should be our top priority that eventually will be done. I'm just afraid that, you know, it's great that we're going to keep continuing to do so, because I agree. But I think it should be more of a strategic goal than an objective. Because, I mean, we did the objective last year by raising everything to par. So they're on par, maybe right below or above. But if we're going to continue to adopt and get creative, I think it's more of a strategic goal of always evolving with that mindset versus having an end in mind. I don't know.
Looking, Webb, at you and Lance, how would you like to see that
Is there a difference
categorized?
to you guys? I just wanted to get clarification of the boundaries of both, if they both have a heading.
Let me just add this. There's no reason why we are held to 6 strategic goals. I mean, if we want to make this a freestanding goal, we can do that too. But I just think it's so important to not this year, but every year. And every year, as far as I can see, that this be a high priority. And so we can leave it as a number 1 council objective, or we can shift it into the strategic goal category, either one. But I just wanted to bring up that I feel very strongly that this has got to be maintained for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, I just a couple of quick points. These sessions, you think about it as an offense, a football offense, all right? And we're the quarterback. And if Johnny is the wide receiver, we're not throwing to Johnny where he is now. We're throwing to Johnny where he's going to be on October 1st. So a lot of what we're doing now is in the retention area. And I'm okay if you want to take objective 1.1 and make it a strategic goal. Yep, because we need to obtain and retain quality professional staff. You know, if that's the goal, and I would put that up at number 2 or 3, probably. But it's this, you know, and Kevin and I disagree a little bit, but benefits, you know, in this day and age, benefits is your salary, especially medical and dental and retirement, because we recruited people in our business with medical benefits. I mean, we had, you know, the platinum plan or whatever, and we helped defray their families. That's, I would defer to Jamie, but that is a huge draw. But the retention, you know, filling these individual spots, we're on our way. We have filled a lot of them in the last year. You can see there's one, there's one. I mean, we've filled spots and we're going to continue filling spots. How are we retaining? That's what we should be focused for. Remember, this is the strategic plan for 2024 we're working on. How do we retain all these people we're going to hire in the next 6 months? And that's where I would say, where do we need to throw the ball where it's going to be caught on October 1st, 2024? Or
And beyond.
2023,
Right.
yeah.
I would just add that, I mean, by moving it and making it a standalone strategic goal, I mean, it will also absolutely serve as a recruitment and retention tool. I mean, for potential candidates to come in and work here, for them to see that our city council feels strong enough to make it one of their 7 pillars. I mean, that will mean a lot in HR and helping to recruit and retain both. Because it's a commitment from the highest level of the organization.
Just real quick, spitballing off what Mr. Bagby had to say. I think I see kind of both sides in the, it seems like if you could offer, like you were talking about, healthcare, that's something that we can, on a strategic level, something that we can get a better deal on. I mean, strategically, that's a great way for us to, obviously help people, but as well, we get a better, we can get a better rate. We can get, I feel like it's a good strategy to, for compensation. So I like what everybody said so far.
And then the only other observation I've had this past year is probably, and it's probably more internal. I don't think it's a council part in this, but I think just not necessarily a chain of command when it comes to communication, but who's responsible for taking in the outside issues or suggestions. I feel like maybe I agree. The leader should be able to unclog the toilet, which I've seen him do, and then also lead the whole team. So I think our guys are doing that. I think it's the whiplash of a random idea over here from an email, or we got to go address this fire and put it out. So I don't know if there needs to be additional hires or maybe just a little bit of clarification within each department of who is going to be that kind of, I don't want to call it PIO, but I mean point of contact for each department, so that when it's time to be 30,000 feet or ground level, you're doing what the department needs you to do and not be kind of, I don't want to say distracted, because most of those emails are important to us or a citizen, but how do we kind of allow people to do their jobs while still taking care of our number one client, which it would be the residents? So I don't know, maybe a little bit of more clarification of communication internally, and I don't think that's really us for council to direct, but maybe just a suggestion to put on the whiteboard.
Lance is the one that has to provide that information back, but Lance has to get it from the right person in each department, so it goes both ways.
Real quick, and this is a little bit off topic, so we need to come. It's not off topic, but as far as this is just something I've been thinking about for the attracting and maintaining a higher caliber of qualified staff. It sounds silly to have a ping pong table in the break room, obviously, right? How do we on a maybe a psychological level, how do we provide a more attractive work environment? So here's an example. Here's where my mind goes with this. I worked with a title company for years, solely, almost as much as I could, almost solely because they had a cooler with a keg of craft cold brew coffee. They would let me come in there anytime and drink their cold brew coffee. Anytime, any day.
It's not what I thought you were going to say.
No, yeah. So there was a time where I might have gone that way. But, how do we, I was really encouraged with what Shane said. He said every department head who came up and talked at Destin Forward said, I have the best job in the world. I feel like it's saying a ton about this city as a whole. How do we promote such a thing? How do we offer that to every position possible? And I understand I understand the 30,000 feet and coming down to ground level, because it feels like we do that constantly. And it's it bogs you down, but, I'm of the same mind as Mr. Destin. You gotta be able to do all the jobs. How do we offer this way of thinking? Does this make sense?
Yeah, to me, what you're talking about is a cultural thing, moving the culture of the organization forward so that not only the department directors, because without them listening right now, they're going to tell you they have the best job. They're not going to come up there and say, this is terrible, I hate this place. And so to push that down into the organization, it could have been a couple of years ago when they might not have said, I've got the best job. But now they're starting to say it. Now some of the things that Lance and Webb and y'all have done and has been done at your direction is now starting to permeate the organization. So keep it going. Keep looking for ways to enhance benefits and enhance the rewards for working for the city of Destin. One of the things that is cliche, but I've got your back. The staff needs to know that you are out there in the public and you've got their back. You're not going to, when you hear a problem, when you're going down the aisle at Publix, your immediate reaction is not going to be, oh, those lazy government workers. Your immediate reaction is going to be, well, they must not know about that. I will certainly take care of that, and we'll get on to that right away because they are responsive. Every one of the council members I talked to in the past week and every one of the staff members I've talked to genuinely has Destin's best interest at heart. And so if pushing this down in the organization from the department head level down is that you are doing, and all they have to do is listen to the tape of this meeting, you want to make employee retention and paying livable wages a priority. The staff will get that message and they will know that you have their back and that you're willing to take on problems that they might, it's not necessarily a ping pong table in the break room, or a keg of cold brew coffee, but it might be something else that comes to your attention and you can take action. So that'll become evident in the organization. I think it is now.
If no one wants to answer this is okay. If for any of the new employees that we have, is there like just something that you could share with us as far as like what was the deciding factor and maybe a challenge now that moving in and actually, the I guess, the nature of being human and having to move and just, the practical living side outside the work, like, what got you here and like what's something that we could help with?
I think the Quint Studers of the world and some of the management people would address that during onboarding and offboarding.
Okay.
During the onboarding process, why did Tamara, why did she choose to come to Destin? Everybody else from outside Destin thinks they know. Mm-hmm. Well, why wouldn't you go to work for Destin? It's a beautiful place. Mm-hmm. It's paradise. Well, interview some folks. And then maybe it would answer the question as to why for 2 years you've been looking for somebody to fill a critical job. What can be adjusted in order to fill that position? Mm-hmm.
Can I just answer
Yeah.
really quickly my own perspective? Yeah, all right. So I think we all want to be here. This location, this place, the size of the city, it's just phenomenal. So I couldn't be more pleased with my decision. I have yet to get to the beach to walk other than doing the press conference. I have yet to be able to take an hour during the day to go sit outside and eat lunch and relax and enjoy because there's such a monumental amount of work to do. I joked yesterday that I wish there was the equivalent of a, take your daughter to work day. I wish there was a, take folks around here to work with you. It's hard to describe the amount of work that gets done by these colleagues of mine. I'm so uber impressed. So I think to recruit is probably the easiest part. It's that sustainability of individuals because we chose this location to enjoy it and be a part of it and make a difference in the city. But if we're not really being able to get out there and have that work-life balance, that's a real issue.
So if we're going to make it an objective, Are we talking about recruitment, development, and retention of a professional, high-performing team as our prioritized strategic goal? And that doesn't mean that we can't keep that, offer livable wages or benefits as an objective, but if we make it a strategic goal, then what are we doing to do that? Does that make sense? Okay.
So ready to move on to the next item? Any other points to make on this one? So the Destin City Center was the next big thing to discuss under this section of the agenda. So there's two, it seems to me, from 50 miles away and from listening to the discussion this morning and over the past week, that there's really two ways to go. You can hire this person this firm via an RFQ, bring them in and have them meet with the chamber and with the stakeholders and sort of develop a list of what ought to be included in the city center, and then start to, does the old-time pottery location fit that vision, or is there a different 10 acres of land that needs to be acquired to do that? The other way to do it is to try to give them as much focus and as much specificity at this point before you hire a firm. You might get, well, I won't say that because it's a value-based statement, but either way, you're going to need to spend a lot more money than $50,000. One part gets you to the starting line. The next part might take you a little bit around the first lap before you spend the money. So the more information you can give to a consultant, the better off you are. So anybody that's willing to throw some things out that should be included in the city center or should not be included, this might be a good time to do that.
I would leave it at where it is, but we need to make some real plans on how we're gonna go forward. And at the next scheduled meeting or the one after, we need to make a motion to authorize the city manager and use attorney to go talk to the people at that piece of property so that we can ascertain if that is a feasible possibility at all. And that, I believe that is a more rational, logical way to go than to spend $50,000 on a plan that may have to be redone once we have any kind of idea where it's going to go.
I mean, Jim's got 2 books right there of plans.
Should we leave it on the prioritized list where it is? Yes, we should, but we need to make some real concrete steps toward accomplishing the goal rather than pie in the sky. We're going to design a city center and we don't know where it's going to be. We don't know how big it's going to be and we don't know what's going to be there.
So the first step in your mind would be to go talk to the potential future owners of this parcel and see if they're willing to.
If they're going to say not a chance in hell, then we need to figure some other locations. And there are some possible locations around town that we could pursue, but we need to know which direction to head in. Because without property, the city center is never going to be built.
Yep. One of the things that we learned in Gulf Breeze about dealing with that particular potential owner is that they now own the centers that they locate their stores in. Used to be they would hire a firm, the firm would acquire the land, and then they would be the anchor. Nowadays, they are the landowner with an anchor store in the middle of their parcel. So a conversation with them might be a good way to start.
And I would think if they're smart, that's the direction they would want to go in. And we need to know if it is or not. And if that's the direction we want to go in.
It certainly would start a foundation for future discussions.
Have we had anything, Louis? Do we have any kind of background of knowing where we're at?
Following the directive that the city council gave at the last meeting, I have a call next week with a group to pose that question directly. The directive from city council was get something in writing, and that's what I'll be inquiring from them.
Thank you. I mean, other than that, I think it's just, regardless of, like Councilman Destin said, regardless of the location, I think even if we're discussing, we just got back the citizen survey, we kind of know some hot topics in the area. I mean, either way, I think there's some validity of going through and figuring out what we feel should be in there, at least from a individual council member. I just think it's worth starting to figure out, regardless of the location, what are you and your constituents, or just kind of from your perspective, what should not only this be, but what is it solving? Because we kind of are starting to slowly understand some of the issues, especially with the citizen survey, what people are wanting, needing, asking for. So, I mean, this is, for me, the most exciting part is not necessarily, oh, we get another shopping place or we get green space. It's we have enough room here or somewhere else to really, truly make a dent into some of these sustainable problems that we just all know we have in Destin because of the size and the landlock of everything. So, I mean, what kind of solutions or what kind of issues should we be addressing in any kind of redevelopment project? I think is what I'm hoping we can at least talk about a little bit.
That might benefit the conversation that you have with the landowner, is to say, we've got this list of potential things that would be included in this redevelopment. An amphitheater. Would an amphitheater make sense to you as the new owner? A park, would that make sense? Would it enhance your business? So it might make some sense to have some ideas of what some of those things are before you go meet with the landowner.
Has anybody from Publix or anybody over the past year kind of brought this question up to us? Like, you know, we'd like to know eventually what y'all are wanting to do there. Has that, like, that kind of statement been said from anybody? Like they want more, you know, stuff from us? Or are we just curious?
I remember having conversations with our land use attorney prior to us even engaging them. At that time, they were not particularly interested in talking to us because we're still in negotiations as far as ownership is concerned. But I know if having that conversation on next week with them, they'll probably say to me, what are you bringing to the table? And so that's what I think, from my standpoint, if I have to give you advice, is let's get prepared to have a discussion, but we say, here's what we're prepared to bring to the table.
Yeah. So, I mean, we need a new community center. We need gymnasiums. We need 2 of them. We need a center that has chairs that we could have an event at. We need a city hall that we could put over there. We need Starbucks and walk-around restaurants and things that could be added over there. We need a big green space that could be there.
I can't rank it.
I mean, we can spitball this all we want right now. If that's what y'all want before your meeting, sure. I mean, I hear what Mr. Destin's saying as well. So we're just visioning here. So we're not making decisions. We're going to hopefully, I think the last meeting, Mr. Destin said at the next meeting, let's put a motion to have staff go actually ask them so we know. And that is a great step. Wish we could have done that sooner, but we're glad we're doing it now. And I agree. When we go to them and write that letter or call them, I think it would be great to have an arsenal of things to already be prepared that at our vision session, the city council said all of these things. So do we need to sit here and do this? Let's fine. I just gave you about 10 items. I mean, I really wish we would have been doing this over the past year, but here we are at the vision session again talking about it.
So maybe it's
whatever it's needed.
Maybe it's a road that has two lanes. One is to do that visioning to find out what you want to include in a city center, and the other would be to go talk to them about what is going to be their level of involvement, and what would they require, as Lewis said, what would they like to see the city do if there is to be a partnership? So maybe it's got to do all those at once.
I'm I'm so sorry. I got these guys this morning, and here actually. So you see me there all the time, Mr. Belcher. You can look at
So maybe the $50,000 study or consultant would be the one that would come in and help you crystallize your ideas, because, everybody's got lots of things that ought to be included in the city center. And then at the same time, you go and talk to the prospective new owners.
So, for me personally, I'm all over the place on this. And here's why I'm all over the place. My bottom line is, I don't want to be sitting here in 10 years with a fourth study that we didn't execute, that was a great idea on paper, but we couldn't make it happen yet again. So, to me, the city center, when I first moved here in '99, was down just past the bridge where the Emerald Grand is now. It was the harbor area. We parked up there. That's where when we had, not the circus, the seafood festival. Yeah, when we had the seafood festival, guess where it was? It was in the city center. And we owned the community center there, and we owned, the building that the fire department uses now, and we own the parking lots that are down the hill, and we own the fishing museum, and we could probably get it, we might have to condemn Whataburger, but, that was the city center. And then we gravitated, I think, in about 2004, 2006, somewhere in there. Now we're going to put the city center over where the old Kmart was, because the Canadian might sell us that property, and we might be able to create a, I don't want to say a fake city center, but a new city center location. But that didn't happen, and now Publix has bought it, and we all know what Publix is going to say. Sure, we'll be glad to do that. You can quadruple the density that is allowed in that, on that parcel, and we will lease you a place for a city hall, and we will maybe sell you a little parcel. What we want in it, to me, that's the easy part. Where is it going to be? How are we going to actually make it achievable? Get off paper. I mean, intellectually, I understand the importance of a city center. I truly do. And everything that it can be. But how do we actually make it happen? Because I'll be honest with you, before I vote to spend $75,000 or $50,000, I want to see that it's viable. That it's not just going to be something else, that we produce a report, that we put on the shelf, that in 10 years we go, you remember back in 2024 we had those consultants come in? Yeah, I got that copy of that plan too. And so I don't know how to get there. I know, what I'd like to see in the city center, the same stuff that we put in Rosemary, and most of your city centers, they have them. Coffee shops, whether it's East Pass Coffee or whatever, a couple of anchor stores, a couple of other things, some live-work units. I mean, we can define that, but how are we going to actually achieve it is what I want to know. And I just don't see that we have gotten beyond the, hey, wouldn't this be a great idea? Yeah, let's have some coffee shop stuff. Because we've got enough plans. Hell, if we just executed one of these, we'd be better off.
But nobody, without trying to sound like a smartass, nobody can tell you whether or not it's achievable until you tell me what you want. 2 gymnasiums and a new community center, shops and workplace housing. If that's what you want, well, that's achievable, and it takes 10 acres outside what Publix is buying. It might cost you $50,000 just to find out that what you really want to do is not achievable. So don't even do a plan. But you do need to, there's enough interest in it, and the survey shows that there's enough interest in the public to at least stick your toe in the water and find out what it is people want to build.
Oh, see, that's not true. Because the public survey, that was ranked like number 6.
Yeah, 6 is better than 10.
Yeah, okay. But what was the level? It was 20, I'm sorry, 19% said it was a high priority to research, not even do, research viability of multi-use convention, sports, community center, city center. 19%.
Well,
I mean, that, and when you put it, when you couple it, when you actually have to pay for it, when we put it with something else, which of these are the two, it was even further down the list.
is the one gymnasium that you have full? Activities? The community center that you have needs repairs and it needs to be hardened and, you know, so maybe that is a anchor of the city center.
Like to bring up there's that, I'm sure you've all driven by it, that piece of property that was cleared where the tattoo parlor was on Cybert and Calhoun, and I'm sure it's been thought of, and I know I've thrown the idea around a lot in my head, and this is a little veering off a little bit of where we were, but this is our visioning session. Is that something, if it were to come available, I mean, that's something that
It is available. It's for sale again.
Perfect. That's a great idea. I just think that would be worth.
What's that, a tattoo parlor, is that?
No, it used to be, and they cleared this piece of property that opened up a view that we haven't seen in years. It's at the
Mr.
foot
King,
of
I think it's great, and I think we'll talk, I agree with you. I think we should talk a lot about that, for sure. And I'll also add, though, that I also think we should be careful utilizing that survey result to discuss the vision. When we had 2,400 response out of nearly 14,000 residents, the majority of those responses came from multi-housing units and not single-family homes.
So you think
I
we
would be
shouldn't
very
do
careful
this?
about that
We shouldn't
survey.
pursue that?
I definitely. agree
I'm not
we
saying that we
pursue
should
it.
put a city center there. I
No,
just
I
think
agree
it's
we
too
should
good of an
pursue that
opportunity to
option.
pass up if it's there.
I want to talk more about that for sure today.
So on the topic of revitalization in the city center, this is where my mind goes with it. You know, when I was growing up, South Walton had a kind of a stigma about it in my mind and a lot of folks. South Walton now is what they call Santa Rosa Beach and 30A and this beautiful, fastest growing community in the world. You know what I mean? Not really, but it's not South Walton anymore. I drove through. My wife and I went on a little trip to Fairhope, Alabama. Beautiful place, set up totally different than we are. Great place, but we drove through Navarre, and there was things. I usually get on 87 and go up to 10 and travel over. We took the scenic route, went through Gulf Breeze, it's a beautiful place. But looking around, I'm like, man, look at this. This is nice. They've got new development, and what I see and what I hear from citizens and people who come here is, we're leaving, we're moving, we're not going to Destin anymore. I think we are this is a pivotal time in our community, in this city's history, where we're already moving forward with the undergrounding. That's gonna turn heads with people not even realizing it. The superimposed picture that they brought to us with no power lines was like, it's unrecognizable. And so I think, for people like myself who, I haven't driven through Gulf Breeze in a couple years, but, when people come back here and they see something like underground utilities and a revitalized old-time pottery property, I think that I get that we're not there, but we're not even in contention with that piece of property necessarily. But I think as far as revitalization goes, I think we all agree that it's got to happen to change people's minds, because there's a lot of people whose minds have been changed about this place. We all know what it's like now, what it was like before, but I think we have a great opportunity to revitalize and move in a direction that we want to go.
Mayor, just a comment. We're all, I think, in agreement to leave City Center in its present place and move forward. If we try to design it this afternoon, and we're going to be here till midnight, what else do we need to do besides that we all agree it still should stay where it is?
Exactly, and that's kind of why I'm just kind of throwing questions out, because I feel like it's like this chicken and egg where If I talk to staff, it's like, oh, what do you want? Oh, we got to go to the visioning session. Okay, we're at the visioning session. Oh, we kind of know what we want. We don't need to be at the visioning session. And then we're just, I don't know. When do we start? I just need to know where we're at, when do we start, and I get that it might not come through. I would hate to waste $50,000. I don't think we need to waste $50,000 if we communicate and really try to make an honest attempt at this, but we need to encourage and give staff whatever they need to be a great representative of Destin and have some ammo and some cards to play on the table. And I don't really know revitalization, but I know we just need to equip them with something to go to the table with. And if we can get that done, I'll be happy, but that's just where I'm at. It's like we're waiting for one to do the other, but the other one can't start until the other one happens, and it's just like someone's got to pull the trigger here.
I agree with you. I don't know what else really we can say, though, to answer your question, besides we put it on this list last year, and we're here again, still talking about it. So whoever makes those decisions, I guess, needs to tell us what they want. I don't know what to tell you, because
They're gonna tell
that's
us,
what we're
what do
trying
you
to
want?
do. We're trying to do that.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, okay.
That's what we just, I mean, so
Yeah.
I feel like staff has what they need.
Okay.
I think, but I'm not staff, so.
You
I
okay
don't know.
with that? Going forward, Lance?
Do we have what we need for our conversation next week?
Or are we willing to give them, what else are we willing to give them? Like, if they're going to be wanting impact fee reduction, like, is that something we just talk later on? Floor is yours.
Does the city's interests in participation include land acquisition?
I would be willing to participate in land acquisition. Okay? I would do that before I would quadruple their density or lower their impact fees or do something like that. And I just want to correct the record. The majority of the respondents to the survey were single-family residences, and 2/3 of the people, or 64%, I think, 66%, own their own. So the multifamily, that tells me they were probably condos, or townhomes, could have been townhome, but they weren't apartment dwellers. So, yeah.
All right, so it seems like if the council's done with it, I'm going to open up for the public comment at this point for this topic, unless you have anything else.
Topic?
Yeah,
No.
yeah, because I know we got a lot of people here for this
Yeah.
specific issue, and if we're kind of done, I want to hear from them. All right, we're still going to try to do the 3 minutes.
No
Captain
problem.
Long.
I'm going to take less than that. In that whole discussion, and the updates I've given you and the one I promised you, one of the challenges here, before we get to all this, is that deal has not been consummated. So we've been having to tiptoe through the tulips at the request of the parties in the contractual aspect. When we spoke with them, Kim and Lewis was part of it, we made it absolutely clear that one of the visions and priorities of this council was to build a city center in that location. When they came and submitted their plan while I was still mayor, they have 2 ports, phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 2 is 8.5 acres. That's what we made clear to them where we'd like the city center to go. So just for clarity, the reason no one can make an offer or say, hey, we want to buy that property, whether it's Stevens Group or the city themselves wanting to buy that 8.5 acres, is because the deal's not done yet. So that's complicating the process a little bit. The $50,000 is not about a study. It's going to be a 3-dimensional rendition of what you can put on that 8.5 acres. It's going to be a drawing. It's going to be an architectural, conceptual drawing, not a plan. It's not going to have road frontages and sewer systems and all that stuff, because that's all got to be explored and cost analyzed and stuff like that. So those are the 2 things. I hope that helps you all in that discussion where it seems like everybody's kind of going around. Just to help you understand, the $50,000 concept, especially when I heard somebody say, we don't want to waste $50,000. To get a three-dimensional view of what you can actually do with that piece of property, I think is worth it. And that's just what stuff like that cost. So those are the two things that I just wanted to give for clarity. Keeping it on the objective is sound and solid. We really, before you're going to see any real movement towards the development of a city center that staff can work on and the council can work on, is that deal needs to be consummated between the two properties, or the buyer and the seller. So until that challenge is met, it's still a priority, but you hate to, Mr. Bagby said, we don't want to come back 10 years later saying, we got a plan. Until that's consummated, that's kind of where we're at right now. You haven't spent $50,000. You spent about 45 minutes talking about something, but there's nothing other than our time up to this point that's been invested in this. And so our group, Shane, myself, we're talking with people with knowledgeability about how to finance something like that, so you guys don't have to do it all by yourself. But in the interim, I think this is, and Kevin gave a great list, because I think in the drawing that we spoke with Spotswood Reynolds, one of the people that are going to respond to RFQ, all those things were in there. So, and when you do that, then you can listen to the community. But if you want to listen to the community to put something on a piece of property without having that starting point, it's going to be very confusing. It's probably not going to be the best product possible. And the political aspect of it, to actually ram it through and actually get something built, is extremely difficult. It's always best to start with a three-dimensional idea of the possibilities and then work from there to try to just bring in all these inputs. Because I guarantee you, her design and your design and his design or ideas of a community center can be probably either too far-fetched or not even possible in the dimensions of the acreage that's available. So that's why you spend money to bring an architectural firm in, or somebody that's built a facility like that, and say, Kevin gave the wish list. If these are the things that you would like on this piece of property, this is what it's going to look like. And you start from there. And then you can, when you start getting estimates and the cost, you can kick that one out, or that one's too expensive, or it won't fit, and go from there. So I really want to encourage you with that RFQ to proceed forward with that up until the point, I think they're supposed to consummate the deal in May. I wouldn't spend the $50,000 until the deal's done. And then I would spend that $50,000 ASAP so we can get the thing started. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Stephen Franco, and I've been in front of you guys before talking about the Destin City Center with Gary and Shane, and I just had a few comments. One, I absolutely agree with Mr. Destin in terms of some of the things I've been advising you guys on, which is, the conceptual idea is important ultimately as we get to what we want to do. But the first thing we got to do right now is time to start the negotiation with the buyers here, and they're going to have excess land, okay? And what's most important to us is not to let somebody else that we don't know come in here and swoop in and do a deal with them, and then they can come back through and, based on the existing land ordinances and everything else, put some things in that we may not want. My opinion is, and I've asked, at different people and stages, is if the city is compromised in a way of having to, through a permitting process and approval process, from being able to negotiate with them directly, then I'm happy to step in as a sort of a representative, as a private citizen, a citizen of the community, but with the resources, the experience to bring this to fruition with you. We can bring the absolute best class in people and organizations to make happen what we want to have happen. A lot of it's driven by the cost, right? Your cost and your revenue. It's going to all shake out based on what we want, what we pay for it, and what the costs wind up being overall. We can back into that. But the most important thing we can do right now is take off the cuffs on us, some of the guys behind the scenes that have been having some of these conversations, and let us, with the nod of the city, with the approval of the city council, to say, hey, we would like to see you guys at least have some discussion with a preferred developer we like to see in concert with us to do this. Because I can tell you, I'm local, I'm here, and my concern is to do what is best for this community. The issue we run into is if we have some other people that come from other places, they may not have the same agenda. And we've got a great group together with Gary and Shane and myself, and with the support of the city council and the mayor and Bobby. I mean, this is a time to bring this together. And Jim, to your part, this is not about another study. I don't need to do studies to know how to do this. I can help advise you guys in our group how to make this happen and bring the resources to do it. So I just ask for you guys for your support, and really the support to let us have these conversations with the public folks. And I don't think to have that conversation, we have to wait for them to close on the deal. I think we can have that conversation and let them know we want to be that buyer, meaning the city, the public-private partnership, whatever we means, but we want this property, at least the opportunity first, before they offer it to anyone else. And that, I think, is our most pressing matter, because if we don't get that and someone swoops in this conceptual stuff and everything else doesn't matter, we got to get to the negotiation table. They're about to close in a couple months, and it's time for us to step that up. Thank you, guys.
Anyone else on this topic? All right, seeing none. Call the vote. Buzz.
The next topic then is code enforcement. What are the priorities? What sort of functions can be identified to direct staff with to allocate resources in a proper way so they're not wasted and they can be most efficiently spent? Do you want to hear from the public at this point, Mayor, or you want to hear input from the council on code enforcement?
I'd rather talk internal, and
Okay.
then at the end, once they hear everything
Great.
we've said, make their final comments and suggestions, since we're not voting at all on this.
All right, code enforcement.
So I can make a comment on what I'm feeling is.
Yes. Break the ice.
What I think we need to do, and we've discussed this at council meetings as a team, is give them a uniform way of approaching whatever is right and wrong according to a private owner. We've had complaints from owners that have come in and said, I did this, and one guy said that was good, then the next code guy shows up 2 days later and says that's wrong. So we have to get some sort of a uniformity across their rules of regulations that they follow, so that the consistency maintains across whatever complaint comes in, that it's the same reaction, fine, et cetera, from code officer to code officer.
Where there are problems, don't let me put words in your mouth, but where there are problems, clarify what the code says. Okay? What else? I mean, again, from 50 miles away, what I heard this morning is there are sidewalk encroachments and there are sidewalk encroachments. There are blocking sidewalks and there's blocking sidewalks. And it takes some discretion to enforce such a thing, unless you're willing to rewrite the code to say during a certain hour you can park on the street, during a certain hour you know, that's another way to approach it. But as far as the local neighborhood, I think a task force to deal with that particular localized problem is probably the best way to go. But, you know, that's just from sitting over there listening.
Yeah, so I don't think anybody has an issue with us wanting consistency, wanting well-trained code officers, resourcing them with the equipment that they need so that they can do their job out in the field. I thought what we were going to discuss here today was focusing their effort, because in code compliance, you have code compliance and you have code enforcement. So code enforcement is, I make a complaint, code enforcement comes out, they do an enforcement job. Yes, it's a violation, here's your warning, okay? I get another call, there's a complaint, I go out, yep, oh, I see they've already had their warning, here's your ticket, you can go through the process, you can pay your fine or whatever. Code compliant, and they're taught. Oh, Danny, I'm sorry, did I say code compliant? Yeah. So they're taught that they want voluntary compliance. That is, so they go and they get, they say, hey, you probably didn't know, you can't park your car over the sidewalk here. We've received a complaint. Or if we say, and there are entities that have done this, Walton County did it and said, these are the ones where it doesn't have to be a complaint from a citizen. We want you to enforce this code proactively. So whether that, and I thought we were going to develop a list of 3, 4, 5. I thought we had 8 at the last council meeting. I thought that was a little much because, but 3 or 4 signs, seems to have been a big issue. Feather signs, political signs, whatever kind of signs out in the right of way. The parking in the right of way, at least south of 98. Maybe we want to do it north of 98. But I thought we were going to give them some direction and say, you get a complaint, it's a violation of the code, you got to go out and investigate the complaint. That's not an option. But here are ones, if you see it, we want you to be proactive and get rid, or try to get the voluntary compliance. It's almost the same process, but now you're initiating it as a code officer. So did you know you can't park in the right of way of here? Okay, you can't. So they annotate it. They come back 2 days later, and part of our problem is the wording, because what's occasional, what's a temporary, what's a, well, I wasn't parked there yesterday, so, I'm not always parked there. Yeah, but every time I come by, you're parked there. So here's, your official warning, because you got your voluntary or your verbal warning the other day, and then we'll give the ticket. And right-of-way parking south of 98, I would love to see that. Short-term rental violations, I would love to see that. And signs in the right-of-way, I would love to see that. And if we're going to do a 4th one, I would probably support trash, because I see these trash cans, even in my neighborhood, which is governed by an HOA, these, I know we got rid of the fines for, or the extra charges from waste management, but some of these trash cans are just unbelievable how much people try to stack into those cans. It's like building one of those little leaning tower pizza things. But I think we should come together and say the top 3 or 4 things. This is what we want the code to be proactive on. This is the area of the city we want it to be. Because if you just tell them to be proactive, we got a lot of codes. And like I said at the meeting the other night, we'll never get off of Misty Way, or we'll never get off Ridgewood Circle, because we'll just be sitting there doing nothing but writing warnings, and then in 2 weeks, writing nothing but tickets. And that's not the town we want to be. We've talked a lot about culture here. That's not the culture we want in our community, where we're just hammering everybody for every little darn thing they do. In my opinion, I'll just put it like that.
Mayor, if I may, and I agree with the priorities that Jim has just spoken of. Those are all things that we need to look at, but the problem we're going to run into is much like the parking in the right-of-way or the parking on the sidewalks. I took a little informal trip down Azalea and into a couple of the neighborhoods. Literally, there are hundreds of vehicles that we would be riding up. So how do you get past that dilemma? And it's something that is pretty simple, and it's very important to code enforcement officers as well as law enforcement. It's called discretion and judgment. If it's a public safety issue, you got to do something. If it's not, are we really going to write thousands and thousands of tickets on things that, I mean, it's impossible for us to do, not only from a manpower point of view, but to harass our citizens at that point. So we've got to build into the system somehow to allow the code enforcement people to have that kind of discretion and to have a list of priorities that they have to adhere to. Is it a public safety? Is it going to cause harm to, you know, as my fellow councilman said, the kid that has to walk into the road and may be in danger of getting hit. In a neighborhood like the ones these folks were talking about, probably very little chance of that. But on a right-of-way like Azalea or some of the other business areas, very good possibility of that happening. So it comes down to discretion. You know, I'll point out what we did in the past. If we had an area we didn't want people to park in as a city, we put up signs that says no parking. You'll see them along Cybert, you'll see them in various places. And that then became something we could enforce. We could go tow the car if it was parked in that. So we're going to have to come to some of these solutions where we can build these common sense attributes into our code enforcement. Because if we don't, that'll become the biggest department in the city, and a lot of people will be trying to cut down rails to ride us out of town on. And that's where it can go if you do not have discretion and common sense.
I agree with the safety portion, beyond a shadow of a doubt. If we're going to make a rule or an ordinance change, I think it needs to be specific inside that ordinance that there at least has to be a 3 feet means of egress between the rear of the vehicle and the roadway. So if they are blocking a sidewalk, okay, that can be understandable, but there still has to be some type of means that allows somebody to safely navigate behind that vehicle without getting on a roadway. I believe hindsight is 20/20, and if we don't give some type of ruling or ordinance leading on the side of safety or public safety, I think we're going to come back and regret it in the future. So if we do it, I think we need to at least put something in there that mandates or specifically lays out a minimum width for egress for somebody to safely navigate through that area.
That would make it easier for the officers to use injection.
Is it a big deal north? I know it's south of 98. The parking on the right of way is a huge issue. North, for me, I think keeping the sidewalks clear is more important than parking on the right of way that they have to cut the grass anyways, or whatever's there. So, I mean, I don't know if there's a way, without getting the code so confusing that every new officer has got to flip heads or tails of what the code is depending on the road. But, I mean, for me, to the safety aspect, I think I would prefer seeing cars slightly on the road or in their right of way parked parallel with the road to keep the sidewalks open. I mean, give room somewhere, because what we heard earlier, then where am I going to park? And when there's no place else to park, what are you going to do? So we got to kind of give or either be discretionary, but, you know, I think to err on the side of safety would be to keep the sidewalks clear at all costs, and maybe north of 98, that means that they can park in the right of way or partly on the street. And that's, you know, for us in the council to see if that's a decision. But for me, that's kind of what I see as like a fair compromise of safety to practical parking.
Louis, do you mind talking real briefly about the option we have of overlay district, and so we could carve out like Old Destin if we wanted to do that?
In the rewrite, in the rewrite of the LDC, one of the options we're looking at is clearly making sure that there's a distinction between the northern side of Destin, because they're mostly residential established areas, and the southern end where there's a lot of change related to short-term rentals. And so I've tasked the engineers to come up with a standard that addresses the conditions that exist in the north and then the trends that are taking place in the south. So in the new code, I think we're going to make all those adjustments so that there's ability to do discretion, but at least also provide some minimum safety standards and safeguards.
Just as an example, one of someone in my neighborhood, you know, they have a boat, and the boat's in their driveway, and that's fine, but, you know, they have 3 cars, so now they got a boat And so at all points, one car is going to be blocking. So, it kind of gets into, that's not a necessity, where a car would need to be a necessity for the family, whether it's to school because it's the kid's car or to work because it's the parent's car. I think even taking into consideration what's blocking is also something that we should consider because, if you have a boat, it's more of a luxury than a necessity, and maybe there's ways that we can really interpret it. 'Cause you don't want it to be a case by case, but I definitely see the difference between we have 3 people driving and they all go to 3 different locations versus we have a watercraft here and we just don't want to pay $1,000 a month to go have it stored somewhere. And it's unfortunate that we don't have that land, but it's Destin, we don't have that land. And we all use our garages for other things. I have 2, and they're complete garages with no cars in them. They are just stuff. Just stuff.
Sure. There were some ideas out. I think we have to be careful about prioritizing some of these specific things and allowing discretion to be used at times before we put proper, pillars in place to, internal policy should dictate, how things are being done. We have a land development code that says what the city of Destin's codes are. If the city council at a vision session has to talk about prioritization of how to enforce those codes, I believe we're starting to micromanage what the point of the LDC is. If we're going to leave it up to discretion or to a particular person's judgment call, we still fall back to the issues of selective enforcement. Well, that was priority number 5, not priority number 1, so I'm not going to deal with that today. Similar to what Mr. Giles said in the past about the short-term rentals, a lot of times you don't get complaints and stuff because people don't want to be the complainant about their neighbor or the person a few doors down. They don't want to be the person on public record complaining about an issue. They're hoping that the city does what the city code says. To say one street is not as big of a deal about blocking the sidewalk as another street, I don't think that's a good generalization because, as Tori said again, it takes that one time for a distracted driver on a not busy street to run over that child or the person. To me, it's here's our code, and if we're not supposed to be doing these things, we shouldn't be doing it, whether it's south of 98 or whether it's north of 98. If we want to change stuff, we need to rewrite the code, not prioritize how we enforce the code. And I don't think we should be micromanaging it to that level anyways.
So one way to, not to interrupt, but one way to incorporate discretion into the code is to say, Lewis, help me, there's a street classification, collectors, neighborhood streets, that if a street was classified, going along with what Councilman Destin said, and I don't know Azalea from a rhododendron, but if Azalea has got 10,000 cars per day and Ridgewood has 1,000, that puts it in a different category. So maybe the code could be amended to say, absolutely no parking on the sidewalks on a collector. Or the parallel parking that the mayor's talking about is okay on a neighborhood street, but not on a collector. So maybe some tweaks could be made to give because you're absolutely right, you give the code enforcement officers, okay, now you have discretion. Well, their discretion is going to be different than yours.
Yeah.
And you're going to be right back here at the same
Right,
point.
and that's a good idea and a good point, but a lot of this, in my opinion, stems from that discretion of why we do violate certain areas and not others. Is it because south of 98 is a tourist area, so we're going to put more emphasis on that? Well, north of 98 has their issues as well. Quality of living and quality of life is one of our key things that we have here. And, walking through Keller Gardens as a neighborhood, you should be able to enjoy that no matter what street it is. And you know, it should be a priority to follow the code regardless, building codes.
But there are certain
sidewalks,
streets.
parking, everything.
There are certain streets where you don't need a sidewalk. You can walk in the street because there's no traffic. But there's other streets where you need a sidewalk because it's a collector and there's 10,000 cars per day on that street. Peak hour traffic is back and forth. So, you know, yes, you should be able to walk in any street safely, but some streets you don't need a sidewalk. You can walk on the street and be perfectly safe. Anyway, that's just one particular way to deal with it, is to further refine the code.
Back to what Councilman Bagby said, I like the ideology of us figuring out what is our priority, because if you talk to the code enforcement, they're asking us for direction. You know, there's 1,000 different ways to do this, so even if it's not micromanaging, we got to give them a direction as a whole. So, I mean, I liked what you listed off and just kind of the things in general, that this should be a priority because it's a systemic problem that we've known of. We've had task force completed, and we're still trying to figure out exactly the remedies. So, I mean, I agree that we shouldn't be micromanaging to every detail, but there's definitely some problems with a little bit more of a proactive approach. I think would give our officers the ability to address things and solve things, or at least start communicating with the offender to solve it in some way, whether that's the warning, if it's a short-term rental and it's finding the business owner and just warning and getting the renters to move because they were unaware. You know, there's task force that there was recommendations for us to kind of look at from a previous council that created that short-term rental task force. So I like the idea of prioritizing a few things that we really want our code to look into.
Let me ask you a question, or for anybody. Somebody calls and complains about cars blocking a sidewalk on not a busy street. Are we gonna go and enforce the code that says you can't block the sidewalk, or are we gonna say, well, it's not on one of the streets, so they're allowed to block the sidewalk?
Well, if we want to change the code, but we're going to enforce the code in a complaint. Right now, everything is supposed to be complaint driven because we haven't told them what, so I can complain, he's parked
Right
on
now,
the
it should
side.
be enforcing the code.
No, we're complaint driven.
Who says?
We're a code enforcement, right? Have we passed an ordinance say?
Who
Yeah,
says
but
that
have
we're
we passed an
complaining?
ordinance that says that we
So-
will proactively? I don't
I
think we
might,
did.
I'll try to answer that. It has functioned largely as reactive and complaint-based because obviously any department in the city has an amount of resources and they expend them where it's most necessary, and that has been complaint-based in the past. But they have the ability to be proactive. And one of the reasons that we suggested talking about priorities was because we put together a list. It was on that little policy that went to council, and the list was in no particular order, but it listed some of the main issues that code compliance either gets complaints about or faces every day in the city, especially during season, which is approaching. So what they were hoping for was some guidance from council as to which of these are your priorities, especially during season, because we have limited resources, and that's where we will focus. For example, you know, if it's Joe's Bayou, maybe we're going to spend a significant amount of resources there this summer. If it's short-term rentals, maybe we're going to spend a little more time on that area of the city south of 98. If it's parking, then we can talk about what's going into the rewrite there. And you know, one of the things Louis and I talk about too with code compliance is the fact that, yeah, the LDC is outdated in a lot of places. Not all of the issues that we have now were there when the city was incorporated or when the code was first written, and they're fixing that now, and you're gonna see some help that way too. But in the meantime, we were just trying to, you know, work with code compliance, and that's why I wanted Danny to come over so, you know, he could tell me, you know, what else do you need to hear so we can communicate it to you all. I mean, I think they are looking for, what are your priorities? If we told you the most common 8 things that they see in the city, would you be able to say, or do you want to say where you want them to focus this summer first? or not? And then once you decide what your priorities are, that would also help us with the code rewrite to say, okay, this is really where we need to have the consultant spend a little bit more time also.
I mean, I'll throw if there's just my one thing would be short-term rentals. I think that just is a degradation to communities. It is a business that is being run for profit, which is great. But if you're going to run a business, you can't affect other people negatively. So I think for me, from a community quality of life, if there was just one thing we were going to do, it would be making sure that our short-term rentals are a community partner working with us to educate the visitors, not only on our code, but the safety of everything, from rip current to parking on the right-of-way. Like, I think that's something that we really need to get more responsible commitment and communication with those as short-term rental business owners.
As, for example, with that, code compliance had a staff person whose sole job in
Perfect.
past years was to review short-term rental registrations, make sure that everybody was coming into compliance, especially when we changed the codes on short-term rentals and changed some of those regulations. And if that's a priority, then maybe Lance wants to keep someone in that position, and maybe
Do we
the
have that right
director.
now? We don't have, do we have a?
Well,
okay.
that person has, I think, been spread around a little bit more
Because.
because priorities are getting a little bit shifty. So let's talk about them. I mean, we could go through a list of what the main things are, and y'all can tell us, but I know you already know about parking, and we know that there's differences in different parts of the city, south and north of 98. You know about short-term rentals, you know about signs in the right-of-way, you know about trash, and blighted or those types of properties that are really unkempt. We have also the rogue vessels. I don't know if that's a priority, and livery vessel registrations, all of those things. What? Beach vendors.
Oh, yeah,
Thank
that'd be a
you.
big one.
Well, the other thing you need to realize in that some of these are just, there's a very hot time of the year that they're worse than anyone else.
It's coming upon us.
Exactly. So, it's like, we kind of need to give you guidance pretty soon because you're going to be spread very thin. We already know you're shorthanded. I already see you all day and night driving down Main Street, so I know you're busy all by yourself. I think if we could focus on 2 or 3 things that are very important to help capture what affects a lot more of our citizens across the whole, short-term rentals, of course, is one of them. But when you come to our businesses and our residents, those of us that go to Joe's Bayou to launch, and we see the rogue vessels, and we know that they're not paying, but yet they're still getting away with lots of free loading opportunities. So it's kind of, where do you put your resources? Do we have enough staff? Do we need to hire a midsummer person that works the Joe Bayou area, period? So that would be something that you could help us help you decide what would be the best avenue and when you want us to help enforce and add on to what staff you have.
So a couple points, and I think it was Todd. Yeah, we call it code compliance, but it's really a code enforcement department because that's how it has function. It has function on a complaint driven. So if I complain or you complain, anybody complains, as they did in Ridgewood Circle, the code officer goes out there and starts writing warnings or whatever. So, and that's probably how it will be unless, and that's why I liked the Walton County version, is they took 3 specific things and they said, you're going to proactively enforce these. You're going to, these 3 things, and of course they were all in South Walton, but you're going to proactively, so if you see this, you write their warning. You log it, you see it again, you write them a ticket. You see it again, then they get the bigger fine on the ticket. And so I agree, short-term rentals, but that is a very involved process because half the problem with the short-term rentals is they don't put up the sign, they don't register, but they're renting. And catching them, the clerk, whoever's collecting the money now, they should be scouring the internet looking for Airbnb or VRBO and, hey, you're not in our system, so you're not paying the bed tax because that's just like they got Al Capone. You get them through the taxes. But I agree. The rogue vessels, the short-term rentals, and then I would just pick another one between right-of-way parking south of 98, trash, and signs in the right-of-way. I probably would not pick trash to be one of the top 3. But, between signs in the right-of-way and right-of-way parking, whatever the council wants to do, but I agree, we have to give them some, and it's not selective enforcement, because the selective enforcement thing is, they're going to enforce if they're called and a complaint's made. They're going to do their job. It is, a prioritization is not, because right now they're selectively enforcing even with the violations, even with the people calling. So, whatever we want to do, but I think we owe it to them, because we've set them up for failure, because, I saw you gave me a ticket, but you didn't give the person across the street a ticket. Well, nobody called about the person across the street. So if you want to give me a call, well, I don't want to give you my name, because then they'll be mad at me. I'm sorry, that's the way the system works. That the state has set up, that base system. And so, whatever the priorities are, but I think we owe it to code to give them some priorities and say, you see this, and I don't disagree with the right-of-way parking issue, or maybe they can parallel park or whatever. The problem is the way this town, has been pieced together. Some of these streets, right-of-way parking, or parking on the street, okay, on some streets that works. On some of these other streets, you get one car parking here and one car parking across at the house across the street. You're not getting a bicycle through there, much less another car or a truck. I agree with hey, maybe we go back and we look in the code rewrite, collector streets, here's the standard, because there's 10,000 cars going up and down Azalea every day. Ridgewood Circle, having lived there 4.5 years, there are not 10,000 cars going up and down that street every day. There are people cutting through sometimes, but there's not 10,000 cars going up and down that street. So I don't know how to fix this, but I think in the short term, we owe code a priority if we want them to be proactively enforcing our hundreds of ordinances or our hundreds of codes.
Well, Jim, how you had said that you can go online and find on Airbnb these rogue, non-compliant, non-registered, that's the same thing they were finding out throughout the summer. All of those rogue operators were on Facebook, hey, Bareback Cruise, call this number, we'll tell you when you've paid where we're going to pick you up at. And, that's like, if we did have that kind of person that could do the whole, that's their job in the compliance department, is search for these, illegal advertisements in businesses, that could help shut it down, because then we could kind of capture them doing what they're doing online and get it shut down a little bit better. If we could get that person to be, that's what their job was. They handled that. So, just a thought.
Works with evidence at the hearings too, because if you have the ads on the road vessels or the short-term rentals, and then you also see what's there, combining those together and creating the big picture for the judge establishes the case better than one or the other alone. It makes it obvious if you see the ad and then you see the boat coming and going 8 times a day, or the tourists coming in and out of the short-term rental 8 times a day with an ad. It's hard to tell the judge that's not going on there,
So, Lance, what is the city's policy been the past 5 years on code enforcement or code compliance? Have we had a policy in place, a rule? This is how we are doing it, or has it just kind of always been just a not too sure because we haven't gotten specific direction from a city council?
Well, when I first came on board in this position.
Mr. Bagby keeps saying it's been a complaint-only driven, and that's how we've always done it. But I don't know. Why have we always done it? If that's true, is that true? Sorry. I know I asked you, but
When
you're
I
still talking about
came
it.
on board, it was code enforcement, and it was complaint-driven, absolutely.
As a policy?
No, there was no written policy
Just
to my
unwritten
knowledge. That was just the stance that we had. 3 years ago, 4 years ago, council had asked to look at it, and we brought back the recommendation that we go to code compliance, reorganize and go that route, and that's what we did. But we still didn't do a written policy. I can tell you the members of council at that time were hoping that we were going to take a more friendly, positive approach and get people to gain compliance voluntarily, and that's what we wanted to do, so.
So would it be fair to say then that rather than, because we're not making decisions in the vision session, we don't make actionable items. So is it fair then to say, to have, hopefully, our vision is for staff to bring us back a policy, kind of like what was brought to us in a resolution form at the last meeting that we are delayed, to kind of bring that similar thing back with some of these ideas that we're discussing today that we can then discuss up there on that dais and make changes and actually put it into place? Is that what other people in council are thinking right now?
I'm happy I haven't done this yet at this point, but I'm happy to look at best practices around to see if, I've never seen a written policy like what we're talking about right now. I'm sure there is one out there, and I'd be happy to look at them and bring one back.
Like, I mean, that's what has to happen, right? I mean, I imagine Danny and his team aren't just going to go off of our discussion right now and just go forth with some prioritizations. We're taking this, like everything else we do today, we're going to take it to the council meeting.
I mean, we could bring back, well, we'd bring back draft first, but once it's tweaked to the point where we could put it in a resolution format, that would make it official.
So it's kind of like taking the resolution that Kim and staff wrote and tweaking it a little bit based upon the conversations that we're having today? Is that the intent is, the next step for this particular
That
item?
intent is up to you all, but that's fine with us, if that's what you want.
Yeah, my kind of takeaway from that is we're trying to equip them with the tools to capture the evidence to have some teeth in court. So if they are a perpetual violator, that we put an end to it via magistrate or however we need to go through with it. So, I mean, I think for me, it's, allow code to, I guess, proactively try to catch these things. I love the idea of the online IT tech code guy trying to find it and really capture that story so we can show the judge exactly what's going on. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, we're just trying to get people to comply and do the right thing. So whatever gets us moving with the facts.
I'd be happy to do that, and it makes sense to me. I mean, that would give staff written direction as how to conduct themselves, and that's fair. I mean, that's as fair as you can get, I think. Yeah.
I would ask Danny, how many, what came before us last time was 8 or 9, I don't even remember how many there were a lot. 7, okay. How many proactive codes is a good number for you and your team? I mean, is it 1? Is it 7? Is it 3?
Honestly, Councilman Bagney, it just really depends on the officer. So, I'll just kind of use Ridgewood for an example. So that came in as a complaint base that came in for us to go out there and investigate. We went out there and investigate. The officers, of course, more violations that were there. They addressed every single one. So that one complaint base that came in ended up being a proactive that went around because there's one violation, there's another violation. If we don't address all of them, we're not doing our job. So
there were 18 total violations that day?
Yes, sir.
So that's what, half a day walking the neighborhood? I've walked that neighborhood before.
Yes, sir.
It's not small, so, okay, we had one code person writing 18 warnings.
I had 2.
Oh, you had 2?
Correct.
Okay. So
Those 2 are there and not somewhere else.
yes, addressing probably something more important than 18 residences on a non-collector street, having a car parked 1.5 feet across the sidewalk. I mean, and this is exactly why I think we need to give them some priorities, because yeah, you go out and you address the one that's the complaint, but you don't take 2 code officers and spend a half a day or all day or however long they spent to go search out, unless we want to say that's our highest priority for our code officers, and maybe there's 4 of us that want to say that, but I'm not one of them. I want you to go get the rogue vessels, and I want you to go do some, the other short-term rentals. And so that's the priority we need to set. And if you want them going out
Right.
Dadgummit, when we get up there on the dais, say that's your priority, and they can go live on Misty Way and Ridgewood Circle. But that's,
Yeah.
yeah, I will guarantee you there'll be one no vote
The problem,
on that.
though, the problem with, in my opinion, though, and I agree, I want them to be doing all those things too, though, is I don't think it's right for him to go to that one complainant and then 10 feet right there, my neighbor has got the same rule as I think what you just said is we should ignore this one and move on. I think that's what you just said.
Yeah.
Even among the complaints, you need priorities.
Huh?
People complain about short-term rentals and rogue vessels all day long, just like they do about parking once it gets into the season. So even among the complaints, you're giving
Right,
us a
but just,
priority.
but if I go get a complaint to go to Crystal's house with a rogue, she's a rogue operator, and Tamara's a rogue operator, and she's right next door, I'm not gonna get Tamara. I'm gonna let her go. And that is the problem that we do. I'm sorry. That's the problem. And if we gotta talk about this, let's keep talking about it before we get to the dais, because that's an issue. We can't penalize Crystal and say nobody complained about Tamara next door. No, we're gonna let Tamara go. That's ridiculous. And
I
if
agree
it
with
was a
rogue
sidewalk-
operators.
If it was a sidewalk thing, okay, but no. I think that, in my opinion, as one city council person, I think that's not the way to do it, to let her go and violate her for the same violation.
I think everybody would agree with you that you shouldn't
Can I-
just get one, but I think what we're saying is what complaint or what issues do you prioritize?
No,
first?
The issue is that we spent half a day or whatever with two people walking around the neighborhood to make sure that everybody was following the rule.
Parking
We have an
be-
issue with that.
Yeah, because-
We shouldn't have an issue with it, it's their
because-
job.
yeah, because-
Their job is to go out there and comply with code.
But it was parking north of 98, which is not the council priority. That's, I think, the ultimate where we're getting. If that had been rogue vessels and they had gotten 18.
But it was a complaint for a code violation.
Yeah, and exactly. But if they had gotten 18 rogue vessels, I don't think maybe you all would necessarily have this.
We would be giving him an award if he
I'm
got
saying,
18
the-
rogue
the-
vessels.
But because it's north
But
of, I don't
no.
understand.
I'm saying the priority, the initial priority decision might have to do with also priorities among complaints, not just proactive code enforcement. Like if-
And I'm saying my vision and my thought is that because it's not a priority, we shouldn't allow the neighbor to get off with the same violation that that person is getting violated for. I don't think that's a way to do code compliance or code enforcement. And we'll have that day in court, I guess, and we're all up there voting on these things. And I get you have to have common sense. I get all of that. And it's sad that a particular neighbor might have an issue within a neighborhood and they're calling and complaining. I get that. And that's an unfortunate situation. But we can't ignore that. And I don't think we should ignore the neighbor. You know, it's a tough position that we're all put in. I get it. And it is unfortunate. And I wish that then maybe our staff could take the next step to say, let's get some of these folks together and talk about some things. Maybe that's an option. But
Yes.
letting things go is not an
Yeah.
option to me.
Let me ask this question then. So do you think that if staff is regularly getting complaints about parking like that north of 98, and they're also getting complaints about short-term rentals and rogue vessels, and they cannot get to every single one of those complaints, and they have to choose, do you think they should prioritize some of those complaints over the others, or
I think
just
if I
in,
call-
or just in the order they come in, just
Sure,
go?
exactly that. If I call and make a complaint, and then Michael calls an hour later, and his is on the priority list and mine's not, mine should come first. I
My
call.
question. So
That's my
that is a
call.
question for the
I'd love to
council.
hear what the sheriff's department does about some of these things. I'd love their input on some of this stuff. I mean, I know it's not a criminal situation, but I bet you they have some good ideas to maybe share. I don't want to speak for them, but if they do.
And that was just a question for, like.
That's
for-
this is just my thought, you know?
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, he's cringing, but he's coming up.
No, I completely agree. I completely agree with Kevin in this instance, but I think if we prioritize anything, it has to be health, safety, public welfare first. That's priority one. Anything that comes in beyond or below that is a lesser priority, but if you're out there, you have to do exactly what Kevin said. One person violates and you notice, you have to take care of everybody else that's surrounding it. But if we are prioritizing, Safety comes before everything else, in my opinion.
And that's sort of where we fall. We prioritize all the calls that come in. Our calls are even prioritized by number list on the CAD screen that the deputy's looking at in their car, where they've got a number assigned to what's the most urgent call for them to respond to. The flip side of that, though, is we don't not respond to a call at any one given time. Sometimes we get there for a parking complaint too late, and it's not an issue anymore. But we do, that's one of the benefits, though, of having someone there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The call comes in, it's going to get answered at some point in time. It may be 20 minutes later, it may be 2 hours later, depending on what the priority of the call is.
Yeah, is there like an internal policy? Because I know like for the clerk of courts and everything, or Ray's side of there, courts, he came up and it was like, all right, we're at 95% of answering it in 3 days. Or like, do we have a state statute requirement of how long it takes to reply to a call? No?
That's all administrative.
Okay.
I'm just thinking that, if there was some way that you could give them priority, because I think, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but I think what the sheriff's office is saying is that they do prioritize. It's not just the order the call comes in, it is what's the most serious first, and then they will get to everybody, right? But they do start with the most serious first. I think I'm just kind of asking council, what's your most serious crimes, AKA code violations, first for them, and then eventually they'll try to get to all of them. But
yeah, my half vote would
within,
say, my half vote would say, I get it. I talked to code from Brian, and what they got was, when they went to Ridgewood, like, it's not like they want to go around the whole community right now and assign 18 tickets, but it was what they felt was the right thing to do to not be a selective enforcement was, I got to go around and hit them all, because if I weren't, it would be selective enforcement. And whether that's our policy or just our philosophy, right now, that's what our guys think is what we want or what is right now. So just as an FYI, our guys out there who really care about this community think that if I go out there and I see one, I got to get them all, or I'm going to be what everyone doesn't like, and that's, selective enforcement. And that's at least what our code guys are doing right now. So, I mean, it's really important that we give them this direction.
That's why we need to have a priority list, just like the sheriff's department does.
I love that.
They're dealing with life and death. We're not generally in the code enforcement, but they still need a priority list. And so,
yeah,
we'll get to voting on that at a later date.
And to that, Mr. Destin, our non-life and death calls have already decided.
We have everything we need to kind of come up with that 1 through 10 priority list. Anything else?
I kind of got the impression that I got the top 3.
Okay.
And I'm just going to tell you what I think. Don't kill me if I'm wrong. You can just correct me. But we think, what we hear is short-term rentals, rogue vessels, and right-of-way parking south of 98.
Pretty close.
Okay. And if there's anything else, let me know, and we'll put it together. If
we'll
you
discuss.
I would just
y'all
put it out
want
there,
something-
maybe 2 lists, seasonal versus non-seasonal.
Will absolutely make sense.
Yeah, I like a shoulder.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Seasonal list.
Yeah.
It's a good point.
So something else that came up a couple of times was signs. Should that be somewhere on the list, signs? I think,
Yeah, I thought the 3 were short-term rentals, road vessels, and signs in the right of way.
so
Sorry, I
signs in the
thought-
right of way.
Yeah, signs
Can they
in the
be
right of way.
interpreted as a public safety issue and removed?
Yes. As long as
See
you
that?
treat them all equally without regard to content.
Councilman Schmidt, that might be an answer to your issue, equal enforcement. Down the street, the signs that are in the right of way, up they go, no
Absolutely.
violation written, out they go.
Yeah, because even in the past, we've just put the signs here and they can come get them if they know
There
to
you go.
do so.
I think, Lance, is the next thing you want to do to hear from the public?
Okay, but just to reiterate one more time, it's going to be short-term rentals, rogue vessels, and signs in the right-of-way. Top 3. Okay, thank you.
For now. All right, so public input at this time, if any of you guys want to come up
Seasons.
here and talk on this, or if you guys have any suggestions based off the solutions and just the conversation we're having, this is your time to help us out. So if you can please say your first and last name and your address, please.
Carla Nakos, and I live at 420 Ridgewood Circle. So for the past 25 years, I've lived at this address, and unbeknownst to me, I have been in violation of this code, but I've never received any kind of citation for it. So to be honest, I didn't realize in my own private driveway that there would be this ordinance. I think if you go around our neighborhood, you'll see people aren't abusing this policy. Sometimes I park out there to get my brother, who's in a wheelchair, into my car. We do have several driveways in our neighborhood that are so short that people that park their car are already in, their single car are already in the sidewalk. So in a private residential area, I think there should be potentially some leniency. I liked the gentleman's idea about, if somebody can get around, like a 3-foot variance around the back of the car, I think that would be something great. But we do have also the problem of unaffordable and unavailable housing. And I know we have some neighbors that they're not from the same family, but it's the only thing they could afford. So you may have 4 different individuals from different families in that house. They have 4 different cars. One of the driveways, I'm amazed they're trying to keep their cars in their driveway as opposed to parking on the street or in their yards. So I'm just saying, I think there just needs to be something addressed in respect to that.
Mm-hmm. And if I could piggyback, wait.
Yep.
Fidel Karanovic, 404 Primrose Circle. Can I ask a question? Do you have maybe 1 or 2 people that are chronic complainers that kind of weaponize your assets to go out there over and over again? Can I ask that question? Do you have 1 or 2 people that complain all the time? You have a lot of people complain? Is it spread across the board evenly?
You don't have. We have concerned citizens.
You have concerned citizens.
What a
Okay.
great lawyer answer.
Not answering the question.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I think there's a huge list of, they gave the numbers earlier, they respond to tons of complaints. So, I
Okay.
mean, there's a lot of them out there, to be honest with you.
If we could just, me personally, ask a favor, if you're going to be putting policy together, just take into consideration, if you have someone that's they don't really like that neighbor, and we know about somebody that doesn't like this neighbor, and they're constantly calling, and then there's an action and reaction. If you have 4 cars in a parking lot on Super Bowl Sunday, and then code compliance comes around, you can't do that. Those cars go out on the street. Now we have cars on both sides of the street. It's narrow. Kids probably playing. They don't want to watch the Super Bowl with their parents. Other things happen. So, like Carlin said, we didn't have a problem for 20 years with cars in the parking lot. If they're a little bit over, because the way the sidewalks are, some are 2-foot wide sidewalks in some areas. There's no sidewalks on Azalea in some places where people are walking. And then there's 4-foot sidewalks. What is it? Stallman, sorry. Stallman, no sidewalks. Azalea, 4-foot. So just, if you're going to do policy, please take those things into consideration. Thanks.
Before you go, can I make a comment to one of the statements you just made? I think I know where you were going a minute ago. You said, do we have chronic complainers? Right? And I think you're leading in the direction, well, if they're a chronic complainer, maybe they fall to the wayside a little bit if something else is happening.
Maybe.
But can we agree that if we have a chronic complainer, that more than likely they're the squeaky wheel in every facet? And I would say in general, most of our motivations in life are try to get through the day without somebody giving us or making our lives hell. So if they're a chronic complainer on your end and they're making your life a nightmare, there's a good chance they're making our lives a nightmare all night as well.
That's what we're afraid of.
Yeah,
We're
so-
looking out for your interests too.
Well, but we
We're
can't.
feeling that pain.
Yeah, but we can't stop those people from doing that, and we have to respond. So
Right.
10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night, I'm still getting phone calls, I'm still getting texts, I'm still getting emails, so we still have to respond to those things on that level. So I understand what your perspective is or your point of view, but the problem is, that's not just a faucet you can turn off. We can't just say, okay, we're not paying attention anymore, we're going to turn that faucet off, and it's going to stop. It's not going to stop. It's going to become more prevalent to the point where I've got some people, if I don't answer that phone call, there's call after call after call after call repeatedly until I do answer and make some kind of response. So if we can have a mutual agreement that, yes, I understand exactly what you're saying, but if you can understand from our perspective, if we don't respond and we don't take those people serious, that hell that you're dealing with, we deal with 10 times
Yeah.
more.
We feel your
Because you're
pain.
dealing with one of them, and we're dealing with a community,
Sure.
right?
Yeah, we had some ideas when you all do policy that if there's, like if in government protests on RFPs and RFQs, if you have someone that does it all the time, after a while, they can weigh in and say, you're doing this too much. And we get where you're coming from. I understand your policy is to respond to those folks, but to take into consideration that what they're maybe having another agenda, that's all.
Yeah, I wanted to piggyback off that as a thought, because if we start pulling public records too much, I know we get to pull public records, but if you ask for something large, there's eventually a point to where you have to pay for Ray and his team to go do those man hours. I don't know how we can go down that trail, and I don't know if that's even legal, to where if we keep getting responses that end up not being true, or that, I just don't know, because I know this is a completely different facet than information gathering or public record requests, but it kind of goes back to the same ideology of, at some point, you're now taking so many man hours that there's a charge. And that's a super tricky issue with it being a code enforcement versus public information, but that's just kind of an idea that popped into my head is, eventually we charge when they take Ray's several hours to do something, and if they say yes, great. If they say no, then they don't get the document to the report, but I was just going to throw that out there as an idea that may not even be legal, but just wanted to throw that out there.
They can look on Compass. Don't we have it set up that people put a complaint in? The complainer has to put their name on there. That was the whole purpose of it.
But you
So
can't
you
see
can
the
see,
name.
you can't see a name? Is that only at our end then? Because I could see the
Do you get
complaint
to
on the
pull the public
Ridgeway.
record request?
Public person.
If it's not legal anymore to make an anonymous code complaint. So technically, if you wanted the name, it would be a public record. But I'm not encouraging neighbor disputes. What I think actually resolves your issue is what the council just kind of came to consensus about, that will be talked about in another public meeting, but their priorities weren't your parking issue for code compliance. Not that your issue isn't important, but they don't want code compliance coming down on this as one of the city's major issues. So I feel like they kind of already addressed your issue. They're going to focus on short-term rental issues, rogue vessels, and dangerous signs in the right-of-way that could be blocking views. So to an extent,
Yeah.
I don't think you're going to have two officers coming and citing you all day.
Until she calls again. And then they'll be out there again.
The direction that they just gave. They're saying, we get complaints on other things, and we're going to focus on those complaints as a priority, right?
But then this gentleman right here just said, when you get a call, that you have to respond to it. So, I'm sorry, you're putting up points. Can I not respond to your point, or?
And I'm just saying that they gave them a priority, and those things are going to come first from what I understand now. So I'm trying to give you some comfort that not you, but the parking issues are not the focus of the council right now, from what I heard. But
Yes,
you can
and-
keep talking about it, of course.
I think you're both right, because if there's a complaint filed, you have to go investigate the complaint. So, yes, they would still have to go out until we change the code that says you got to have 36 inches behind your vehicle, not in the street or around your vehicle, so that people can still walk around. But that is a different issue than the code enforcement. We need to change or incorporate the changes, whatever the changes are we decide, in the rewrite, or make a new ordinance or something. But right now, technically, what y'all are both saying is right. It's not a priority. So if he's got one code officer working on Sunday morning and there's a complaint, they are out at a short-term rental that doesn't have a sign that has 14 cars parked all over the place, then that's their priority, not executing the complaint at 4706 wherever, or 426 C-Star Vista, no, I'm sorry, that's my new address.
Settle down.
That's fair, that's fair.
So, for the people who have more than 2 cars in their driveway and they've already gotten a warning and code comes out because she has called, are they gonna get a ticket?
Folks, if I could interject something from more years in law enforcement than I would like to admit that I've got. The way it has always been in law enforcement, well, I shouldn't say always, the way it has been in modern law enforcement is you have to empower your code enforcement officers with discretion. When they go out there and they see a violation, they should have the right to issue a citation for that violation if it's egregious enough, or they should have the right to look at it and say, or the power, I should say, not right, to look at it and say, hey, this is not causing the problem that we're hearing it's causing, and we're not going to address it because of that. Now, the reverse side to that is you have to set up a system like we have so an example, I write someone a speeding ticket, okay? That person doesn't believe they deserve a speeding ticket. Obviously, I believe that they did. That person calls my sheriff and says, no, I don't have a complaint about Captain Fulgham, the way that he spoke to me, the way he dealt with me. He was very polite, very professional. I just don't believe I deserve this citation. The sheriff is not going to look at me and say, hey, I agree with them. I don't think they deserve that citation, whether he does or not. He's going to look at that person. He's going to say, okay, there's a system in place for that. You challenge that citation in court. Now, I go in front of the judge and I testify. If I lose that citation in court, it's not going to take me losing but a couple of those for me to all of a sudden say, okay, I understand now. What I witnessed and what I believe was the case there is not what it needs to be. And that's what these folks need is we need a system where they can come in and challenge what the code enforcement officer did, and a higher authority can make a decision on, okay, we don't want our code enforcement officers doing, that's not the discretionary lineage that we want to give them. And I think that would solve a lot of y'all's problem if simply when someone calls one of the council members at 11 o'clock at night and says, I got this ticket and I'm not happy about it, instead of that council member needing to look at that code enforcement officer and say, well, I don't agree. I agree with you. That code enforcement officer shouldn't have did that. I don't agree with you. That council member should simply be able to say, here's the system that you go through, and let someone from the city, a magistrate, whoever y'all choose, to be the deciding factor in that.
That's a really good point, because if staff went that route of giving them notices of violation on the parking instead of straight out citations, then they'd have that opportunity for due process. We might be able, if the council wants us to go that route until the code is revised, we could.
What I was going to say, with the parking citations, they do have that option because our citations actually go to the sheriff's department. They get inputted. They can actually contest the citations, where we will sit in front of a judge, because I've sat in front of a judge many times, with the citations I've wrote for the city.
Yeah, that's at the court level, though. So they could do that. But if we switch to notices of violation, then it would be our special magistrate. So either way.
Do you need us to do this at a council meeting to put that in your hands to make it a magistrate issue so these folks can alleviate? Yeah.
Already do it. It's just kind of a discussion. The reason we went to citations was because it was more efficient. We were able to just issue the fine on something that was an obvious violation of parking. But if we're getting into, 6 inches more important than 2 feet into the sidewalk, then maybe the magistrate does need to start getting involved and saying, okay, I'll be the third party arbitrator, just like.
I'll add also, fortunately, probably just throw more wrenches into the system, that some of these circumstances like this, and this is probably just good and bad timing, that this has nothing to do with the recent complaints that have been coming in, this discussion, just to let you guys know. I'm glad you're here.
Yeah,
But,
thanks for hearing us out.
It's been a lot of stuff, but maybe we should go talk to that particular complainant. Maybe we should talk to her.
Yeah, that,
hey,
lighten up.
huh? No, I mean, I get that. Maybe she won't listen, but I'm just saying, before we talk about changing the world and policies and notice of violations instead of citations or whatever, I mean, maybe that should be a first step as well, is just the education and information. Education and informing, just having conversations with her.
It's such a waste.
Sometimes, could also just solve a lot of the problems. It's not gonna solve all the problems, but sometimes, some of them.
I agree with you, Kevin. This person may just be in a bad place in life, and they're just lashing out at everyone around them because they may not be happy, and maybe a conversation from somebody on the city staff saying, I'm gonna come out here and talk to you. You've obviously got a lot of complaints, a lot of problems with your neighbors. Can we have a heart-to-heart?
I know we're not therapists.
I would like to do that. I mean, just to find out, is
Maybe
there
our
something
PIO.
going on here that she's gonna throw everyone into the bus in the neighborhood?
Bring the sheriff with you.
Well, no, you keep on going that direction.
So, I mean,
But just an idea.
that day, there were 2 code officers out there, and then Brian, who I'm assuming is a supervisory type person, was out there. So 3 people were out there that day for parking.
In our own dress.
Yeah, we know you
So-
got better things to do.
Bigger fish to fry.
Thanks
Right.
for being here.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you. Thank you all for hearing
Thanks
us.
for listening.
the only thing I would say, while in the, it sounds good and neighborly, and I would probably do it as a neighbor, for somebody from the city to go out, okay? Think about this. You come, you knock on my door, hey, I'm here from the city, you've made a lot of complaints. I'm recording you now, okay? You've made a lot of complaints, and, some of them are really kind of, you're going to see that in a lawsuit, because if you did that to me, I would sue the city and the code, because you're now trying to use official pressure on me because I pointed out a legitimate violation. And now, what became it's a $25, $50, $100 fine, is now a $10,000 settlement because we sent somebody out there just trying to be good neighbors.
But some of
I never think like that. I have no idea why you are so
Because
pessimistic
you haven't
about
been
it.
sued as many times.
Is there anyone else from the public who wants to speak on this? All right, yes, sir. All right.
Some of hers are unfounded.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it.
That's what they determined, so. Huh?
That's right. So Todd Burr, 4510 Luke Avenue. I think it's a good discussion, and the discussion from earlier, the comment today from earlier about having dialogue. We don't all have to agree, but there's a way to disagree without being disagreeable. And I think more inputs that come in are better. I appreciate the folks that are there, very passionate. They got 4 people from their neighborhood. I do live south of 98, and I can tell you I'm one here, but I have a lot of people that I talk to. I think Jim talks to some of the same ones and others who are so frustrated they won't even come in and engage because they've come in here multiple times. Right or wrong, they don't even feel it's worth engaging on. I don't believe that. So I have a couple of thoughts. One, when you talk about sidewalks are passionate to me. One, it's a basic property rights issue. All of us, I'm pretty sure, I'll just say most, my property line ends right before I get to the sidewalk. The driveway, everything else, that's my property, do with what I want. You're not gonna tell me, if I had a garage, I don't have one, what I can do in it, that's property rights. But it's not your driveway beyond that, it's a city right of way, it's a city code. City code's written, it's there. As my wife, who had foot surgery this summer, who was on a mobile trolley mobility, it's tough just to be able to, and I just want to be able to walk down the sidewalk. We do it multiple times a day, every day, winter, summer. Just being able to go down the sidewalk is important. I have parents who are mobility challenged, same thing. We're a pretty small town. Let's stay out of the Americans with Disabilities Act's crosshairs. There's a lot of folks that can do a lot of lawsuits to a lot of cities if you're not having navigable things by the ADA. Start blocking the sidewalks, that's an ADA problem. Jim, as lawsuits go, gotta worry about that. Just some thoughts. The other one on short-term rentals, I appreciate the gentleman from the chamber earlier this morning. Hey, you buy not short of the 98, south of 98, you should know you got short-term rentals. Time out for a second. Again, property rights. I own short-term rentals, I own long-term rentals. But in residential neighborhoods, you own a condo, that's a different zoning. Your zoning complies. The state of Florida has said a 5,000 square foot, 20-some house is still residential. That's what the Supreme Court and the folks in Tallahassee said. Until that, they need to follow the residential rules, would be my opinion. And that needs to be enforced. Just because you live down there, it's not, well, you ought to know better. No, we can all play side by side, but some of the things that are early on are bellwethers to come back in. And that's where I think there's an opportunity to debunk a myth that I hear in this town sometimes, and debunking the myth that, hey, we can't write a ticket to a visitor or they'll never come back for tourism. I completely disagree, and that's a myth that needs to be debunked. Whether you go to Jacksonville, whether you go to St. Augustine, whether you go to a lot of tourist places, you can go to professional tourism, I'll say Savannah, Charleston. Nope. You get in the historic districts, you get in the area, they'll write the ticket. Because people want to be here. And if one person leaves, there's 10 more that want to come here. But it sets the stage for how are you going to conduct yourself? Noise, parties, everything else, play by the rules. They don't need to be warned 5 times because they're going to be gone in a week and a new set will come in. It's how do you set the standard? Just a thought. The third one, just to kind of talk about, if you talk about leadership and when the code comes in, and I've talked with a few of you about it, priorities are good. We have limited resources. This is a delicate balance. There's no easy solution. Understand, priorities are fine. We have a whole set of codes that a number of councils, probably all the way back to Mr. Destin and before, somebody passed it and thought it was a good idea to be there. The code compliance part, because I've talked to Joey many times when he made the change, Jim, and there's a whole bunch of parts. There's things on the mission statement that says community education. I've talked with Mr. Sullivan about that plenty of times. That's what it is. I got it. There's enforcement aspects to it too. I think there would be wise to have hooks that any time for any compliance that the officer can go through and do it. Because those is a military background. You know, one of the leadership tenets 101 is if you walk by a deficiency, whether it's somebody who's not tying their boots or shining their shoes, you walk by it and let it go, you've created a new standard. And you've said that's a standard that we want for our city. You know, the example, I know everybody was real big on the blocking the sidewalk and the parking, and sounds like they have an interesting part on that part of town. But I think you need to have, priorities are good, but compliance so that the officers have the ability, and I'll use an easy one, not that I've ever seen it, but one guy rips up his driveway without a permit, everything else, that one gets called in. There's 2 more guys down the street that we're ripping theirs out to put in pavers, everything else may or may not have a permit. There is utility to having that written in there that the code can have, hey, when I saw one, let me go check a couple more on this street, because when one gets a good idea, there's probably a few more who are getting the idea. You know, things like, I love our employees to have government holidays. But the folks doing some of these things, they know when the government holidays are. I personally have watched them come in and rip out an entire grass front and put all the pavers down, and the Hispanic-oriented folks are done by the time the sun sets on the government holiday, and they're gone, for example. So thinking about having to be able to have that compliance part in there is good. The other part is being, and I think it's a balance, and I would offer all of you who are going to vote as a 7 up here, if you're going to say, hey, don't enforce this unless somebody complains, then take it off the books. Either think about taking it off the books, and if you're not willing to take it off the books, why wouldn't you have somebody at least go by and look at it every now and then? If you don't want to have, in certain neighborhoods, parking over a sidewalk, then take it off the books. Because if it's on the books, just like Jim said, somebody can, by Florida statute, turn that in, and it's supposed to be investigated because and they can send it in with a timestamp photo that says, here's where it's at, and it's dead to rights. And I would caution, because there may have been some people who work for the city at various points, and I've heard it today, calling those folks complainers. That's a very delicate line to go, because at the same time, there will be people here, hey, how come people won't come engage with the city? How come people won't come engage to make the city better? Why is there so little public participation in a few of these? Because there are people who don't want to be labeled complainers. And that's unfair. Because we went to whether you're enforcement or compliance, this is a small community and community base. They do 5,000 of them. We got to have a different discussion. But if they're all valid, any one of you, 7, could put a motion to take that one off. But if it's on the books, are we not a rules-based place that we enforce what we have on the books? And there's things that get passed all the time. Anybody can make a motion, bring me something back if I don't like part of it. But most of it's pretty easy to take a picture with a cell phone camera. It's pretty easily to figure it out. A few thoughts. Happy to take any questions if there are.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I think the next part of the agenda is the prioritization of the adopted council objectives for 2023. How should they be amended for 2024?
We're gonna, next one's council discussion, and then we're gonna go into.
Council
yeah,
discussion.
sorry.
I was
Oh,
jumping
no.
ahead. My bad.
All right, cool, so. Councilman Schmidt. The workshop visioning session floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. Let's see. Thank you for this day. I told Buzz when I met him last week, I'm glad he was back. I'm glad we're doing it again. This is my third one. Glad to be here. I guess I wanted to just throw out a few things, questions, comments, discussion. The beach chief, Joe Jigson. He mentioned, I asked him a question about supporting him, what we could do. I'm not sure if he didn't want to answer it directly or not, or maybe that's all they really wanted us to do. But I guess one thing he said was support to get the county to do stuff. So, you know, I guess my question first is there pushback from the county to support the beach safety program that we know of? Are there issues with funding this program?
I know
on a city or county level?
The one comment I know is true, and I can't get into all of it, would be that I know the county has increased their wages per hour, which made them more, I guess, people want to go work for them, where South Walton, the golden child, is the most paid lifeguard. Now the island just became the second, so now we are kind of in this, you know, runner-up position.
So one thing I'll add, and I'm not sure if this will be a sticker or an item or what it's going to be, but as some of you guys said when he was talking, I mean, I think probably the debate maybe that we have sometimes is, you know, the city of Destin only has a couple of beaches, you know, but it's the city of Destin. It's in our boundaries, like Mr. Destin said. And so I think it should always be a very high priority to do whatever the city of Destin can do to support those lifeguards. Now, yes, I do think we should push the TDC to be paying for almost all of it, 100%. But at the same time, I mean, if there's a choice that TDC or county making that's going to hinder them, I would like to know about it immediately so that we can either contact the county or put our own support up and deal with the county later, because I don't think that should ever be a, you know, should never be a second thought at all. Safety on those beaches is utmost of importance. The sheriff's department, I brought up the stuff earlier about the posse. I learned something new today, you know. I think the posse word, I feel like that's just like an old term or something, you know. Maybe we should change the term and we might get some new recruits or something.
A lot of them have been changed, a lot of them
Yeah.
are reservists now.
Yeah, gotcha. You know, and I hear what they're saying about, you know, the numbers are dwindling. Was it 400 or something, or some 400 and something back? 330. Now it's 16. 16, I think it was said. But at the same time, I mean, I think as a city we should find a way to make a priority to getting a posse member or figure out how to add a specific unit to solely do certain things. I don't know the contractual obligations, or I don't know specifically if on that. I know on the contract that we have with them, it talks about the zones, and it talks about types of detectives versus these things, I believe. And I assume if we were to say we want a sheriff's department officer to be only on traffic violations, I imagine in the eye of the law, if a crime happens, they probably could get pulled away from that, even though we told them we only want you to write traffic, violations. They probably have to do something. But I would love to see how can we make it a priority to, whether it's a posse member, whether it's we hire a coded person specifically then that maybe we find somebody to be in our code that then we train them to go through the training that they're talking about, that they have to go to be licensed to do those traffic violations. Now that they're a City of Destin person or whatever, we pay as a City of Destin to do the Sheriff's Department training that they're talking about to be a posse member, but they now can sit out on Airport Road and do the posse style things on our behalf. And maybe there's grants and funding to do law enforcement, things like that. I think I talked about a while ago about code enforcement or police officers or whatever. I mean, maybe this is the direction that we should look at going, is rather than hiring an additional deputy on our contract, let's look at it differently. Let's equip our code enforcement officer to get them paid a certain level to do training. We talked about equipping people and keeping them in the city. Maybe we find somebody that has a criminal interest, but they don't want to be a sheriff's department deputy yet. Maybe they start here with the code and we put them through the posse school or whatever that is. I'm not sure if it's called posse school, but because I get that the sheriff's department has priorities and criminal things, but if we can figure out a way to have somebody that's not a deputy, I think it'll make a lot of residents happy to have somebody out there solely focused on traffic violations and speeding and those types of things. The parking garage, I would love to, somewhere on, I don't know if it's on our list, improve parking explorer options. I want to say it's been maybe a desirable priority for a few years, maybe longer, I don't know. I truly think we should look at it, at moving that up. I truly think that there are options that we should pursue. When McGuire's guy came to us and he was talking about putting that parking garage, and I don't know what's going on. I've heard different things about why or why not it's happening. But I think we were all very excited about the investment that he was doing on his own to build that parking garage. And, we've had Shane talk about it at different times, and we have the options. We have the space. I think Seibert and Zerby, I think we put in the budget this current year, y'all are going to consolidate that. I'm assuming that's still coming it's still in the plan, right? Next couple weeks, Now that it's, It'll come to us. So, but that's going to be one big parking lot. Why not put a parking garage on it right there? Why not? If we're going to consolidate and spend the money putting it together, maybe before we do that, we should really look at turning that one into a parking garage first. It's not on 98. It's out of the way. It's not going to hopefully be an eyesore for people. There's tons of ways that we can turn a parking garage into a not eyesore with creative ways that a lot of cities are doing, even if we did put it on 98. But that particular lot, why not put that as a parking garage? And it's big. I think it's big. Is it a big space? Looks big.
For Destin.
For Destin. And if that also involves the private partnership thing or workforce housing idea, I know Shane's always talked about that. Seems like a pretty cool idea to put some workforce housing on top of a parking garage. Why not? So I would love to parking garage, move it up my list if possible. I was talking to somebody about livery vessels, rogue operators, bareback, bareboat. I think somebody said bareback earlier. I'm not sure if that's the correct term, but I about died laughing when I heard it. And I just said it again. This is pretty funny. Sorry, that's probably not the way we should go, but it's 3:30, so starting to get a little cynical here, right? You know, we have a moratorium currently in place. Maybe it'll be a permanent moratorium one day. Who knows? Maybe we look at how can we take the illegal operators and make them legal? You know, if they are going through the Coast Guard and getting their stamps and they're doing all of their things, what if we were to, hey, let's make Joe's Bayou, I'm just throwing this out there, okay? So don't shoot me. You know, you want to be a commercial operator and run your legal business that's been stamped by the Coast Guard, that's been stamped by this operation, that operation, you pay double the fee to use Joe's Bayou as long as you got all your permits and your BTRs and everything else. You know, I mean, revenue generating opportunity for the city. It limits the rogue operators now because we're making it allowed use over at Joe's Bayou. You know, I thought about that one recently in conversations with people that are trying to start a business, and they're saying the same thing that most people say. I don't have anywhere to park my boat. I don't have anywhere to do my business from. The harbor's full. You know, what are you trying to do? I'm trying to get a pontoon boat and take people on Crab Island. Well, you and everybody else right now, right? But there's no space. I get that, you know. But at the same time, maybe we should look at, well, geez, if these people are going through all of the steps to be a licensed operator, to be registered with the state of Florida, registered with the city, registered with the county, registered with the Coast Guard, registered with the Sheriff's Department, maybe we should let them launch from Joe's Bayou and make them pay a different fee. You know, just a thought there. Don't know if they'll have any legs on that one. I'm not a lifelong Joe's Bayou operator, so I'm sure there's going to be a lot of pushback for something like that. But as we're expanding Joe's Bayou, that might be an option to consider in the future. The last thing I'll put out there is that I appreciate that we do these vision sessions, as I said, to start off with. I might be the unpopular vote or comment here, but I think we are putting too much emphasis on what we have to put on these lists to get done in the city of Destin. While I do agree that it's helpful that the city council tells the city manager what the city council wants to do, I don't think we should have to reconvene once a year to talk about things again that we've already talked about. I truly don't think it's our job to, at a vision session, get to the nitty-gritty details on some of these items. I think they should be handled appropriately internally with staff at a level in these rooms and with directors. We have the best directors to work for, I think somebody said, and I agree with that. We have amazing people that work for the city of Destin. If we're going to take, for example, the city center item as an example, between last year's vision session and this year's vision session, we've had at least 18 meetings, I guess, maybe 20. There's plenty of chances that our staff could have talked to us about the city center. Plenty of chances. And so while I appreciate the vision session as a whole, I personally think that we get caught up too much sometimes on, if it's not on this list, exactly how to do the job, then we're confused on how to do the job. And I would appreciate in the future that we kind of think about that and how we operate throughout the year. But that's all I have for now.
Thank you.
Is that okay?
Works for me.
Anything else, Buzz? For me? Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Is it appropriate to anyone have comments for him? Nope. All right. Councilman King.
So the main conversation Mr. Eddy and I had was, you know, we have things on this strategic plan that have been on here for 2 years, for the last 2 years I've been here, and some for longer. I like where we're going. I think that revamping some of these things, putting kind of putting pen back to paper as far as strategies and objectives to get these things done. So that's kind of where we went with it. I think one of the main things was a couple years ago, I was really strong on creating more habitat for inshore fishing guides, and that's kind of lost steam. But I still really like the idea of a city marina. I don't know that we need to move it up in priority, but just running through the numbers, I mean, it's a wildly advantageous revenue generating. Could be a great revenue generating project for us. I don't know all the ins and outs or all the details of what would go into such, but I don't think it's worth taking off the table. I think I don't know the exact numbers, but I mean, if it could generate $500,000 a year for the city, I mean, it's worth looking into. So, and I think it could. One of the things that, somebody said to me in the last few days was, oh man, it would generate so many jobs. And that's a concerning thing for me because of, we can't fill the placements we have. So I think that whole discussion was, I thought it was a great discussion. I was a little bit, I'm just a little bit let down. I just think I want this place to be the kind of place that people want to go to work, so I didn't add anything to the list, but that's kind of where my head is at the moment. That's about all I've got.
Johnny, what about the land by the bridge?
Yeah, so
I don't know if you want to talk about that in regards to, I don't want to speak for you, but public beachfront acquisition initiative.
Yeah,
Maybe look at
thanks.
tweaking about that, about being public land in general initiative.
Yeah, and I think there's been some discussion with the Trust for Public Lands about that piece of property and what we could do with it. I think everyone in this town, for the most part, I think most people would agree that if the city wound up with that piece of property, what an opportunity, when we can keep it the way it is, keep it the way it was, less the trees that they've been taken down. But I mean, I think as far as land acquisition goes, that one should be, I would say, for the sake of, well, I don't know. I think that one should be at the top of our priority list for land acquisition. Most of my constituents that I've talked to on a daily basis are a whole lot more, because I sat at dinner with 8 other guys, and someone else brought it up, and everybody was talking about how cool it would be if we had that, and just left it the way it is for photo opportunities, and I mean, it takes my breath away every time I drive by it. I think, so yes, thank you, Kevin. And I think there is some talk on that as of now, but that would be, if I was going to add something to this list, it would be to move that up to our land acquisition. So the top of that list, thanks.
Do we think we should look at specifying public beach acquisition initiative and either as a separate item, public land acquisition initiative?
Well,
Because bayfront properties, other properties, or what?
no, what I had from earlier today was change 1.4 to public waterfront acquisition initiative.
Exactly.
Okay, because to say public property, there's a lot of property we could buy in this town, but it does not add value to the city. But waterfront property in this city adds value to the city. And so I would, when it gets my turn, I'm going to make that recommendation.
That was going to be my recommendation when it got to
Okay.
me.
Yeah, and that property in particular, I don't think I need to sell it. I mean, it's 250 plus feet of maybe what I would call the most prime real estate on our peninsula. I mean, it's just a if it's there for the taking or there for the buying, I think that we need to move on it quickly, or someone else is gonna, for sure.
All right. Councilwoman?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, to capitalize on the conversation that was already started, that's pretty much where I was going to go, that I think I need to just say it on the record, that we need to make it 1.4, it's public beachfront, make it public waterfront acquisitions. And I think we need to approach the folks that made the other Tarpon Beach happen so quickly. Let's find out what we need to do and at least put our name in the hat for the acquisition of that property. Let the TDC know, Colusa County, it's an availability. It makes perfect sense for us to acquire it. It'd be really cool to be able to, where all that is, sort of put like an arena seating type of like, angles where people could sit and just go sit and have a sunset view right there. There's nothing built there. Just make it like, like an amphitheater kind of the seating. You do it in an amphitheater so people could go and just row sit there, not build something that takes anything away. Leave it straight. And then take the Destin sign that we can't get anyone through because of the military base, bring that over and put that where the wall is between the properties. Like I said, that was one of my priorities for what I wanted to talk about today, so I'm glad everybody else was already in that mindset. And being on the TDC, this is definitely something that it would benefit everybody. The DestinFortWaltonBeach.com brand to the nth degree. Because everybody knows when they're sitting at that corner and you can see Crab Island, it's just phenomenal. The other thing I wanted to bring up was the city center, trying to work with the powers that be. I think we as the city need to empower those folks that have the capability to engage with publics and not wait till the deal's closed, or be really ready as soon as it's closed to be that partner that walks in and says, we want to work with you, we want these, this area here. And then I don't know if the fee system conversation came up while I had to step away for a little bit, but I know that at our next council meeting, I've asked the city manager and the deputy to put it on there that, we haven't increased our city fees on anything from parking to Joe's Bayou. And we're fixing to hit the season where we can capitalize on it. And like Mayor Jarvis said, $10. I mean, we're at $5 now. We could go to $10 and nobody would blink an eye. $15, I didn't think about that, but that is what it costs in Pensacola. That's what it costs whenever you're in New Orleans. That costs what you're over in Gulfport now. So people that come in on vacation, they already expect it. And we're giving our residents a Destin City parking pass. And if you're not a resident of Destin and you're in those non-incorporated, well, that's the problem you have to eat. You're going to have to pay to park because you don't want to be part of the city. So, let's see. And then also, talking about Joe's Bayou, increasing the fees for those folks that come to launch their boat. $20, that's dirt cheap. It's very, I have talked to other people that they're happy, they would probably pay $25 or $30 to launch their boat without blinking an eye. And I think that, I know that we give our residents a pass to not have to pay anything to launch at Joe's Bayou, but I think if we charged our residents $20 for an annual pass, like we charge them, for other minor things, I think that's a nice way to incorporate some extra monies that we could help the city in other areas with those fees. So we can, of course, talk about this more at council when we can vote on it and discuss it. But those were the ideas and thoughts that I wanted to make sure that that didn't go unsaid today on the record. So that's all I have, Mayor.
Awesome, thank you. Councilman Bagley.
Oh, you're going to go out of order.
Oh, yeah. Hey, I don't get a vote, I got one power.
Yeah, okay.
Let's set the agenda.
Couple of things. I'm glad we all got together, and we kind of hashed through some things. Remind you of the purpose of this meeting, okay? Because sometimes we lose the purpose of this meeting. We think it's about strategic visioning or whatever. It's not. It's not. This is the first step of the budgeting process for 2024. And you have to understand that that is the original purpose of this meeting. We can talk about 5 years down the road. If we wanted to do a strategic visioning session, we wouldn't be talking about the things we're talking about. We'd be talking about 5, 10 years down the road. We're talking about, here's our message to the staff, our priorities because as soon as this is done, they start working on the budget for 2024. And so, having said that, a couple of things. We talked about the city center, and we've added, or we think we're going to add a prioritized strategic goal, whether it's number 2 or number 3, or number 7. We'll have that conversation when we're up on the dais. We talked about the city center. And I've wanted a city center for as long as I've lived here. We kind of had a city center, then we didn't have a city center. But if you look at our council objectives for 2023, and you think about that parcel down by the bridge, and you think about the other land we own there, and a couple of the empty parcels that Mike or somebody affiliated with Mike owns, and the museum and the community center, you think about that, it would require some kludging together. And then you look at our objectives. 1.2, Destin City Center. 1.4, waterfront acquisition. 1.6, Stallman US 98 pedestrian and vehicle improvements. 1.8, transit trolley. 1.9, city marina, maybe down there on the water. 1.10, improve parking, explore options, parking garage surface. You know what? All those could be addressed if we said that's our city center. Every one of those items that we say are in our top 11 priorities could be addressed if we could kludge together just a couple more parcels, and there's where it would be. Where I personally think it naturally should be, but if it's going to be on Main Street, I'm okay with that. But from what we've said are our objectives, we could address more than half our objectives if we just wrapped our mind around the potential or the possibilities of that area as our city center. A couple of other things, if we don't put the city marina down there, could the city marina be at Joe's Bayou? Does it have to be in the harbor? I don't know. Could be. Or maybe we just make that where all the pontoon boats go, and then we open up the harbor for fishing vessels, for the world's luckiest fishing village. I don't know. I'm okay with a permanent moratorium. We have enough pontoon boats. I don't want to take food off anybody's table or make their kids go hungry or not get clothes, but we have enough pontoon boats in this town, my personal opinion. And last thing, just on the posse and the sheriff can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. I know what it does in Walton County. They're the people that write parking tickets. Sheriff does not take a sworn officer to go write parking tickets. They call the posse, or they tell you to call the posse if you call the sheriff's office. The posse comes out there an hour later, 2 hours later, 4 hours later. They write the parking ticket to include if somebody's parked in a handicap. They also do traffic regulation. So if a light's out or whatever, the posse members, if they're on duty, remember these are volunteers. So a lot of them have other jobs or whatever. They come out and they're the ones that direct the traffic when the light's out. They also do roadside assistance. So they'll pull up behind you. They might not necessarily change your tire or whatever. You might just be broken down. But they'll put on their flashing lights until the tow truck or somebody comes there so that you don't get hit. They're there to help the community, but they're not there other than parking violations. And I think all our code guys have now finished the class that can write parking violations, right? Or have we hired some new ones? Okay. All our older, longer-term code people can write the parking violations. So they're already doing, I think, what we might want the posse to do. I just enjoy this just to kind of, so we can go, hopefully next year, the Crosstown Connector will be off of there because it will be under construction. Yeah, no. I wouldn't, I get the transit trolley. It's real low on the citizen survey. We talk about it. It sounds like a great idea. It's kind of like the green initiatives. It's nice, but we've had a transit system in this town for 20 years that runs between the Outlet Mall and the island, now runs up to Crestview, and it is one of the worst money pits this county has. And yeah. Well, convention center does pull in some money, not much, but it pulls in some. So, no, I just thank everybody for coming and, putting your ideas out there on the way forward, and so the staff can get to work on the budget and putting some of this to paper.
Thank you, Mayor. Been quite a lovely day so far. Listening to everybody's ideas, and I agree with some of the priorities that have been expressed so far. Support of our lifeguards, public safety personnel should be a priority somewhere in here. I agree with Kevin on that. The city center, we definitely need to work toward, but Mr. Bagby is exactly right. When we tied our pieces down together and acquire one or two more that are available, we'll have 8 acres or more. Where our surface lots are now can be turned into structures with perhaps housing or retail or something on top. So when you go into a negotiation for the use of a piece of property, such as what we will be at the whatever the name of the grocery store is going to go in? Yes. It's never a good idea to go into that negotiation with that parcel being your only choice. It's not. We have probably 6 of 8 acres that we already own that we could turn into and could, in fact, address a lot of the priorities on this list. So while I think we should go talk to those folks, I don't want them to get the impression that they're the only game in town. They're not. We could probably save a lot of money by using property that we own. The only other priority I have, and I appreciate Lewis's numbers about how our permits have gone up and we have more money. But I also realize a very important thing that he said, and in the 4 years he's been here, he's never been staffed like he should have. And I doubt that he's going to be staffed like he should have, although I certainly hope he is. But there's more than one way to skin that cat of expediting and making the permitting process faster and easier, because that's how we will generate revenue. The last time our facilitator was here, he talked about how Gulf Breeze had prioritized minor permits and major permits. That was 2 years ago, and we've still not got that done. And I will volunteer to work with land use and with Lewis, our land use attorney in Lewis, to try to come up with some kind of a rational basis of how we could segregate those two and try to speed up and make our processing, our permitting much simpler, because in the long run, we'll have a lot more people paying for permits and we'll generate a lot more money, which will then have money that we can put into hiring more people. And so that's a priority I'd like to see added to this, and we'll make that motion when it comes time, but it's one we need to definitely move forward on. I think basically, other than to be 150% in favor of trying to acquire that property next to the bridge, that's all I have. But that piece of property is, as we say, the view is spectacular. It could address a lot of the other issues we have. And I know that I've talked to the people at the Trust Republic Land. They're still talking to the owner. I'm not sure how seriously or steadily they are. But we need to make that a priority to try to either put them on the hunt or get in the hunt ourselves. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, Councilman Guile.
Thank you. I'm last, so I get to reiterate everything everybody else just said, basically, for the most part, all except for a couple minor things. One, I do have a lot of respect for the people at this table and what we're going through, some more than others, but I still have a lot of respect for everybody here. I will say this, I was slightly disappointed about how we handled this session. I feel like there should be some blood, sweat, and tears before we left here with somebody up there on a dry erase board and get it all hashed out, because it seems like there's some topics when we walk away from here we're really not going to have any solutions to. But moving on, this is my first one, and before I get too far ahead of this, something that I did want to talk about was this public beach thing, and you guys kind of already addressed that. I mean, the two properties we bought are a half mile from each other, but we have 7.5, 8 miles of Destin. It's 7.5 miles long. And we bought two properties that are a half mile from each other. So I think moving in the direction that Johnny said is absolutely working towards the citizens of Destin. I think that's a great idea. The Joe's Bayou, I think we're taking way too many things away from the locals as it is. If anything that we're looking to do, I don't think we need to take another one of their ports of entry or personal getaway areas away from them. If we're looking at opening that up to a business, we need to look at that as city marina, let them pay dock fees, let them pay whatever they need to do. But the citizens are already being beat up enough in this town. I mean, I can't tell you how many of my neighbors say they don't even go to the beach anymore because it's just such a big hassle. We give the Henderson State Park pass, but by the time we get there, it's already overflowed and you can't get in. I think we need to really concentrate more on local benefits when we're moving forward in these things. When we get down to this transit trolley system, I'm not a big fan of that. I know that I've never ridden, but I guess there was a bus that went from Destin down to Silver Sands at one point. And I talked to a girl about that, and because she was looking for a ride down there. She said she's rode it twice, and each time it was either filled with drunks that made her feel uncomfortable, and she wasn't going to get on it. So I don't know if we've just got this Hollywood grandeur gesture in our mind about what it should be like. And the reality is the DUI, the people that are probably derelicts are the ones that are using that because they don't have any other alternative. And they're not going to ride a bike 15 miles to get to that portion. There was something else I wanted to, the permit fees and all the fee situations. I think we need to go substantially higher than what we're talking about right now. I know when I went to Steamboat Springs, I paid $65 for a parking spot for 4 hours, and I did it. And the parking area was absolutely full. If we're going to go up on fees, I mean, why are we talking about just $5 or $10? I say we jump that number up there substantially. Make it a number that makes it beneficial. Let's jump it up to $60, $70. You know, and if you're local, you get a pass, and you don't pay that $60 or $70. Permit fees, I file permits day in, day out. That's my business. Jack that number up there. Make it beneficial for the staff members to work in this area. I mean, that dollar amount's being passed along anyway whenever I do my proposal. So it's not killing me, and it's not an unfair advantage to anybody else out there because we're all bidding the exact same way. Make these numbers make sense. If we're going to go up, it shouldn't be small percentages. Other than that, I appreciate your time.
Awesome, thank you. All right. So, from the transit trolley system, I thought it would be a great idea to also add potential ferry, and I'm on the co-op transient board this year, and I'm the, I don't know, second chairman, whatever that is, because that's something that's really important to me, because right now it's something that's in use, but no one uses it, or at least the people that we want aren't using it, whether that be workforce trying to get from a job to home or our tourists trying to not use their cars. So I really want to work with the county on that to see a complete overhaul of what that looks like. Because there should be a different perspective when you're thinking Crestview and Fort Walton and you're thinking a east to west corridor for a tourist destination. And I think the trolley is something, but I think a ferry would be interesting. I know Fort Walton Beach's downtown is now getting updated, so I would love to even consider between Baytown and Fort Walton Beach, potentially if we are going to go that route with the marina, even considering doing a ferry from our neighboring towns to just try to, other alternatives to not use a car. There's only so many lanes that we're going to be able to build if we even decide to go out. But I think trying to partner with our neighbors, maybe there's trip money, maybe there's other kind of grants if we're talking about transportation from city to city. But I think there's an opportunity for some kind of ferry if we want to discuss that as a city marina combination of it all. I'm definitely in favor of the marina, the land at the bridge. I think that's a no-brainer. And honestly, I never considered having that area as our city center, and I was the one rah-rahing Main Street, and I mean, within a couple minutes, I'm like, you know what? That's not a bad idea. So for me, it's the feasibility of any location I'm excited about. The beach acquisition, I definitely wanted to be waterfront. That was a great idea. And then, so is our 1-1 still the offering livable wages, or did that move to a different category? I didn't really get my notes on that as far as what we were in consensus of. Because I always felt like 1-1 would be, as a council, every 2 years, there's a potential to change, but we're locked in for the next 2 years as a group. So what's the 1-1 that we really, as a group, are like, yes?
I think we do that at a council meeting.
I know, but I didn't get the temperament earlier of like, move that up, so our stakeholders for pursuing the Destin City Center is potentially kind of what's looking like our 1-1 as a council for the next 2 years?
We'll get there.
Yeah.
Right after you're done.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. Awesome. Yep, so. All right, let me get to my notes. I was taking everyone's notes.
Hey,
What
while
y'all
you're
say.
looking,
Yeah.
Bobby, I just want to say, I had the same thought. I never even considered going back, taking the city center back to that side of town. It just didn't seem like an option. But I like the idea of, we've already got all the property down there, so, I mean, I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, and I guess if we're taking the 1-1 up to prioritizing strategic goals, I think, and not only for our staff, but I definitely think as a city, we should be looking into some kind of attainable workforce housing. And whether it is the garage, I thought that was a really creative idea of having attainable housing on top of a garage. I would have never thought of that. But I think just as a city, we should really make it on the list somewhere of not only for our staff members, but for our citizens. That seems to be one of the highest things on the citizen survey, whether you believe the numbers or not. I mean, that ranked the highest at 66% of our people saying that was one of their top priorities. So for me, there's nothing too much. The permitting process, I think, is a great idea that we need to go in there. I know several other cities have done a no permit, small, high permit, so I think that should be a win if we communicate with other cities who have gone through this process. For me, the pickleball at the Destin Aquatic Center, I think that's like a win-win for everyone. It's actually 3. I know we're looking into it. We got Kyle looking into it. And I just really hope that that's still okay with you guys to keep going. It wouldn't involve purchasing land, so it should probably come under budget of what we scheduled in, 21 for the pickleball. And I'm going to be really passionate about the annexation. It can stay down there, and I'm happy, with the guidance of you guys. If I got to go door knocking as a mayor, trying to talk to these people, or hosting and going to their HOAs and just exploring the options after we get information, obviously it can't put us in the red. I know there's stormwater, and just like Indian Bayou over here, there could be potential big debts in there. But if it works out, I think it's really time that the city becomes one. And because of that oneness, I think my last comment is going to be like connectivity. Whether you said it directly today, a lot of people up here said connectivity, the sheriffs did, the code did, web with the cloud app, the crosstown connector, the community design, which was one of the priorities of the citizens. So I just think in general, one of the big things that a lot of our stakeholders believe that we need to do, regardless of the topic, is this connectivity. So whether that becomes another priority strategic goal or we word it in there, I would just love to see not only improvement mobility and connectivity, but just a connectivity in general, whether it's fiber optics, whether that's the mobility, the communication line. I think that's just a big piece that a lot of people in Destin feel that we need to improve on, is just that connectivity overall. So I think we're on a really good trail. I don't really have any groundbreaking ideas other than the things we've talked about today. So I appreciate everyone's time today. Thank you.
Bobby, do you mind if I add one thing?
Go for it.
I apologize.
Yeah.
Just in case anybody else wants to consider this, and maybe this has been considered before by Mr. Bagby or Mr. Destin, but we've talked a lot about Henderson Beach Park in the past.
Yeah.
We talked about it recently, about 98 and things like that.
Thank you for that.
Should
Yep.
we potentially look at making a priority for our staff or somebody to start discussions with representatives or at a state level to look at adding an
Turn lane.
entry,
Mhm.
not just a turn lane, but a second entry into Henderson Beach State Park on the east side of the park?
I would love to see
I don't
that.
know
That's
if we
actually
need-
on here, so thank you for
I don't
putting
know if
that
that's
up.
something
Yeah,
that
to have
we
State
don't
Park
want to make a
98
priority
turn.
as a city to start looking into?
The
or
little bit that I've
thoughts
talked to
in the
them
past?
about is one of the way I think they're going to interpret that would be a benefit is their RV parking customers versus the day customers, because they really have to encourage their RV parking customers to not move during the day, or they're going to be stuck in a 3-hour line trying to get back home for the week. So I think that they would be very receptive to it, and I know if you get starting traffic into 98, that becomes a hazard for FDOT and everything. So I would love to help them move that process along as far as access points to the Henderson State Park. And I guess the last one on 98 would be, dare I say it, should there be no left turn lanes, no left turning on 98, and just make it all right lanes until you're at an intersection that allows the U-turn? I just feel like when you're out there, one of the biggest bottlenecks that happens is when you got two cars facing each other and they can't move, and then there's cars behind them. Next thing you know, someone's just got to stick their neck out there from a safety aspect. I don't know if that's something we can do or if FDOT has to make the rules for 98, but between that and red light cameras on some of the farther out intersections, maybe not in our residential areas, but some of these intersections that are twice the state's national average of incidences, we got to do something. And if there's no employees and we're looking at posses, the only other alternative could be some kind of technology base to help us out in places. I'm not trying to police and be a big brother at, say, airport in Maine, but there is plenty of times I think one of the biggest violations I see on the road is people blowing through red lights, because who's going to catch them? So maybe more towards the common side. I would love to see some red lights, and actually Gulf Breeze had a few red lights out there, and the mayor struck it up, and there's some pros and cons to it, but I think the pros outweigh the cons. The cons being the people who know the law and the process can get off almost, but I don't think most people do. And even Gulf Breeze mayor contested that most people will pay the fee because they just see that it came in the mail and they pay it. And hopefully we can deter people, more importantly, and be safe in those intersections, because I just really think our intersections are part of the bloody 98 epidemic that we have. So that's something I'm really trying to figure out, and it's not one thing, but our 98 circumstance, if we're going to make a walkable mobility city, we got to do something with 98 from a safety aspect. So that is my second last thought.
I was just going to add, we can do stop the left turns.
Yeah.
We did it on Calhoun. If it's a city street that abuts, and DOT generally has no objection. And Kevin, you're right that the part of Old 98 that still abuts on the eastern boundary of the park would make a perfect entrance. So we're already right up to it if they decide we should do it.
Yeah.
Hey, if you don't mind, I just wanted to add one more thing to what Mr. Bagby said, Councilman Bagby said about the idea of potentially building up a city center down on the other side of town. Keep in mind also, this is the Harbor CRA district. By the way, we are in process right now of updating their master plan, so this is really good timing to really consider this and talk to the CRA committee about this. Correct, and also keep in mind that while this CRA exists, because it will sunset, while it exists, we have an agreement in place where the county matches, so, we're collecting the tax incremental finances, so it's basically City of Destin's millage rate compared to the baseline when it was established anyway. All those monies they're restricted to development within that area. The county matches that amount, so any development that we are able to accomplish in this period before it sunsets just amplifies and multiplies the funding that can go into that territory. Yes, both CRA master plans are being rewritten, but since we mentioned that one.
And we tabled, just kind of for point of clarification, we tabled the under the bridge walk because FDOT's doing the study for the bridge. But, yeah.
We tabled it for quite a few different reasons.
Okay.
If I recall, there was, do we like it or not? FDOT things,
Okay.
a lot of
Gotcha, I didn't know if there
stuff.
was on our side or a state side saying no.
Right. Some of us, I didn't like the plan, the options that were presented. There was a lot of
Gotcha.
reasons, I
Yep.
think, including FDOT.
Okay. Yeah, now it's time after all that writing.
Now it's all, so I was writing as you were talking, and so some of these things that I put a dot through or a dashed line through were notes that I was taking earlier in the day. They don't relate to strategic objectives or changing 1.1 through 1.11, so just ignore that for now. And some of them, writing, you were reiterating each other's points, so some of them you're going to see some duplication. When you put your dots up there, as long as it's by one of the things that has to do with parking, it'll cover it. Workforce housing, for example, I think I wrote that down more than once. So what we did to start the discussion was to write up 1.1, 1.2, and then 1.7, 1.8 are up there. When you put your dots up, you can emphasize one of those if you want to, or some of these new ideas, and then they'll be considered for adding to the list later when you get together at a meeting. So the question is, how many dots do you want? Everybody gets 3. Then you can change the priorities based on the number of dots that are placed by each item. I think there's a conference going on about that topic.
I want 5.
Five dots. Mayor going once?
Hey, I'll do 5.
5? There's a motion for 5?
That was the question.
Yeah, I was, looking for somebody to jump in.
You good with it?
I think we talked,
Doesn't matter.
earlier we talked
5 is
about
the answer.
having
All right,
Moving
5 it is.
forward. 5 it is, let's move forward.
Moving on.
red dots and yellow dots, or red dots and green dots. The red dots count for more than the green ones do, but how about just 5 red dots?
I think 5, 1 point each shots.
Okay, how about that? That all right? Sound good?
The reason I said that is at the districting session about 2 years ago, one person put all their dots on one thing.
Yes.
That's what I'm thinking, but one dot was worth 5
Yeah.
points, one was worth 3, one was worth
Since we didn't have the rules of the game established before we started, let's just give everybody 5 dots and see what happens. Lance, you okay with that? One sheet that didn't get placed up top. Okay. All right, 10-minute break.
All right, let's take our seats.
Oh, I thought we were rushing up.
All right, can you hear me okay on this mic?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, just
Okay.
eat it.
I needed to clarify things. I apologize. I was taking care of something else while you were having the dot discussions. But we do have to do this as they're weighted, and these are numbered. So 4 points, 3 points, 2 points, 1, and you'll see it on here. 4 points is obviously no, not wait a minute. This is how we are doing it.
Yeah, we got a city manager in here. Yeah.
All right, 4 points is your top priority. That way when we won't skew these, because last time when we voted, this is what happened. Some individuals put all their dots on one item.
That was my plan.
And that created a false number. I mean, that's not accurate. So if we weight them, then we will get a true number. You can only put one dot on each item. So you cannot stack your items. That's fair. Well, I would, except I would, but I only have 4 colors. So that's the reason for that. All right? So we can get them their dots now. That's how we...
Almost there.
So you have way too many. I just don't have scissors to cut them.
Oh, thank you. Oh, wow. They say we're doing 5.
Boys and girls, we have 4 colors, so we can only do up to 4 points. This is not rocket science. And that's exactly how we had it laid out.
We're only going to change this again at the city council meeting, so why does it really matter what games we put on?
If we have scissors, we can just cut these up. We had them all done.
But I see where it could skew. You put all 5 dots together and we go.
Who doesn't have one? Yeah. So remember the 4 is your top choice. That's your favorite item because it will end up with the most points. No, just 4. You get 4 dots. Just the 4. Just the ones with the numbers on them.
They all have the same weight though, right?
No. Yeah, he's in trouble because he's got extra ones. So you're just using these 4.
Yes, it is.
He's got his. I don't know. Do we? You're good? You're good?
We're not supposed to be voting in the process.
We're prioritizing.
There's 2 sunshine violations.
All righty, I think all the dots are officially on the wall. So if everyone can take it back to your seats, please, we will wrap this up. Getting sweets in the freezer. Yeah, you both got one, I see.
By my way of a closing comment, all I want to do is say thank you for doing this. Thank you for the effort that it took to listen all day long and to put these dots together. One of the things that I was doing as you were talking is writing, and you'll see that some of the categories or the summary statements that I made are almost the same. For example, here and here are almost the same thing. If we'd have had another hour to assimilate these and put them into some sort of more cogent category, it would have made some difference. But I think you made a lot of progress. These are going to be compiled and presented back to you at a meeting where you can formally vote on it. So, thanks, and y'all did a great job.
All right, well, I certainly appreciate your time as well. Is there any kind of brief with this? Are we wrapping up, Lance?
No, that was it for now. We'll compile this list. We'll add one together with each one of them.
All right.
Appreciate everybody taking the time. I know it's a hassle, I know it can be very dry, but it's worthwhile for staff, and I appreciate it.
Yep. Awesome. All right, thank you guys so much. Any last comment? Yeah, I thought we were going to do a little tally here.